This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Members, first item on the order paper is member statements. Members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded the statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions will not be permitted, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Caoimhe Archibald.
And thanks for the opportunity to speak this morning. And I want to use this opportunity to again call for the furlough scheme to be extended. According to the most recent statistics, at the end of July, 36,100 jobs here were still furloughed, and that was evenly split between full furlough and flexible furlough, and it's unlikely to have changed a great deal since then. Those jobs furloughed are across a number of sectors, including manufacturing and construction, as well as in retail and other services. Some of those sectors with workers still furloughed are not in a position to yet return to normal operations, and they won't be for some time due to either some restrictions remaining in place, demand is still low, or due to global issues outside of their control. And while we all hope there will be no further lockdowns required, nothing's certain in that regard. It's unfair that the support for those businesses, and consequently the jobs and livelihoods of workers and families, is ending at the same time as cost of living, and in particular the cost of heating and electricity, is going through the roof, and inflation is impacting on the cost of food and other essentials. This British Government is completely out of touch with working people, withdrawing job support and at the same time slashing £20 per week from universal credit. £20 that has been a lifeline for many families over the past year and a half. That cut also couldn't be coming at a worse time. The picture for many families looking towards winter is a bleak one. Not only are the British Government out of touch, they are out of step with the approach of other countries, including the South, where job support will remain until at least the end of December and may be extended. Germany has extended its scheme until the end of the year, while in France job support continues into 2022. Even the United States, not known for government intervention or their social security safety net, is taking a stimulus approach to economic recovery. Meanwhile, the British Tory government is removing job support, slashing universal credit and hiking national insurance, all of which will hit lower income workers and families hardest. Boris Johnson's government is pushing the cost of the pandemic disproportionately onto the shoulders of those who can afford it least, and this is punitive and grossly unfair.
Thank you. And I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the 20th of September, Ulster Day, I want to acknowledge the great movement of those who joined forces in the battle against Home Rule. The people who came from all sections of society with a single purpose and signed Ulster's Solemn League and Covenant on this day, 20th of September 1912. One historian described the scene in the City Hall, Belfast. In the City Hall of Belfast, the people were signing at the rate of about 150 a minute. Here there was no hypnotic force of dense masses, no whirlwind of emotion, only the unadorned and individual action of those who had left their fields and taken their lives and liberties in their hands, laying them forth in the open sunshine as the measure of their resolve. This is no archaic, lifeless history lesson, Mr. Speaker. When I search the register of those, like many others in Northern Ireland, I see the name of my grandfather and great-uncles, men who left the linen mills and fields of County Down to register their views. This day connects me to those people and their resolve. The union that they cherished looks different now. The economy that they knew was dominated by shipbuilding and linen manufacturing. Today, Northern Ireland's economy has reinvented itself, and we are a world-class hub for the tech industries. But common to both is our belief in the union. I am a constitutional unionist, but also one who believes that the union is culturally and economically the best place for Northern Ireland and its citizens. The preservation of that union is at the core of my political life. A Northern Ireland that is prosperous and a Northern Ireland that looks after its citizens is the best way to preserve that union. Let us strive to make Northern Ireland the best place it can be for all its people.
Thank you. And I call Pat Caoimhe.
Before I start, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us the opportunity on these statements. I think it's a very great move, and it does give the accountability democracy a great chance, and for us, the lowly backbenchers. Thank you. I want to speak on the COVID memorial. 2,548 people. That is how many lives that have been lost to this pandemic over the last 18 months. 2,408 people who couldn't be here living their lives if it wasn't for the pandemic. 2,548 stories that have been cut short before their time. 2,548 families that will go on without loved ones to share in their joys, the miseries and the mysteries of what the future brings. This number also records 2,548 families, Mr. Speaker, who have not been able to grieve properly due to the restrictions caused by this pandemic. This is a double whammy, if you like. I agree with restrictions, and they are completely necessary against more unnecessary loss of life. However, we cannot comprehend the loss and the lack of closure that would be felt by families across our community who have not had a chance to attend the funerals of their loved ones, come together as families and support each other in person in these terrible times by not holding a hand or saying goodbye to those ones who they loved. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity yesterday evening to meet with those who had lost loved ones and have come together to create the memory stones of love. These small hand-painted tokens were placed at the heart of the steps of Stormont, and it's impossible not to feel the grief of all the families there. It is one of the few moments that I've had to, on this hill, where I've had to just stop and take it all in. I listened to the memories shared by the families of their loved ones. I listened to the stories of Ruth Burke, mother of Brenda Doherty, who died in March. Brenda talked about the importance of the memory stones as the unique and individual memory. I talked then to Ailnia O'Sullivan, who talked about how the pandemic had robbed her not only of her father, Hugh Higgins, but also the opportunity of her and her family to grieve with him, a teacher from Newry. And I listened to their campaign, a campaign for a permanent memorial to those lost during the pandemic, to be created within the grounds of Stormont. And I thought back to the debate that we had in the past about how this place should better reflect the Northern Ireland that we all live in today, about the need to get away from the petty squabbles of us and them and what about
time's up.
We are now fighting this week about what we call this place, the name of it. And in listening to these families and in their campaign,
time's up.
I just thought surely... Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to problems with the sewage system in my constituency, particularly along the coast. Bangor used to be, Ballyholme, Groomsport, used to be blighted by raw sewage that was pumped straight into the sea. No treatment whatsoever, went through a grill. So you can imagine what the quality of the seawater was back in the day. Now, Northern Ireland Water made a huge investment in a new treatment plant in Donaghadee, which we thought would solve the problem, and it did generally, but at times of heavy rainfall, the pumping stations along the line from Bangor couldn't cope, and valves were opened and the sewage went straight back into the sea. Now, that problem was addressed by Northern Ireland Water by a huge investment in creating storage tanks, huge storage tanks right along the line, which meant that even in heavy rainfall, the pumping stations could still cope and could store the rainwater, and that mitigated any sewage getting into the sea. The problem now has shifted down the coast to Donaghadee, Mr. Speaker. Donaghadee, a little seaside town, it really was in decline, but in recent years has really lifted itself along with the local council, the local traders. They've sought grants. They've created a niche for themselves in hospitality and restaurants. And recently a big investment made in the moat, some of you may be aware, in Donaghadee, which is going to have a camera obscura, the only one in Northern Ireland in it, and this will be a big tourist attraction. But along the main street in Donaghadee, the beach is covered constantly in sanitary items, babies' nappies and cotton buds that are getting washed up. This is unacceptable in this day and age, Mr. Speaker. I wrote to the Minister and asked how many outlets along the coast from Donaghadee to Malyle there were that facilitated raw sewage to flow into the sea waters. And I was told there were 17 pumping stations that had licence to allow raw sewage to flow into the sea to prevent flooding, and a further 4 had the same type of licence. So 21 outlets along that coast have the potential to allow raw sewage to flow into the sea, and it does, and it's totally unacceptable. And I know that the Minister has proposed a new pumping station somewhere down the line in Malyle. But what we really need is it's the pumping station, not a treatment works, it's the pumping stations that need to be upgraded, and they need the same storage capacity that was granted to the pumping stations in the Bangor line. And I would call on the Minister to give this very serious consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker.
Tim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, today is indeed Ulster Day, the 28th of September, when we mark the occasion when unrelenting determination was shown by Unionists that this territory should be neither squeezed out nor cheated out of its place in the United Kingdom. It is therefore fitting that on this date we have today seen a unified display across unionism of opposition to a protocol which seeks to do the same in respect of our constitutional position, to squeeze and to cheat us out of the United Kingdom. The essence of the objection to the protocol is in large measure the same as the objection that was being declared in 1912. It is that the other part of the country to which we are supposed to be an integral part should be declared and decreed a third country. That is what the protocol does. It says in respect of all the matters it governs that the rest of the United Kingdom, from the Northern Ireland perspective, is a third country. That may well fit the nationalist narrative, which of course wholly explains the enthusiasm for the protocol from those quarters. But it utterly offends the constitutional status and position of being an integral part of a United Kingdom if a protocol comes along and tells you, in fact, the other part is a third country, a foreign country. That is why this protocol can never, in any of its parts, be acceptable to the greater number in this province. And that is why there will be and continues to be unrelenting opposition to it. And that is why the equilibrium of this kingdom is upset and disturbed and ultimately will be destroyed by this protocol. Likewise, the equilibrium is supposed to prevail within the Belfast Agreement, east-west and north-south. That too has been undermined by the protocol. So quite apart from the multiple economic damage of the protocol, there is a fundamental constitutional point. Great Britain is not a third country from Northern Ireland's perspective, and will not be permitted to be, and that is the united determination of those opposed to the protocol.
Thank you. I call Gerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to raise the issue of the Australia, UK and US deal to create a pact to develop nuclear submarines. I should go without saying, Mr. Speaker, that nuclear weapons of any kind, including nuclear submarines, should be decommissioned and put out of use completely. Nuclear weapons, nuclear submarines pose huge dangers for people across the world, and we should be well beyond the point where states threaten to use these weapons of mass terror. What seems to be driving this is the US belief in flexing its muscles firmly after its disastrous interventions and occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan. The US cannot stand being seen to be weak on the global stage and wants to show that it's still the big dog by ensuring the purchasing of weapons of mass destruction. And despite Joe Biden, after the Afghanistan withdrawal, talking about ending the forever wars, he has no problem pivoting the US militarily against China in a modern-day, ramped-up Cold War, with Australia playing a role in that as well. This further pivot, Mr. Speaker, against China is cause for huge concern, and you don't have to be a fan of Xi Jinping or his government to understand how catastrophic further escalation of war would be for the people of China, Asia, US and across the world. The US has some 400 military bases in or around China, and Biden is looking to have a US military budget of some $750 billion. In order to justify this huge spending, the US and Britain needs an enemy, and what better one for them than one of the fastest growing economies in the world, set to outstrip their standing as the great capitalist power. We have to say, Mr. Speaker, that wars of any kind are not only a colossal waste of public money, spending exorbitantly on nukes and missiles when citizens don't have enough money to put food on the table or heat their homes this winter. They are also a colossal loss of life where people are forced to sacrifice themselves for some often jingoistic, unidentifiable or unobtainable goal. And it also disguises who the real enemy is. The main enemy is at home. We should be railing against the elites in the US, in Britain and China collectively to criticise their hoarding of mass wealth and standing over inaction on other problems. And in the run-up to COP26, Mr. Speaker, at a time when we need China, UK and the US to drastically reduce their emissions to stop the planet from straying into further climate chaos, further escalation of tensions or even outright attacks would make that highly unlikely. So we have to say no to war, and no to ramping up of war machines and war rhetoric, and we need to see international solidarity from below to rid us of the perils of capitalism and also climate chaos. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak today about the ongoing concerns in relation to online transaction fees. PayPal has become the latest company to announce a hike in online transaction fees, with similar increases from Visa and MasterCard due to come into effect within weeks. This will see huge increases in fees for EU card transactions, which has a particular impact here given our reliance on north-south trade. This is yet another direct cost and consequence of Brexit. Brexit facilitated this credit card rip-off by removing the EU's consumer protections. If it goes ahead, ordinary families and workers will once again pay the price, whilst multinational companies will reap the rewards. This Assembly has already made it clear its opposition by endorsing the Sinn Féin motion opposing these hikes. Today, I invite members to reiterate that opposition in light of the latest announcement by PayPal. I would also like to invite members who champion Brexit and continue to oppose the protections provided by the protocol to reflect on the folly of that position now that more and more of the real-life consequences for families and workers and businesses are becoming clear every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to proudly mark and indeed wish members across this House and across Northern Ireland a very happy Ulster Day. 109 years ago, our forefathers signed the Ulster Solemn League and Covenant and indeed the Declaration, which has been widely recognised as the foundation stone for the Northern Ireland that we call home today. The very declaration and covenant can be seen as the cement which has held together this union and which we cherish over this past 100 years. Our forefathers stood united in their opposition to the threat of Home Rule. And today, on the 109th anniversary, I'm so glad to see a united declaration on the Northern Ireland Protocol by the Unionist leaders. 109 years ago, our forefathers put aside differences, put aside egos and personal desire for power to work together within the Unionist community to ensure that we still have this place called the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And I want to read into the record of this House the declaration that was signed today as we face again the threat posed by the Northern Ireland Protocol and the damage that that can do also to our integral place within the United Kingdom. We, the undersigned Unionist political leaders, affirm our opposition to the Northern Ireland Protocol, its mechanisms and structures, and reaffirm our unalterable position that the Protocol must be rejected and replaced by arrangements which fully respect Northern Ireland's position as a constituent and integral part of the United Kingdom. Signed, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, MP, DUP Leader, Doug Beattie, MC, MLA, UUP Leader, Jim Allister, QC, MLA, TUV Leader, and Councillor Billy Hutchison, PUP Leader. I welcome this statement, and while members across the House will bemoan the approach taken by Unionist leaders on a united front, while people within the media will throw obstacles in our way, it is incumbent upon us as Unionist representatives in this Assembly, 109 years on, to stand unified together to oppose the Northern Ireland Protocol and protect Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Inviting me to speak. Perhaps appropriate that I come speaking after the previous member, because what I want to talk about is a successful reality distortion project that's going on in Northern Ireland and has been going on for some weeks and months. In a sense, it's more distorted than many reality TV programmes that we watch, and that is the project of asserting that the project of Brexit, a project about ripping asunder the whole United Kingdom from the European Union, is uniquely, the consequences are being uniquely visited on people in Northern Ireland, and a reality distortion project to distract from the effects of Brexit more widely. And we've heard it today from several speakers. The reality distortion that says that the only consequence of Brexit is the protocol. What nonsense, what a falsehood peddled by people here today. Anyone with a television set or a screen open to them can see forecourts across England with people queuing. Anybody, if they want to turn on their TVs or open a newspaper, can hear the Agriculture Minister, the DUP Agriculture Minister, and briefly the DUP leader bemoaning a lack of labour. Where did that lack of labour come from that's affecting our agri-food industry? It came from Brexit, not the protocol, as asserted by the reality distorters opposite. And the reality distortion, Mr. Speaker, that says, as Mr. Allister asserted earlier, that North-South has somehow been exclusively promoted in the protocol. A falsehood. A falsehood. It was just mentioned the impact of card transaction charges on our economy. Yes, I'm not a reality distorter, unlike those opposite. There have been issues in terms of moving goods from Britain to Northern Ireland, and I want to see those addressed, because I want to deal with the practical consequences of the Brexit that they championed. And, Mr. Speaker, the reality distortion here that says that the primary motivating concern of everybody on the streets of Northern Ireland is the protocol and getting rid of it. And it's not, for example, ensuring that we don't have fuel shortages like we have in England. It's not, for example, that we don't have we have a proper planned approach to COVID. Yes, I want to see solutions to movement of goods under the protocol, but I want to see it done practically. The final reality distortion, Mr. Speaker, is that you can go back in time. The distorted reality, the falsehood that you can go back in time to 2016 and have trade like we had it then. We can't have it on a north-south basis or an east-west basis like we had it then in the final reality distortion. And it saddens me to say it, because I do want to wish members a happy Ulster Day, and I completely respect the importance and the solemnity of this day for them. But the idea that we can go back to 1912 is, I'm afraid, wrong too, because that's gone, I'm afraid. This is a plural society, and some of us are not going to allow the falsehoods and reality distortions of members opposite to continue to go unchallenged.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Order in the chamber, please. And that concludes this item of business on the order paper. Next item on the order paper. Members, take a recess for a moment or two just to get ready for this.
Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the small-scale green energy bill agus éireann Sir John O'Dowd leis an bhile chur go formálta. I now call John O'Dowd to formally propose the bill.
So moved.
The second stage of the small-scale green energy bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, so I now call John O'Dowd to formally open the debate on the bill. Éireann Sir John O'Dowd leis an díosbar oscailt go formálta anois.
Our society is on the cusp of a massive transition from one powered by fossil fuels to one powered by clean, renewable energy. This will be a mammoth task, but will also provide us with many opportunities for meaningful social change. If we embrace its potential, the green economy will bring new jobs and industries, new technologies and new empowered communities. One of the greatest areas for potential improvement is the opportunity we now have to create greater energy democracy. Energy democracy will, over time, decentralise power generation and put it quite literally in the hands of the people, whether that be through farms and small businesses, schools and community co-ops, or just individual homes. The Executive previously set a target of achieving 40% of electricity consumption from renewable sources by 2020. The Department for the Economy is currently developing an Energy Strategy 2050, which is to be published by the end of this year. The Committee on Climate Change 2019 Reducing Emissions in Northern Ireland report regarding decarbonisation explicitly recommended a supplier obligation and feeder-in system. I believe a legislative intervention is necessary to rapidly grow the share of renewables on the grid. One way of doing this is to expand the share of micro-generated renewable energy. Currently, the energy market has evidently failed to provide sufficient price incentives for homes, businesses and farms to switch to micro-generation systems. The removal of the Northern Ireland renewable obligations and other renewable obligations has produced a stagnant community energy sector. The bill is intended to be the first step in reversing that trend. It will incentivise the growth of micro-renewable energy generation in homes, farms and businesses by creating a minimum tariff that major suppliers must pay for power generated from such sources. It will also place an obligation on major suppliers to source at least 5% of their total electricity supply from micro-generation. Climate experts around the world are agreed that micro-generation must play a role in the decarbonisation of our planet. Indeed, in their 2019 report, the Climate Change Committee specifically recommended a supplier obligation and feed-in system for the North. Not only can the growth of renewable micro-generation help us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it can create additional income for families and communities and help reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, which, as we have seen over the past few weeks and months, are prone to erratic and extreme swings in costs, which place additional and unexpected burdens on already struggling homes. And despite all the advantages this bill offers and the path it sets us on for long-term reform, the scheme will cost the taxpayer nothing. It provides a win for families, farms and businesses, a win for climate action and a win for energy democracy. With all the positive associated renewable energy, why then is a private member's bill required? While the Department's great energy strategy is important, it remains at the moment aspirational. The Department has confirmed it has no plans to legislate for any aspect of it within this mandate. The bill before the House today is a practical measure that this Assembly can take now to help tackle climate change and support homes, farms and businesses and families with additional income. Moving to the clauses within the bill. Clause 1 of the bill establishes a small green energy scheme. It lays out the main goals of that scheme: the provision of a minimum price tariff for micro-generated renewable power exported to the electricity grid, and a requirement on major electricity providers to source at least 5% of their electricity from micro-generated renewables. It also sets a number of definitions for terms used in the bill, such as micro-generated and renewable power. A micro-generator is defined as a renewable generator with a maximum generation capacity of 50 kilowatts. This is a standard definition in many countries, including introducing micro-generation legislation including Britain and the rest of Ireland. A major provider has been defined as any provider with a market share of 5% or above. This takes all providers in the north, with the exception of Click Energy, who currently have a 3.4% market share. When I carried out the consultation on this bill, more than twice as many respondents favoured a 5% definition to a 3% definition. Clause 2 sets out the supplementary regulations for the scheme, as well as setting out a list of stakeholders who must be consulted while regulations are being set, when Clause 3 commits the Department to reviewing the scheme as and when economic conditions change. Clause 4 outlines the rules for suspension of the scheme, while Clause 5 outlines the guidance the Department may give in relation to the operation of the scheme and its goals. Clause 6 sets out the meaning of specific words and phrases in the bill. Clause 7 sets out the timeline for when it must come into operation, and Clause 8 confirms its short title as the Small Scale Green Energy Act 21. In conclusion, last Concordia, the bill has to... yes.
Clarification. The member said there will be no cost to the taxpayer. I suppose I have two questions. Take the solar panels. A house that hosts solar panels, who will pay for their provision? And will there be a situation where large providers might take control of individual provisions on a collective basis and become a money-making proposition for large providers?
The member's intervention really covers the members' contributions during the debate, but I'm happy to respond. In terms of no cost to the taxpayer, well, there will be a cost as such if there's a grant scheme introduced by the Department, but the actual bill in front of the members today, there's no direct cost associated with other than the implementation of the bill through the Department. And in terms of the member's second question, the scheme which is to be developed by the Department, if this bill passes, will consult widely with all interested parties, and suggestions or objections, whichever it may be from yourself in relation to the point you've raised, can be dealt with at that stage. But the scheme will give the detail of how the programme is operated. The bill today only gives authority, if passed, to the Department to establish a scheme. We are not setting the parameters of the scheme other than a couple of minor points, but not the details of the scheme. I said to the Minister earlier, today I'm doing A, B and C, or I'm asking the House to do A, B and C. The Department, if the bill passes, has to do D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and the whole lot. So, in conclusion, the bill has the potential to do a tremendous amount of good for tackling carbon emissions and promoting green energy. I look forward to hearing members' contributions and the ideas on this bill. It's worth remembering, as I've said, this bill is not the scheme under which the micro generation will be delivered. This bill instructs the Department to bring forward a scheme fully consulted upon and evidence-based for operation by January 2025. This bill sets out the path that will help decentralise electricity generation, empower local communities and provide additional income for families and help tackle climate change. I conclude my remarks with that and look forward to the debate.
I call Peter Weir.
Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt in terms of the bill that we can see sort of good intentions behind it. No one would argue with the concept of greater microgeneration. No one would argue with the issue of greater use of renewables, reducing the pressure in terms of the use of carbon within that. Indeed, one might say that it is an entirely environmentally friendly bill. The member in bringing it forward today has very much embraced the spirit of recycling, because the wording of this bill is very much word for word for what was there brought by his colleague in the Dáil. So it is very much one that has not had a great deal of production cost in Northern Ireland to be brought about. I said, and I don't think anyone would disagree with some of the intentions behind the bill. I suppose, as the old proverb goes, or the old
saying goes, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And to that extent, therefore, there are a number of aspects of this that I would have considerable concerns over. Ones which, should the bill pass today, we would want to tease out. And indeed, a number of areas where I believe there's a level of flaws. Put first of all, I suppose, in terms of overall context, the member, I suppose, summed it up quite well in terms of where he sees the lie of the land. In terms of what is being asked for from the bill, it may be a question of he's asking A, B and C today. He is then throwing it to the department to do D, E, F, G, H, I, whatever. And therefore, I think it is somewhat disingenuous to say that the bill itself costs nothing to the public purse, because it may be that the passage doesn't immediately create a bill, but in effectively indicating to the department an expectation that a tranche of regulations and schemes will be brought forward, undoubtedly there will be a major cost to the public purse. And, yeah, I'll give way briefly.
Whilst there may be limited cost to the public purse, would the member agree that we do also need to be concerned because there will be a cost to electricity purchasers, whether they are homeowners or businesses?
I completely concur, and I was going to come on to that point at a later stage. What I would say is I think we also need to look in terms of, the timing of this. I think we need to look at the overall context. As indeed the member conceded himself, the department has been working on an overall energy strategy, to which microgeneration is one component of that. That strategy, on the member's indication, is due to be published before the end of this year. Indeed, may well be only a matter of a few weeks away. And it does strike me as putting very much the cart before the horse, that if we are dealing with one small aspect of it, it would have been an awful lot better if this had been put in the context of the overall energy strategy. Literally, in this case, I think we've got a micro solution when we need a macro solution. And I think that is one of the weaknesses within this bill. Secondly, I think there is considerable concern both in terms of where the bill is and where it will lead on the issue of state aid. Now, I think, and I would be interested to hear the Minister's views on this later on, concerns have been raised as to whether or not this breaches state aid rules, because it does envisage a subsidy of the production of electricity. And while that may not be necessarily direct government funding, nevertheless it could be interpreted as state aid under Article 10 of the protocol. Now, what I would say on both this and also on the electricity directive as well, there are restrictions that are currently placed in Northern Ireland, particularly on state aid, because of the protocol. I would be happy to deal with the member if he was to join with some of the rest of us and say, to alleviate these fears, he would then support the sweeping away of the protocol, so that Northern Ireland is not put in that restricted position. Then I would be very wholeheartedly backing this bill on that basis. But and while that creates an opportunity, at present it would mean, for example, in terms of the business, energy and industrial strategy, the state aid unit, I think we would need, for instance, as part of this, to tease this out more. We're not saying, I think, that necessarily this is a very clear-cut breach of state aid rules, but it may well be, and consequently, I think that is a concern. Leading on from that is the pre-existing electricity directive, which, again, if we quote that, for instance, at Article 5 of that, it states, quote, suppliers shall be free to determine the price at which they supply electricity to customers. Member States shall take appropriate action to ensure effective competition between suppliers. Similarly, within Article 9, it states, Member States shall ensure on the basis of their institutional organisation and with due regard to the principle of subsidiarity that electricity undertakings operate in accordance with the principle of this directive with a view to achieving a competitive, secure and environmentally sustainable market for electricity, and shall not discriminate between those undertakings as regards either rights or obligations. So the question is, I suppose, again, this does raise an issue about whether or not the bill, because of the issue in which it interferes with the contravention of Articles 5 and 9, whether that is also in breach of existing law. Thirdly, or fourthly, I suppose I would turn to the issue of impact. Now, we're aware that when it comes to the issue of the question of whether the account is being taken of the fact that costs for any schemes are ultimately passed on to the consumer. And we know also that the analysis of the utility regulator would note that small-scale and micro-generation has been 4 times more expensive to incentivise, that both in terms of the connection, the one-off costs in terms of the initial connection with the grid, but indeed ongoing costs. There is a danger that this proportion of electricity would be reduced at a much more expensive rate. And the reality is that companies, whenever they produce this, will look to pass this on to the consumer. So we need to get a level of assurances around that as well. We have seen, I think, in the broader element with the energy market that has been very prescient over the last number of days, with the hikes in terms of prices and energy costs, that the pressure on the consumer has been growing greater and greater. And therefore, we do need to question whether we take actions which further pressurise the consumer. Because what we also know, that in terms of those costs, they bear down most severely on vulnerable customers who cannot afford it, who can afford it the least on that basis. And indeed those, for example, if we are looking at levels of connection costs with those, for instance, in remote rural areas, those in poverty, perhaps those where there's multiple connections that are needed, sometimes will then be those that are bearing the most. So again, that's another issue which we need to tease out. And finally, in terms of the issue of route to market and indeed what existing provisions are there, mentions were made of 3.4%. I suspect that the figure now is higher in terms of that. And there is already provision which is here and in Great Britain, which the price which is offered to micro generators is approved by the regulator on an annual basis. And indeed there is the opportunity that the arrangements are similar to GB, so that small exports guarantee schemes to micro generators requires a zero price to be offered, and consequently I think there are opportunities for generators as well. And it does mean that the question is this trying to do something which isn't particularly necessary? As we edge closer and closer to 5%, and I suspect while the member quoted an older figure of 3.4%, the figure is probably a lot closer today to 5% if it is not above that. It then questions why it is needed, why this is particularly needed now, and particularly in light of the forthcoming energy strategy which is about to be produced by the Department. There are question marks over the value of this particular piece of legislation and over the detail. Now, some of those things are, as I indicated, in terms of things like state aid, or indeed in terms of the Electricity Directive. There are initial concerns which will need to be teased out. But I would question whether what we see today will be a fit purpose to be finally proposed as legislation when it comes to the end. So I wait to hear what others have to say in this debate. I wait particularly the response to some of those points from both the proposer of the legislation and also response from the Minister in connection with this. But there is a level of scepticism, and we believe that this is something which is considerably flawed at this point. Thank you.
Sir Sinead McLaughlin on Caoimhe. Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm rising to support this bill, but I do believe that there are many issues that need to be teased out, just exactly as the previous member had said. But the bill does set a pathway, and at this point it's a positive concept, and I'd be happy for it to move towards committee to get thorough scrutiny and to see if we can make it much more robust. The SDLP is strongly committed to taking tough action against climate change, and that is why my constituency colleague, Colm Eastwood, has tabled a climate change and green jobs bill in the House of Commons. To take effective action against the climate crisis requires a comprehensive package of measures. Some of those are needed at the macro level and others are needed at the micro level. The effectiveness of those measures will be assisted by the financial incentives put in place. It is necessary for homeowners and indeed leaseholders and owners of commercial properties to be promised financial incentives to switch to renewable heat systems. But before I go on, however, I will stress that the first and immediate priority must be the reduction in energy use. This means that the Minister for Communities must, as a priority, reform the Affordable Warmth Scheme to support the installation of effective insulation of properties. Similarly, the Minister for the Economy must reform Northern Ireland's sustainable energy programmes so its too is focused on making properties more energy efficient rather than merely switching from oil to gas. However, those concerns about current energy policy are no reason not to get on quickly with the adoption of more installation of renewable heating systems. These will include solar panels on roofs, wind turbines in small areas of land and district heating schemes that, for example, make use of waste heat from AD units. None of this, of course, justifies some of the perverse incentives that we have seen in the past that flowed from the former DETI and into the current Department for the Economy, paying landowners more for having smaller rather than larger wind turbines. Clearly, obviously, did not make sense and was just wrong. But that is not a criticism of this bill. My party supports the use of financial incentives to encourage wider adoption of micro-schemes of renewable energy. Indeed, I will go further than this and encourage members to learn more about two of the best practice community energy schemes here in the north of Ireland. One of these is in Drumlin, one cooperative. The other is the Northern Ireland Community Energy, or NICE. I hope a third community energy scheme may progress, as I have been approached by a constituent who believes that there is enough force in a local water source to develop a small hydro scheme. These are all excellent projects, but it is a shame that there are so few of them. While community energy is a significant sector in England, it barely really exists here in Northern Ireland. In England and Wales, there are around 200 megawatts of electricity capacity produced by community energy projects. That is equivalent to about 50 of the most effective large offshore wind turbines, which means they are really significant sources of additional energy. Mr Deputy Speaker, so while we should support the bill, it is important that all parties join together to demand much more effective and urgent action now from both the Department of the Economy and also for the Department of Communities. Let's really make the necessary progress and do much faster than we have done to date. Thank you.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First of all, a declaration. I was an early adapter of a domestic wind turbine and for some years a recipient of NIROX, the government subsidy, although I believe the machine has not been active for a couple of years now. That said, I'm certainly in favour of tackling the climate crisis, aiming for net zero carbon, and doing what we can in the various ways that we can manage it to achieve these aims. And on that basis, I'm very open to the member's bill. And the Ulster Unionist Party will certainly, at this stage, support the bill going to committee for its scrutiny phase. Not least because it's not a scheme. It rather places an obligation on the Minister and on the Department for the Economy to create a scheme, although it is prescriptive in one sense, in that in Clause 1 it aims for 5% as the specified percentage, and it specifies the date for that target of the 1st of January 2025, and that is something I think the committee would like to hear examined and hear witness testimony as to the potential for achieving that goal, and whether there will be a cost, and whether indeed the member is right to assert in the explanatory and financial memorandum that he anticipates the Minister can design the scheme to address any potential increased costs associated with electricity generation, and that perhaps is something that the current Minister will address in his remarks during the course of this debate, although I accept it as the member's intention that the scheme will not come forward during this mandate, but will be something by way of a legacy left for the next Minister, whoever that may be. In terms of the clauses, we're content with the establishment of the scheme, with the exception of that specified percentage and date. In Clause 2, there are supplementary regulations which include the provision of different minimum prices for different purposes. I have asked the member what his intent is with regard to that, and I believe the response is to take account for the fact of emerging technologies for generation of electricity, so that there may be something we have not yet invented, which we will consider to be highly desirable, but which, at least in its initial phases, will be very expensive. And therefore, the Department will have a facility to adjust the amount of subsidy or the price range to accommodate the development of that new technology. I note also in Clause 4, headline suspension and revocation, that the member is making room for the Department to suspend or to re-evaluate the scheme because of unintended and harmful consequences, and I commend the member. He clearly is bearing in mind previous incentive schemes in terms of energy generation. He also defines community project as a project organised for the benefit of a group of individuals comprising of at least 5 households. And again, I commend the thought process behind that, because I think it would be a good idea if citizens were more engaged in thinking about where their electricity comes from, how it is generated, and the extent to which they can take control. I note Mr. Allister made reference to a scheme. I think there was a scheme in England and Wales some years ago, where large companies were installing solar panels, photovoltaic equipment onto the roofs. They were basically renting domestic roofs, and any electricity that the household generated they were using at no cost, but the rest went back into the grid and was to the profit of the large organisations. And I think that scheme, while in principle had merit, I think in operation it was weighted far too heavily in favour of the major organisations. I give way to Mr. Frew.
Member for giving way. That scheme wasn't just in GB. That scheme was here also, and there was 2 aspects. One whereby the owner of the property could buy the solar panels and insert them onto their own roofs, whereby claiming the rock, or a company would come in, rent your roof effectively, install the solar panels, and then they take the rock, which then would have been accumulated somewhere else, probably offshore, and the wealth would have went away from the domestic property and the householder into the pockets of the big companies.
And I thank the member for the intervention. I was unaware that the scheme had been applied within Northern Ireland. I think when I was first aware of it, it was not applying here. And you were quite right to point out the negative, the downside of the scheme. However, I still think the principle has merit to discuss, and perhaps it could be some sort of social enterprise initiative going forward. So, as I say, we as a party are happy to see this go forward to the scrutiny that follows at the committee stage. I would point out that there is perhaps a potential Achilles heel, and that is with regard to the grid, and I know my colleague Mr. Aitken will focus on that. But it's my understanding when a load change application is requested, the total cost of the new load is borne by the applicant. And that was certainly my experience some years ago, buying an old house. The electricity came in overhead. I wanted it to come in underground. I had to arrange for the tunnel to be dug out by a digger. But the quote from NIE for their part of the work was absolutely eye-watering. And if a new electricity line is required, NIE Networks will request the applicant negotiates the way leave for the new line, as well as the associated costs. And I think in other areas, the electricity supplier does have right-of-way in terms of that. Final point, self-generating electricity with integrated battery or car battery storage could, of course, reduce the generating load and perhaps reduce the cost of network upgrades. But the impact on the network is something that we really need to consider. And as I say, Mr. Aiken will touch on that in greater detail. Just finally, one of the reasons I think this should go to scrutiny by the committee is because of the reference to the consultation the member makes in his EFM. And it seems to me that the consultation was conducted by SurveyMonkey. And I think the weakness with SurveyMonkey is that you cannot be absolutely sure, you can't verify who it is who has issued their response to your consultation. I think it's a weakness. I don't think it's a fatal weakness, not least because in clause 2.3 of the actual bill, he puts quite an obligation on the department to consult with relevant people before they bring forward the scheme. So that's all I have to say, Deputy Speaker. We will be supporting the bill at this stage.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and very much in the spirit of what I've listened to in the debate so far, I can also confirm that at this stage, and looking forward to committee stage, the Alliance Party will also be supporting the bill. And indeed, I would like to thank the member for bringing this legislation forward. We shouldn't be too behind the door in Northern Ireland in noting the success that we've had in growing renewables. We now see over half our generation coming from renewable sources, chiefly that of wind. However, it has also become abundantly clear that we are not moving fast enough to tackle greenhouse gases and the climate crisis that is resulting. Clean energy represents a major opportunity for jobs and provides sustainable and clean sources of heat and electricity. Northern Ireland is missing out due to a lack of ambition. My party, the Alliance Party, believes that we need a Green New Deal for our whole society to accelerate transition to a clean economy, including the building of a skills base and eliminating fuel poverty, ensuring that no one is left behind. And this bill is a step in that direction. One of the key parts of my party's Green New Deal is microgeneration, decentralisation of our power system, and in a way democratising it. We have all watched with horror at the sharply increasing prices, especially of natural gas over the last few weeks. And I think this will be a particularly difficult winter for vulnerable households in Northern Ireland. Our Communities Minister will need to be proactive to prevent a major rebound in fuel poverty. However, Deputy Speaker, with greater indigenous microgeneration, we can become much less dependent on imported fossil fuels and thus better insulate ourselves from the swings of the world markets. Indeed, households themselves can become potentially energy independent. Turning to the bill itself, it will essentially establish a small-scale green energy scheme with minimum tariffs for microgenerators, giving certainty to plan and reward for generating renewable electricity and contribution to the grid. That said, it is not without difficulties and problems, and those are the issues that I genuinely believe that we need to tease out at a committee stage. My understanding is that, and members have alluded to this, that there are similar schemes operating in GB for nearly 10 years. And by and large, we have appeared to have missed out on this in Northern Ireland. I believe that there is demand here and that we just need to provide the financial incentive for the installation of solar panels or small-scale turbines. But this could be a major step change in how our power is generated and hopefully to provide more resilience, because resilience is important. Business and households will not forgive us if we do have interruptions in power supply. I note, Deputy Speaker, in Clause 1, the scheme will also set targets for energy suppliers to have a specific percentage of microgenerated electricity. While I'm not opposed to this, I think it would be helpful for suppliers to have a real investment in promoting the scheme. But I think our committee does need to look into how specifically this would be run and ultimately how it will be enforced. Turning to clauses 2 and 3, I welcome those provisions that require the Department to consult other bodies and review the operation of the scheme. This, however, relates to one of the major concerns that I have in regard to the Department of the Economy and its capacity to deliver on energy policy and indeed our upcoming energy strategy. There are also issues, Deputy Speaker, which I hope the member will either address directly today in this debate or at committee stage should this bill move to that point. And that is around connection issues, and comment has already been made about the cost of connection issues, but there are also technical issues around connection as well. Some households, some points where generation is good and can be made, particularly wind sources, are difficult to make connections to the grid, and we need to work out how that's going to be achieved and how the cost of that is going to be met. So that's an area which I look forward to the bill proposer dealing with today, but more specifically in detail at committee. The recent University of Exeter report into the green transition made a number of recommendations from which I can see, unfortunately, the Department of Economy have totally disregarded. If we are to deliver on our clean energy ambitions, we need a department that is ambitious and actively leading in this area. We need expertise and policy in energy, and we need to tackle climate and fuel poverty all in one place. That's why I will be advocating going forward that we should have a specific department for energy and climate change in Northern Ireland, but that digresses from the purpose of the bill today. I've been disappointed by the lack of ambition shown by the department, but I do recognise civil servants are working hard on our energy strategy. Unfortunately, departmental silos are more of an issue in Northern Ireland as we make legislation like this as successful as possible. I believe one energy and climate change department would help to overcome many of those problems. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, the spectre of the RHI disaster haunts this place, and we must never forget that. Clause 4 in the bill sensibly speaks to this by allowing for suspension of the scheme where unintended or harmful consequences, and that is a powerful acknowledgement. Or where urgent action is needed to control the operation of the scheme. I note there will not be a major public cost anticipated, but like others, we wait the detail of that in the committee stage. There will be administrative costs to be considered, and we are in difficult and strained times for public finances, and there is a need to recognise this. Clause 5 of the bill allows the Department to give guidance about the operation of the scheme. So perhaps the member proposing could outline where he sees the utility regulator coming in to all of this with regards to legislation and in terms of setting prices, etc. I understand that there's a fair amount here that will be delegated to the department by way of regulation, so that gives the committee an opportunity to investigate. Decentralising our energy grid will have greater benefits by bringing energy generation to making it local. So indeed it would be remiss of me, and I know others have made reference to this, to not note the potential contribution of local organisations, whether it's households coming together on the microgenerational landscape, but also to acknowledge the emerging work of cooperatives and social enterprises, and it is vitally important that they are encouraged through this legislation and through the regulations that may follow if this legislation becomes successful. It is vitally important that we do that, and that perhaps faces us away from some of the concerns that have been expressed about the big players in the energy generation market, and that we should genuinely be encouraging local groups to come together, cooperatives and social enterprises. Indeed, as chair of the all-party group on social enterprise, I believe that these local organisations can have a major role to play, not only in promoting microgeneration, but also generating electricity themselves from their premises and reinvesting. How we can involve local community groups and co-ops and social enterprises, for me, will be a key consideration going forward with this legislation, and I hope that we can consider it further at the committee stage. Indeed, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, not part of this bill, but an area that we do need to give consideration to and may very well become part of the consideration at the committee stage, is that not only should we be talking about the generation of electricity in the format that's proposed in this bill, but that we should also be looking at expanding how, and I know it's a difficult area at the moment because of the increase in energy prices, and we've seen, at least we haven't in Northern Ireland yet, but in the rest of GB, we have seen some of the small electricity price providers go to the wall. But I believe that there is room for social enterprise to be delivering price comparison and price for electricity in Northern Ireland, and it's an issue which I know Social Enterprise NI is looking at. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I welcome the legislation. Thank the member for bringing it forward. Given the lack of action from the Department, I think this does fill a space, and it's a space that needs to be addressed and filled. So I look forward to considering the bill in more detail at committee. But as I've outlined, I do believe that there must be a much more concerted action on dealing with two issues that are very stark at the moment. One is the issue of fuel poverty, and the other is an urgent need to ramp up insulation of homes. Until we do that, then generating electricity and heating the atmosphere is not the way to go forward. There needs to be a holistic approach in terms of where we go in relation to the production of energy in Northern Ireland. So I do look forward, Deputy Speaker, to this bill coming to the committee stage and addressing all and many more of those issues there. Thank you very much.
Agus na chéirm sir Caoimhe Archibald on Caoimhe, and I call Caoimhe Archibald.
Gurma, good last Concordia, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate and to speak in support of this bill being brought forward by my colleague John O'Dowd. The context within which this bill has been introduced is obviously the climate and biodiversity crisis that pose an existential threat to the planet and how we live, and that has been set out very starkly in the recent IPCC report, which the UN Secretary-General described as nothing less than a code red for humanity, saying the alarm bells are deafening and the evidence is irrefutable. The Paris Accord requires countries to take action to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees by the end of the century, and achieving that obviously is going to require resolute and meaningful action right now. The energy strategy currently being developed by the Department for the Economy, which will set the direction of travel until 2030, is therefore crucial, and we must not miss the opportunity to embed the expansion of our renewable capacity and end our reliance on fossil fuels. The type of upscaling in our renewable capacity will require significant investment, and as Mr Dixon has said, we have made good progress to date, and we do need to build on that. That investment is going to come from both public and private sectors, and the private sector will obviously include individuals, families, small businesses and communities. This will require incentivisation and support for those who can least afford it, and it's crucial that the move to net zero is based on the principles of just transition, and legislative change is going to be required to ensure that this happens. This bill is an important step in the right direction. As John has outlined, the bill will firstly place a requirement on major providers to source at least 5% of their electricity from renewable microgenerators, and secondly will require major providers to pay a minimum price for electricity generated by the microgenerators. This provides a small incentive through the potential for additional income for homes, for small businesses, for communities, for cooperatives, social enterprises, as Mr Dixon has referred to, with little burden on providers. Empowering communities must be at the heart of our new energy strategy, and decentralising and democratising power generation, including through microgeneration, has to be a key part of the new energy strategy to deliver that necessary move away from fossil fuels and to deliver on more affordable energy and the ending of fuel poverty. Ensuring that people and communities have ownership and a stake in the process of decarbonisation will help ensure the type of buy-in that's going to be necessary to deliver on our energy and on our climate targets. Microgeneration projects will also help reduce dependency on the overall grid, as well as helping reduce emissions in power generation. And it can also lower emissions in homes and farms and businesses if it's paired with electrification of heating. There are currently no active green energy support schemes in the North, and certainly none to incentivise the installation of small-scale renewable systems. This bill looks at one aspect of how to incentivise the upscaling or the uptake of small-scale green energy projects. The energy strategy also needs to consider the type of support that's going to be required to ensure there are no barriers, particularly to those on lower incomes, in terms of the upfront equipment costs. In terms of the broader energy strategy and the policy framework, it's crucial that this final strategy sets us on the right trajectory to deliver ultimately on net zero. In the current context of soaring wholesale gas prices, which are hitting record highs due to global demand, with coal and oil prices also rising, it's never been more apparent that tackling fuel poverty strongly is interlinked with the need to end our reliance on fossil fuels. There should be no further investment in fossil fuel infrastructure. The obligation to promote the development of the gas industry here needs to end, and we should not be encouraging more people to rely on an energy source with such fluctuating prices. Instead, we should have an obligation to promote decarbonisation. As others have referred to in the course of this debate, we also need to improve energy efficiency, particularly in housing for families in fuel poverty, and ensure those on lower incomes have access to heat and power sources which are affordable and not vulnerable to such global forces that fossil fuels are. As I've said, this bill is a small step on the right path towards delivering on the objectives of empowering communities, of increasing uptake of small-scale green energy technology and diversifying our energy sources. So I'd urge members to support this bill, and I'm very encouraged by the contributions so far that we can look forward to it coming to committee for us to explore in further detail, and hopefully this will set us on the first step in a practical way towards net zero.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss this bill. I'm not going into greater detail. I appreciate a lot of points have been raised. So it's maybe more clarification from the bill sponsor, and it's not going to be a list of questions as such, but maybe just some clarifications, if you don't mind. Just regarding on clause 1, the 5% issue. Obviously, with any dwelling, or is that you're referring to 5%? I presume that's a maximum export or minimum export capacity out onto the national grid, because obviously the dwelling will use a percentage of that, so I presume it's a minimum of 5%, so you can maybe just clarify for that as well. And obviously the 50 kilowatt, I presume under the 50 kilowatt is referred as micro. The average domestic dwelling can be fused as a single-phase supply at 63 or 80 or 100 amps. So if you do some calculations based on 25 kilowatts, I'm not going to blind you with science here, works into roughly 104 amps. So therefore, you need infrastructure, a bit like the colleague referred to his tunnel from his machine. You need infrastructure at your private dwelling to do that. So therefore, it's not as simple as putting 50 kilowatt in every domestic house in Northern Ireland, because you don't have the infrastructure to do that. And obviously, whenever I'm not going to refer to any energy supply companies, but obviously it's extremely expensive to do any modifications to the grid, whether it be new build, modifications to any degree. So it's just something to bear in mind. It's not as simple as sticking 50 kilowatt on top of a domestic dwelling. There's infrastructure to put in and capacity within that. So it's just to bear that, I suppose, point in mind. My colleague here referred to state aid implications, so obviously I have concern over that, and we have concerns over that, and maybe you can address that, and other people have raised it. And costing, in the explanatory memorandum, it refers to incentivise. I suppose it's, and I appreciate your role as this bill to go to the department to come up with a scheme. It depends what the definition of incentivise is, because obviously small-scale producing is a large difference in large-scale production, obviously economy of scale. So, not disagreeing with the principle of the bill or the principle of what it's intending to do, but incentivise can mean lots of different things. Consumption, then, I've done some calculations in over with all those we're speaking regarding the average domestic house is 3,100 kilowatt hours. Depends what you calculate that at. If you do a simple equation, it's 20p per kilowatt hour, £620 the average energy cost of a dwelling in the United Kingdom. So if that dwelling can avail of this by obviously using their own energy, and I'm using the 20p as just as a guesstimate figure, there's obviously a saving for the dwelling, and then obviously an export can be put onto the grid. So without getting into too much science, it depends what kilowatt hours you're using in your dwelling, and on average per day, then you can export the rest. Therefore, you wouldn't have to increase your capacity leaving the dwelling, if you understand where I'm coming from. So, obligation of the department, we'll see where this goes. My colleague referred to cart before the horse. We maybe have bought the saddle and we haven't got the cart or the horse. So the energy strategy coming forward would probably be the way to do this, and then follow on with this piece of legislation. I'm obviously interested in the figures, the percentages, the capacity, the kilowatt, all that stuff. It's interesting to me from my previous life. So it's how it works practically, and how you incentivise the scheme is another point. So I think, Deputy Speaker, I've covered that now, and you can go in to do some calculations of your own dwellings tonight. Thank you.
Agus na siadam Sir Liz Kimmins. I now call Liz Kimmins.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important bill, and I'd like to thank my colleague John O'Dowd for bringing this to the Chamber today. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's no secret that we're on the brink of an environmental disaster, and it is well rehearsed at this stage, but I think it's important to note that time is precious and we must be doing all that we can to ensure that we meet our climate targets by reducing our use of fossil fuels and enable an effective transition to a net zero society. And I think this bill provides a real opportunity to take practical steps in the short term, which will help us to move towards delivering effective change which will benefit generations to come. I think this is particularly important as the Department for Economy have indicated they have no plans to legislate for the Green Growth Strategy in this mandate, and therefore it remains aspirational at this stage, whilst this bill can be passed by the Assembly within the current mandate. And as we are all well aware, the recent extreme hikes to the price of fossil fuels has demonstrated the over-reliance that we have on the major power companies, and subsequently this bill will help to provide greater democracy in respect of this. Mr Speaker, a lot of what I plan to say has already been said, but I think this bill provides an opportunity, as others have said, to increase income for families, businesses, the farming community and the broader community right across the spectrum. It most importantly will take practical steps to tackle climate change by incentivising the renewable energy and encouraging more homes and businesses to make the transition in the absence of any active renewable energy support schemes in the North. And certainly there is nothing to incentivise the installation of small-scale renewable systems. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just encourage others to take note of these facts and to support this bill today. Thank you.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this second stage of the small-scale green energy bill in the House today. Whilst I do commend any efforts to develop and enhance our security of supply and look at all sustainable ways of improving our energy offering, there are a number of concerns which I have in relation to this bill. In response to the Economy Committee's request on this bill, the Department confirmed that there are already mechanisms in place in Northern Ireland through which micro-generators can currently export excess generation to the grid in return for payment, and they crucially already have a choice and the welcome competition which that brings with the number of suppliers, including through Power NI and others. And indeed, on page 4 of the explanatory and financial memorandum of this bill, one line certainly jumped out at me when it said, "It is difficult to project demand for this scheme due to the setup of the electricity market." Those words do cause me some concern, Mr Deputy Speaker, and they certainly do not fill me with confidence around the viability, the need for and the effectiveness of this scheme should it ever get the green light. There are also issues around costs for any support scheme and how they would be distributed, particularly as there are many who are simply unable to install micro-generation facilities, and that has been the case for some time. That is not a new problem, but many end up having to foot some of the bill, and one of the common barriers right across Northern Ireland is for households generating their own electricity has indeed been set-up costs. There's a real danger that you could end up with households who simply can't afford to install microgeneration but end up contributing to the costs involved. And this would often impact our most vulnerable, and particularly those in live in areas of housing, and including within apartments and so on, that it just would not be practical perhaps to go down the road of microgeneration. And these people would often miss out on any benefits received compared to those households who are in fact generating. Energy issues are, as has been said, are all interconnected, and the partnership approach is essential. Raising energy prices, which is a global problem, which has obviously had an impact here, in Northern Ireland is also very important. And certainly the energy sector must deliver for customers, with effective and sustainable competition in energy markets being critical for delivering choice, value and innovation. The main factor of recent energy prices increases here has indeed been the rising cost in wholesale markets. The increasing global demand for gas and the challenges in supply chains have indeed raised the price in both wholesale and retail gas markets, which has resulted in increased cost of electricity generation with associated impacts in the retail electricity market. These recent rises have indeed demonstrated once again our need to move away from our reliance on importing. It is, however, worth highlighting, despite some of the negativity across the Chamber this morning, that Northern Ireland has successfully achieved its 40% renewable targets by 2020, and indeed for the 12-month period from July 20 to June 21, 45.4% of total electricity consumption in Northern Ireland was generated from renewable sources located here, and I think that is a positive point that needs to be highlighted and put on the record. And indeed there has been much work done by this Minister and those who have gone before him on energy, and the Department has worked extensively right across the energy sector with consumers and stakeholders, and I know that work is ongoing through the upcoming energy strategy, which we look forward to. Cost and affordability of energy to businesses and households has been a key matter of concern for some time, and this upcoming strategy is an opportunity to tackle those issues and to ensure fuel poverty is left behind. The strategy also is an opportunity to produce a fair and affordable price for consumers, and as we begin our journey towards net zero carbon emissions by 2050, which is yet again another ambitious target, as the target was for 2020, which was successfully achieved. But affordability is going to be crucial, and ensuring this balance will require a lot of work and dedication. Energy efficiency is another key subject area, and as has been said, the unit of energy with the lowest cost is the one we do not use. The local energy efficiency sector also has the potential to grow significantly over the coming years, providing skills development and real job opportunities, and I think that is something that we could certainly develop, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister on that, and I'm sure it will be a key part of the strategy going forward. It also has the potential to contribute positively to our economic growth as we look forward to our post-COVID recovery. Decarbonisation is yet another key issue for homes and businesses, and it certainly is a future strategic target, and importantly, again, reducing our reliance on oil and natural gas. And I know there is quite a considerable amount of work ongoing from a number of sectors, including from companies such as Phoenix Gas, in terms of potential for heat pumps, geothermal, biofuels, biomass, biogas and hydrogen, which other sectors are actively looking at right across Northern Ireland. All in all, whilst I acknowledge certainly the intention and motivation behind this bill, I do not believe the timing is right for it, and I would certainly share some of the concerns that my colleagues have also previously mentioned. I believe it would be best to wait and see the work of the energy strategy, which has indeed had extensive expert input from right across the sector to ensure we meet our targets going forward and do better. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus níos éireann Pat Catney hon cain sé call Pat Catney.
I want to speak in broad support for what the member from Upper Bann is trying to do with the introduction of this private member's bill. The member is completely correct about the stagnation in the community energy sector, and they need to diversify within the renewable sector. I hope as the bill moves through the process to be able to fully scrutinise how provisions in this bill help achieve its stated goal. It's important to get this right from the start. I don't think I need to mention the failure of the energy schemes in the past, whether that is how incentives were set up or how they seem to work in the real world. But let's just say we don't have the best track record. This isn't just needed so that the scheme has both qualitative and quantitative value, but also because the impact of getting it right can be much wider than just reaching a renewable energy target. Of course, not that getting a renewable energy target isn't important, but it is the scheme. It's pitched right, and in combination with the wider strategy for dealing with energy in a sustainable way, we may have the ability to completely transform how communities acquire energy. My main interest in this is how we can use an all-compromising energy strategy to tackle the devastating levels of fuel poverty, Mr. Speaker, here in Northern Ireland. This is another area where Northern Ireland tops the leaderboard, in an area where you definitely don't want to top the leaderboard. 22% of our population are fuel poor. There is a huge amount of stress and terrible anxiety that comes with fuel poverty. There is a huge amount of preventable health issues that comes with living in cold, damp, mould-ridden properties and homes. We even have an average of just over 900 people every year that lost their lives and are recorded as a ridiculous statistic called excessive winter deaths. How can that be acceptable in 2021? And how many of those anonymously recorded by this ridiculous statistic have lost their lives due to fuel poverty? My apologies for going a little off topic, Mr. Speaker, but I cannot stress enough how important of an impact a properly set up, small-scale green energy strategy could have. One that gives proper incentives without producing the ridiculous situation where people were paid more to produce less. One that invigorates our community energy sector for people to find innovative local solutions to realising affordable renewable energy production, and one that brings our communities out of fuel poverty so that our families do not go cold this winter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I have to make a declaration of interest before I start. In previous roles, I did indeed represent renewable energy companies and indeed grid suppliers and other companies to do as well. And I also, for my sins, I also helped to work on UK energy strategy for some considerable period of time. But unfortunately, I worked on 5 strategies in the space of 5 years, to show that we're not quite where we should have been. And the answer on the 50 kilowatt hours is based on the international definition of microgeneration, which is why the 50 kilowatt hours issue is there as well. As you've already heard from my esteemed colleague, Mr. Nesbitt, we will be supporting moving on to the next stage of this bill. However, there's a significant issue I wish to raise, and I think it might be addressed within Clause 1, and the bill sponsor might consider this. If I digress slightly, he'll be aware that in Denmark in particular, microgeneration is particularly successful. Microgeneration works in Denmark and indeed in other areas of Europe and across the world in places like California when there's a specific responsibility of easy access onto the grid and the capacity of the grid to be able to deal with microgeneration at the 50 kilowatt hour piece. There are significant concerns across all of Northern Ireland about getting any form of grid connection with the monopoly supplier, which is NIE. There are considerable costs virtually to anybody who is considering renewable generation about trying to get onto the grid. One of the most significant issues that has been reported to me, and indeed probably many MLAs, is that if you look at a similar attempt to get onto the grid in Scotland, where indeed the contractor is likely to be from NIE, he is likely to be using supplies taken from the same resources as everywhere else across the country on electrical supplies and switching gear and cabling and all the rest of it, and they work to the same outline planning policy, the costs in Northern Ireland are significantly more. The fact that some people are being requested for a connection charge via NIE in the figures between £120,000 or £130,000. So, Mr. O'Donnell, unless we can answer the question about access to the grid and grid connections, it does not matter how much microgeneration we're able to do or what the tariff is microgeneration. If there is no grid connection, that is not going to be able to move forward. And indeed, if you talk to anybody in the renewable industry in Northern Ireland, that is the standard refrain. When are we going to get equitable connection to the grid? And the importance of the utility regulator and the electricity strategy that I trust will be on its way fairly soon from the Minister. I trust that the question of the monopolistic position of NIE and Sony, or indeed should I say ESB and EirGrid, is actually looked at very closely here in Northern Ireland, because it is anti-competitive, it is monopolistic. And we're in a situation where there are many people in Northern Ireland, and indeed many businesses in Northern Ireland, are seeking to invest in microgeneration. But some of the most innovative companies in Northern Ireland, the small tech companies in Northern Ireland, are investing in microgeneration in Scotland, Wales and England, because there's a very clear policy and strategy to do so, and they're not being charged through the nose through the grid connection. This is something that's significant that we have to deal with, and we have to deal with it soon. Because otherwise, no matter how much we try and incentivise microgeneration and the rest of it, we'll not be able to achieve that. The second thing, Mr O'Dowd, I think we also need to address the question of storage. And we need to be able to incentivise microgenerators to be able to have storage capacity. This is important to provide, to make sure that we're not having peaking problems on the grid. And that means, and I look at Mr Frew here very clearly, because there's some people talk about issues, but unfortunately we want to get down to the technicalities of this. One of the most important things is to improve synchronicity of supply, security of supply, and the ability for the system to be smoothed out effectively. The problem is the more renewables you put on the system, the more instability there's potentially on the supply, so therefore the more amount of base load or intergrid connection that you need to be able to achieve that. And another significant problem we have in Northern Ireland is that even though we're part of the ISEM, we need to be in an all-islands interconnection and distribution system if we're going to do this effectively. If you look at the model of Denmark, the reason why the Danish system works and works effectively is because it's interconnection with a much wider system. And it's not talking about a market of 6 million, it's talking about a market of between 30 and 40 million. Particularly Sweden, Norway, Northern Germany and the Netherlands. So, in fact, we have to also ask a very important question about regulation in Northern Ireland. I'm looking at the Minister here as well. I think this is quite an important piece. Northern Ireland, in many respects, is too small to be able to effectively manage renewables and microgeneration. It has to be done on a sufficient scale that we can maintain the integrity of the grid. Put simply, if the wind's not blowing in the west of Ireland, you can be pretty sure it's blowing in the North Sea. We can be very certain that when the sun is shining in the southeast of England, we'll probably be under some kind of cloud. But we need to be able to have that degree of interconnectivity. And one of the questions we're going to have to ask in the future is is the regulation system in Northern Ireland indeed fit for purpose? Is it ready for the real challenges of the 21st century? Is it ready to be able to deal with the very significant issues that we have going forward? And that is something that has to be addressed with this bill as well. We can't have microgeneration in a stovepipe. It must be interconnected with a smart grid system that is effective enough to be able to deal with the challenges of the peaks and troughs of supply. Or in fact, we're not getting in a situation where microgeneration is doing more than in effect going back into the subsidy mining area. We need to get away from that. We have had years of the impacts of subsidy mining. We have had issues with wind turbines, which in fact have been sort of pushing to no load because there is no market for their energy. There is not a properly integrated system working together. And I don't think that the utility regulator has the capacity to do that. So when we consider this, and this is why I'm supportive of this bill, and I'm very glad Mr O'Dowd's brought this before the House, it is very clear that it raises some very significant issues. It's not just about guaranteeing microgeneration and supply on the grid. It's guaranteeing access to the grid. But it's also about doing something else. It's also about looking at where future technologies are taking us. It's about how, if necessary, we look to the improvement of storage. And indeed, my friend here has talked about electric vehicles. One of the easiest ways for storing renewables is on, of course, electric vehicles. If we have significant numbers of electric vehicles, we can plug ourselves in. But we're not allowed to by NIE. We cannot turn our own cars into battery storage facilities to regenerate onto the grid, because that is stopped by the monopoly supplier. That is an absolutely ludicrous position we're in at the moment, where we have a ready set of technology that's ready there, and we're not doing anything about it. So I would encourage, and I look at my friend here from the chair of the Economy Committee, this is a very important piece of legislation. But there are more aspects of this that we need to link into. May I encourage you specifically to look at grid connection, security of supply, synchronicity, and also look at how we can bring the storage element into it as well. If those things are incorporated into it, and I see the Economy Minister listening here as well, elements of that get within the strategy, and we start seriously thinking about how we regulate the Northern Ireland energy system as we deal with the challenges of the climate emergency, I think we could be in a good place. But thank you very much indeed, Deputy Speaker. And again, Mr O'Dowd, thank you for bringing this to the floor. Thank you.
And I call Paul Frew.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise, I suppose, somewhat disappointed today. When I heard that there was a whiff of a rumour that there was going to be an energy bill come before this House, I got really excited. I got really, really excited. I was looking for it in anticipation to read the content. And I commend the member for bringing forward a bill. I would commend and encourage every member to bring forward private members' bill that's close to their hearts. That's a good thing. It's good for democracy. But when I look at this bill, it leaves me somewhat dismayed at, again, yet another missed opportunity. Because for the second day in a row, I have a Sinn Féin member kicking a can down the road to another place, at another time, for another person, another member and another minister. And it's simply not good enough. It's simply not good enough. Legislation should be powerful, it should be meaningful, it should be doing something. And this bill, I must say, basically just puts an onus on the minister, whoever the minister would be, from whatever party, that there should be some sort of incentive scheme, and the incentive scheme should look like this, roughly like this. And there'll be a suspension clause just in case something goes wrong. There's not much detail in this bill that you could really say that you could support it or not. Everybody in this House will support the generation of renewable energy. What not everybody in this House will know is the cost to households and to businesses. And what do we have to do then is we have to reflect on the past. And whilst we have been very good at generating renewable energy, by goodness, Mr Deputy Speaker, it has cost us. It has cost us. And where does that cost fall? Cost falls on the most vulnerable and on our businesses. That's the only place it can fall. The energy market, the electricity market in Northern Ireland, like most places to be fair, is a very complicated beast. And it's complicated for a reason. A lot of people make a lot of money out of it. But worse than that, because you could take complication, because you can always break down complication, you can always get through it, you can always learn, you can always make your knowledge greater. But what we have here in Northern Ireland is a lack of transparency with regards to system operation that costs us even more. And the worst bit about that is we don't know how much it costs us. And that's a scary proposition, very scary proposition. So, when I thought there was an energy bill going before us, I thought, great, is it on grid connection? Is it on cost of grid? Is it on electric vehicles and the letting down of people who want to purchase? Yeah.
Wait. He raises a very interesting point about grid connection, and of course there was a report by the utility regulators, particularly about Sony, which raised real concerns about the governance of how the major grid connector and part of that system works. Does the member agree with me that, again, one of the things that we should be urgently looking at is this monopolistic position that the NIE and Sony have?
Thank the member for his intervention. I'm sure I will get on to that at some stage in my contribution. But, you know, what could this bill have been? Electric vehicles, incentivising for that. The state of disrepair that are already very young, or very young network of chargers is in. And no one, the company held responsible for maintaining it, do not maintain it, ESB. And that's putting people off going to electric vehicles. Transparency of market systems. My friend just alluded to it there. Transparency of market systems, which costs us so much and is unfairly treating our most vulnerable. And we don't talk about greater powers for the utility regulator. We have a utility regulator that regulates these issues. And after everything I've said around complication and lack of transparency, the utility regulator, through no fault of the office itself, is massively underfunded, massively undercapacitated. It can't cope. It can't cope, especially when you have powerful players in the energy market and the system operation that try to challenge and bully. That's what we face in Northern Ireland. So this bill could have done much more. But I take the point that the member will make, I'm sure, the producer of the bill, presenter of the bill, that this is about a specific thing. And I take that. Granted, that is the case. So let's talk to the specifics then of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I go through it, I am disappointed with regards to the clauses, Clause 1, because what it does is just basically place a requirement on major electricity providers and suppliers to provide an obligatory minimum price tariff for exporting microgenerated renewable power into a grid. Now that one condition there in itself raises a bit of alarm for me, for a number of reasons. Places a requirement on a major electricity provider. You're talking about further regulation. You're talking about an obligatory minimum price tariff. So what that basically does is it skews and adds a layer of regulation between network costs and wholesale costs, really. That's basically what we're talking about, because you're talking about generation and you're talking about suppliers. It convolutes and complicates an already complicated system. You have a utility regulator who hasn't the capacity to regulate what they have to regulate already, through no fault of their own, and yet we're going to add and apply further regulation and incentive and tariffs for exporting microgenerated renewable power into the grid. There are massive differences and parameters in generating power to the grid, even in the renewable world. Domestic and all-powerful companies that generate megawatts after megawatts after megawatts. They're very, very different. They're very, very different. It also puts an onus on the Minister of the Economy to establish a small-scale green energy microgeneration scheme with powers that include setting this minimum price tariff and to alter it depending on relevant economic conditions. So it's basically what this bill is saying is, Minister, you must do this. You must shape it. You must design it. There could well be a reality here that the bill's sponsor won't like the microgeneration scheme which a minister, whoever the minister would be, produces. Where does that leave the bill sponsor? So you could argue that, well, look, the bill sponsor should have added more detail, more of his thought process, stamped more of his authority on his own bill with regards to, because we can all say we want more generation, more renewable generation. We want more people to do it at a more micro level. Absolutely. How do we get there? This bill doesn't tell us how we get there. It just tells us the minister must do something. To provide the minister with the power to determine what providers are eligible for the scheme by setting a minimum threshold for market share. Again, you're starting into the world of regulation where you could end up having an anti-competitive edge or stop or hinder more providers coming in. Northern Ireland currently have 6. So you're either providing pressure and more regulation on a number of those providers, or you're starting to twist and tweak the actual market itself. And that's a place you don't really want to start to dabble with already when we have so many problems within it. Clause 1 also talks about how there should be specifications of a target of 5% micro-generated and renewable power to be sourced by the 1st of January 2025. Again, is that timescale realistic? How far away are we from that target? Does that mean that each provider must have 5%? Or can one provider have less or more? These are questions that I think we need answered. What about demand-side units? Where do they come in? And how does that affect demand-side units, where you incentivise a generation of power, renewable power, but neglect the flip side of that, which is demand-side? So that's a question I would have too. We've also seen in the past when we've had the best intentions and we've produced the ROC scheme, Renewable Obligation Certificates. And we've already talked about it earlier about how that changes and has the potential to create new industries, and not always good industries, whereby the householder could well be disadvantaged. There is no doubt about it that the ROC scheme produced this industry whereby, I call it rent of roof, whereby people come in, say, look, we can install solar panels for you, we'll do it, very low cost to you, no burden on you, we'll just stick them onto your roof. We'll even rent the roof off you, we'll give you money to rent your roof. Those people are in sometimes complicated territory now with regards to the condition of the roof. Do they actually have rights on their own roof? What about when they sell their property? So there's issues here. There's issues here that an incentive scheme, all being good, all well at being for the right reasons, can skew things and create industries that aren't always good for our people. And of course, the ROC payment went straight into the hands of those bigger providers. It didn't go to the domestic property owners. It didn't go to the most vulnerable in society. They went into a big collegiate pot that probably ended up somewhere on the other side of the world. That's the truth of it. So that's issues that we have to be very careful of and mindful of when we are talking about any incentive scheme going forward. What about connection costs? So you've decided that you want to partake of this scheme. You think it's a very good scheme. You think, I want a piece of that. Why not? Why would you not? I know that some people who have participated in some incentive schemes in the past have been treated as if they've been criminal elements, when it's completely unfair and untrue and unwarranted, just because you apply for an incentive scheme. Radio broadcasters play creepy music just because you happen to avail of an incentive scheme. That's not where we want to be. It's not where we should be. In fact, it's completely untrue. But what about connection costs? So you decide you want to install a generator, generation electricity, whether it be solar farm, solar panels, or a wind turbine, single wind turbine, or more, or something else, biomass or whatever. And you then ask for a grid connection. Your current grid doesn't work, as my colleague here has stated earlier. You need an upgrade to your grid. Or in fact, you want to build a completely new outlet somewhere, a new business, and you want to avail of an incentive scheme. You will apply for a grid connection. And if you're out in a green field with no grid near you, you will pay for that whole grid. What happens a year later? A rival company or another neighbour builds a house beside you. They pay for their connection from that new grid, which you paid for. There's something inherently unfair about the way we charge for grid connection. Now, let aside the cost. The cost is astronomical. Set that aside. It's the unfairness of the system, whereby you could have one company come in to Northern Ireland from afar, plant down in a green field and have to pay exorbitant prices. Next year, a rival company selling the same Weir comes in, plunks down in the field beside it, and pays a fraction of the cost. So these are things that are inherently unfair, which we should be tackling, we should be aware of, but yet we're not. But it's the burden on business that gets it every time. And that's something that we could rectify. We could rectify. But the cost of an incentive scheme, the bill sponsor can say all he likes about it going to the electricity providers. The market's set up to fall. The costs fall. They always do. And in this jurisdiction, they fall mostly on business, not necessarily domestic. In the Republic of Ireland, it's the other way about. And if a bill like this was to come in down south in the Republic of Ireland, it could well be that Sinn Féin will actually hurt the most vulnerable domestic families in the domestic setting of families, the most. But here, if the incentive scheme is not correct, not right, and not fair, it will impact on business most, which will impact on jobs. We've seen it in my own constituency. We've lost JTI, we've lost Michelin. And all of those companies cite energy costs as either being the top reason or in the top 5 reason why they left. There's been more. We have to get this right. We haven't been getting it right. This bill doesn't do that. It doesn't get it right. There are so many other issues. The bill sponsor claims, on the basis of comparable renewable schemes, really? And depending on the design of the scheme that the Minister may bring forward, passing the buck there, it is estimated the administrative expenditure associated with the bill's objectives would be less than £1 million per annum. What evidence is there for that claim? What evidence is there? Can I tell you that whenever Amber Rudd of the Conservative Party closed down the NIRO, the rock scheme in GB, a year early from what it was meant to have been closed, and it was a manifesto commitment. I was surprised she did it, actually, but she did it. And Mr Deputy Speaker will know all about this. If we would have kept and continued a Northern Ireland rock in this place in Northern Ireland for that further year, that would have burdened our business and our bill payers in the region of, somewhere in the region of, and this is a wide figure, and I'll tell you why, between 600 million and 900 million over 25 years. I think through mental arithmetic that works out about 24 million a year. That was for keeping a scheme open for 1 year, whereby any applicant that was successful with getting a certificate would have to be paid for 25 years. Now that burden fell exclusively onto the bill payer. This one did, and I take that. But in the energy world, cost falls, and cost falls onto the bill payer. It's inevitable. It has to happen. It's as natural as the law of physics itself. So there is grave dangers here with any incentive scheme that tries to incentivize something that we've been very successful in doing up to this point. So the principal question that has to be asked is why and where's the need, before you would even consider any other questions around incentive scheme. What costs will there be? I know the bill sponsor talks about administrative costs, and I want to know what administrative cost means. Is that an administrative cost on the department? Is that an administrative cost on the regulator? Is that an administrative cost on any other body, whether it be Sony, Airgrid, NIE, Power NI, or any of the other providers? Where does that £1 million per annum fall? But what about the costs of any network reinforcements that would be required if this scheme was highly successful? Who pays for that? Because what we have at the minute is a price review mechanism that involves heavily the transmission and the network grids along with the utility regulator, and they basically barter out a price and a forward work programme. How would this skew the forward work programme whenever you've set a target, when the bill sponsor set a target for 2025 and then moves on from there? These are all serious questions that need to be asked about this bill. Costs will inevitably fall to the bill payer. And I've already talked about the differences in tariff between the two elements of the single electricity market, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and how those two jurisdictions have different network charges and costs and frameworks. We charge our businesses more heavily. The Republic of Ireland subsidises basically their business with their domestic customers. Germany does it too, by the way, and strictly speaking, it's meant to be illegal. And they're lined up, queuing up to go to the European Court. They'll never see the inside of the court. So there is massive issues here around all of this. What about the current price controls already in place? Well, that's skewed, both network and transmission. How will the scheme work with provider switching? And does it add a layer of bureaucracy that will disincentivize domestic customers switching provider? That's something that we should worry about, because we need more switching in the retail market. And that's not happening. And when it doesn't happen, then people pay more for their electricity. And whilst it is a good thing that we've got and met targets with regards to renewable energy, it's costing us, as I've already said, but it's also causing the system to be fragile. There's nobody in this room, surely, doesn't realise the perilous position the ISEM is in over the last 3 weeks when the wind stopped blowing. And we are in a more precarious position than most of Europe. Why? Because one, we're small, but two, because our mix is not appropriate for alerts like this. I will give way.
It's also important that the member recognises, and I'm sure many members in this Assembly will recognise, the importance of the interconnectors. And indeed, one of the reasons why the lights on the island have remained on is the interconnector between Wales and the Irish Republic. And I'm sure the member would also welcome the fact on the 1st of October a new interconnector is being introduced from Norway directly into the GB market as well, which just shows the vital importance of an all-islands approach to energy security.
Yes, I would agree with that with regards to interconnection. And interconnection is a good thing. It costs, and there'll be an upfront cost, but it's a good thing because it adds flexibility to a system that's quite rigid with regards to island nations. Ireland being an island, GB being an island, and in Europe, and of course Scandinavia. And these are all good things, and interconnection is good. But bear in mind this: if your energy mix is not appropriate on your land, then interconnection will cost. And you would be frightened, the consumers would be frightened to know how much EirGrid have actually paid the GB market over the last 3 weeks for their energy, whenever EirGrid have not got their mix right here in the ISEM. And that's costing us all. Where does that cost come? It's not EirGrid paying the GB market. That is us. That is the bill payer paying for that energy. Ultimately, that's how it falls. We pay for that. And whilst our energy has increased because of gas prices, and that's part of the mix problem here in Northern Ireland, and in fact the island of Ireland, because we really, today, practically, we really only have air and gas. Gas and air. That's basically our mix. So we need to think outside of the box. Does this bill do it? Unfortunately, it doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't. But it might. If this goes into the committee stage, it might. It might be able to be repaired, fixed, and amended to a point whereby it actually does something meaningful. Because at the minute, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything meaningful. But all of this adds regulation. All of this adds cost. And I would also plead with this House to consider additional powers and support for the utility regulator, who are being hammered. The office is being hammered at the present time by the system operator, EirGrid, around governance. And we need proper governance of our markets if we're ever going to get through this. We need transparency, and we need Sony to look after Northern Ireland consumers. And that's something they have failed to do time and again for many years now. I've had enough of it. And to be fair, so has the utility regulator. And that's why they have published a report into their investigation findings of the governance of Sony and the ownership of EirGrid. And I hope that that will move apace very, very soon, so that Northern Ireland consumers can get a system operator that they deserve. Thank you very much.
I call John Blair.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I will, following the comments of my colleague Stuart Dixon earlier, which were focused mainly on economic themes, concentrate myself on the environmental aspects of the bill and indeed the debate. Can I say, Deputy Speaker, that to tackle the climate emergency and protect our environment for ourselves and for future generations, we must leave the old ways of producing electricity behind. Northern Ireland has the potential and the resources for a clean energy future, and I, along with Alliance colleagues, welcome the progress made in unlocking this potential. The operator of Northern Ireland's electricity transmission system, Sony, has said investment in the hundreds of millions of pounds is required to cope with increased demand for electricity as we move to decarbonise the economy with the electrification of heat and transport and strive to meet net zero emissions targets. In order to reach the current target of at least 70% clean electricity by 2030, the grid will require unprecedented change. In fact, it is projected that the amount of renewable generation connected to the grid will need to double in the next 9 years to meet this target. Though, Deputy Speaker, we have a long way to go. Northern Ireland has had notable success in recent years, and it was referenced earlier, in renewable generation, surpassing by a considerable margin its 40% renewables target for 2020, setting up community energy initiatives and supporting innovative generation research projects. But we can and we must go further. Northern Ireland can be an ambitious world leader in energy efficiency and clean net zero technologies. The small-scheme green energy bill moves us towards this goal. The bill incentivises microgeneration technologies such as rooftop solar panels and small-scale wind turbines and boosts the microgeneration of renewable energy. The bill also places a legal requirement on major electricity providers to pay a statutory minimum price for the electricity they purchase from private homes, farms and also from the community schemes, helping us tackle the climate emergency and improve people's living standards, hopefully, across Northern Ireland. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the ambitions of the bill and support its progression through the Assembly, and I am sure its proposer will take on board some of the comments made today.
I call Roy Beggs.
I too would like to indicate my support in principle for the small-scale green energy bill progressing to the committee stage for further investigation. It does merit further investigation. We do need to encourage further diversification in terms of renewable energy and to encourage the take-up of new technologies to minimise long-term costs to the public and also to protect the environment. I would pose a question before we all should consider encouraging any additional energy generation. Are our homes and businesses sufficiently insulated to begin with? So it might be actually worthwhile taking that on board, of whether any new grant should actually be looking at that aspect as well. Because if there's not, it's pointless spending money generating electricity, and it's not good for the environment or the user having to pay for it in the long term. Why do we need to generate our energy supply? We are over-reliant on gas. And just look at the present time, with moving increasingly towards gas as our source of electricity. EP Colruyt, current model, will be closing, and new peaker units will be installed over the next few years, which again will be reliant on gas. So Northern Ireland's electricity, as has been said by other members, is becoming increasingly reliant on gas and wind. Those are the two principal generators that we are utilising. So I am saying we do need to be careful we don't become over-reliant on that. We also have to recognise that in any scheme, it may not have a public purse going up front or NAROCs being paid for. But ultimately, if we create a legal requirement to purchase something, there will be a cost implication. And if those who are coming forward with small generating units, there may be a limited number, we don't know, but if they have ridiculous grid connection costs, guess what? We will have to pay for that, because those will be the best options available to those supplying at that time. So we need to make sure that we do everything efficiently and have cognizance that ultimately our electricity users, our homeowners and our businesses will be paying for it. We do not want to create a situation where our businesses are not competitive, nor do we want to drive up the price of domestic electricity, where those in fuel poverty will suffer the most. So we need to take great care in all of this. We need to take care, because the consumer will be paying. Renewable energy has been badly served in Northern Ireland with previous schemes. I'm thinking of the RHI scheme, which was to be environmentally friendly, but turned into ash for cash, where some actually wasted energy and created emissions to profit. And largely because of the inability to adjust the grant tariff. There was huge public costs. They were racked up and exploited by some. I would also point members to last week's Public Accounts Committee report into renewable energy, which again highlighted the absence of digression in the scheme being a key flaw. The scheme was then stopped, and the commitments which were given by the then Deputy Minister were not honoured. So in any scheme, it must be designed that we can renew public confidence, because public confidence in renewable energy schemes have been dented. And instead of evolving the scheme into something appropriate, all support was cut off, and that has actually stymied renewable energy generation within Northern Ireland. Currently, approximately 50% of Northern Ireland's electricity is generated by renewable energy. And then when you look at that, some 85.4%, according to the Northern Ireland Audit Office report, was generated from onshore wind. So that's why we are heavily reliant on wind. Now, I understand that wind is currently probably the most cost-effective method of generating renewable energy. In the past, the market had been driven by the ROCs, or the NIROCs subsidy. But today, even without that subsidy, I'm aware of several large-scale planning applications where the business case stacks up on their own. So there still is more wind generation being planned, and there is likely to be in the future. So whilst wind energy is a very clean renewable energy, one factor that also needs to be taken into consideration is over-reliance on it. So why do I say that? We all, as Mr. Frew had indicated, we create potentially an unstable grid if we're over-reliant on any particular aspect of energy generation. And wind in particular is vulnerable to weather. Peak demand each winter is actually on the cold, frosty, calm day when there is no wind. So we are actually creating a situation where we must have a backup supply, an additional cost for a second supply for the entirety of generation that we may be relying on wind. So it's important that we consider the aspect of, do we or should we be encouraging further wind renewable energy through public grant, or are we already over-reliant on it? So it's something that may need to be looked into. So what is the best economic model in terms of wind generation? Because when you encourage wind, you also have to pay for the peaker units, the very expensive units that can be pulled in quickly. And at present, that will require using gas for such a situation. So it's not just the cost of encouraging. Yes, it certainly will.
I mean, it raises a very valid point, and that is with regards to the actual mixture of gas and wind, whereby if the wind's blowing, everything's fine, but when the wind stops blowing, and if it's intermittent, which is even worse, it's very hard to crank up a gas unit, even a peaker unit. And even if you do you achieve it in good time, fast time, it actually has a massive impact on the life of the unit.
The member is quite correct. Peaker units, if they're turned on and off, it adds wear to them. Also, actually, they're not very environmentally friendly because they're not the most efficient method of generating electricity. They're the cheapest way of getting power quickly. But we need to understand the full mix of the supply, and that's why I am saying we need to look very carefully at whether we want to pay for encouraging additional wind, whether it is small scale or it is large scale. That's an area we need to be careful with. I would also draw members and the committee, because I will be supporting this bill going forward, call the member in the committee to the recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report into generating electricity for renewable energy, and indeed last week's Public Accounts Committee report into it, where we have indicated some of the lessons that can be learned from mistakes in the past. And I would draw members to recommendations 1 and 2, where there's a need to identify potential environmental or planning aspects to any policy, and the need for more formal arrangements and agreements with other related public bodies. That was one of the failures of the past renewable energy schemes that were here. I'd also highlight recommendation number 3, where it highlights the issue of the department's skilled gap. One of the issues that has come out of previous schemes is that the department were over-reliant on private sector consultants, experts outside, and an inability to assess what was coming to them and develop appropriate policy. So my question is, does the department have the capability to develop further such schemes? That's a fundamental question that must be answered from the outset before we require the department to do that. Also, recommendation number 5, and this issue arose over, I dare say there was a dispute over just how profitable renewable energy generation had been. And some were saying excessive profits were being made, and that was being countered. But the question is, why do we not build into any scheme a need for confidential information to be passed back to the department so that there is transparency with the department in terms of the level of profits that are being made? There's no point the department to continuing to pay excessive profits if those profits are not actually needed to encourage a scheme. Another aspect of learning that we need to take for the past is how setting a capacity tariff and the level of grant varying with that can direct what actually is delivered on the ground. In Northern Ireland, the maximum ROC was up to 250 kilowatt, where they got 4 ROCs. And that is why we have turbines up to that size dotted completely around our countryside. That was the maximum grant. The grant was driving the system, not the site, not the efficiency of the wind turbine. It was the grant was driving the system, and some 1,209 turbines at that stage were driven by that grant, as opposed to, I think it's only 20 in the 250 to 5 megawatt size and 53 in greater than 5 megawatt. So we need to make sure we actually build a system that is environmentally friendly. We have the strange phenomenon today of some of those turbines being taken down and being replaced by derated larger turbines because even more money can be made, even though it's questionable why those turbines even had to be taken down in the first place. So the scheme is being maxed by the operators, which is perfectly reasonable for them to try to do. But we really should not be designing a scheme which will allow excessive profits, and there should be mechanisms in it to stop it, to ensure that the public interest is looked after. Similarly, in terms of anaerobic digesters, there were similar issues there. So lessons must be learnt from the past. So I put in lots of caveats, but I still say there is potential for looking at. When we suddenly stopped our support for renewable energy of any sort, we've stymied development and demand, and I believe there may well be a need to encourage that once more, particularly in diversification. I am questioning whether we need to have wind there, much as many may benefit from it, but I'm looking at the overall cost, the stability of our grid, and the cost to electricity users. But I think there may well be merit in looking at hydroelectric, solar, biofuel, and combined heat and power, which is an area which has not been heavily looked at. So there may well be merit of looking at the scheme, but we must do it sensitively and ensure that excess profits are not generated. Thank you.
I can call the next member. That'll be Claire Bailey. But Claire, in advance, my apologies if I have to interrupt you for the business to be stopped for the meeting at the Business Committee, of the Assembly Business Committee. So that'll be at 1 o'clock. So okay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have seriously cut down my speaker notes just on that one, so I'll not be saying everything that I wanted to say. But of course, most of us know that we are in a climate emergency in Northern Ireland, and our push to achieve net zero. The energy sector will be able to move far and move fast, and of course, renewable energy will be key to achieving this. So the Green Party will support the key policy objectives of this bill to make micro-generation even more affordable and incentivise the growth of micro-renewable energy generation at the household and community levels. So therefore, supporting at this stage, and want to see it progress for further scrutiny at the committee stage. But I do have to admit to Mr O'Dowd that I haven't given as much time and attention to the detail of this bill as I would have preferred at this stage. So I do hope that my contribution will be of some use to you as the sponsor, because we do have some concerns with the detail of the bill, as others have pointed out as well. And it's mainly really with the potential for abuse of the scheme and the potential for adverse impacts on nature, the potential aspects for the scheme to negatively impact on low-income households. And of course, RHI should have taught us so much. We've also been reminded by Mr Frew that the Rent-a-Roof solar scheme that operated here, and also Mr Briggs has made reference to the anaerobic digester schemes, and we also have those continued schemes happening here. You know, the financial incentive for anaerobic digestion has caused widespread environmental harm, continues to. And obviously then in Northern Ireland, we again set subsidies at a rate that was far higher than those set in GB. So what we've done is incentivise the likes of venture capitalists from London to come over and build many of these polluting AD plants. So we need to really keep an eye on that, because the impacts of those are causing destruction to our habitats, to our waterways, and obviously damage to public health as well. Certainly.
No, except that if an anaerobic digester is properly installed with all the planning and environmental regulations in place, that they actually can contribute to renewable energy safely. And I would ask her to be careful in what she says. She seems to be damning all anaerobic electricity generation where it does have potential.
Thank the member for that, and I think you're really getting into the planning system there, and we're going to go into that one. But more than happy to have spent a long time looking at the AD plants and the pollution and the ammonia emitting projects. Be happy to show you a picture of the ammonia map that we have produced for Northern Ireland. So I think we have a lot to do. So while there's a theory, we are not good at the practice, and that's the alarm bells need to be ringing, really. And it's for those reasons that the safeguards should be included in this bill. And that's to ensure that a maximum threshold as well as a minimum threshold is set for tariffs, to ensure that a minister cannot inadvertently incentivise harmful practice through the setting of disproportionately high tariffs. but would also like to see limits created on the amount of microgenerators that can be placed within one household, business or farm, so that gaming of the system does not result in unintended outcomes of the scheme. Clause 1.6 should include the need for strict, robust environmental impact assessments on any small-scale green energy schemes in order to ensure that renewable technologies are not increasing the threat to nature and biodiversity. And this technology must be deployed in the right places and in harmony with nature. So the Green Party would also have concerns about the types of technology that are included under the term renewable in Clause 1, Section 5. Certain types of electricity generation that may fall under these categories, including AD and the combined heat and power, which is explicitly mentioned, would not be suited to a scheme like this. And we know that there is a similar scheme being developed in the south, but this scheme is not as broad in the types of energy generation that it covers, excluding, for example, energy created from biofuel. And the primary purpose of domestic generation or microgeneration should be for electricity users to meet their own need for power. So again, there should be a maximum threshold for tariffs paid to micro-producers. Otherwise, we could be seeing lower income households effectively subsidising wealthier households that can afford to install microgenerators. But finally, we believe that the bill could really be enhanced by adding some points, for example, referencing the need to achieve net zero in Northern Ireland. Additional environmental safeguards, as we know that the planning system is not well equipped to deal with these issues, and that many of these microgenerators may not require planning permission. And perhaps removing the inclusion of energy from sources that are not environmentally friendly, entirely renewable, or that cause harm to nature and biodiversity. But of course, this is a narrowly focused private members' bill, as it's a targeted purpose, so this is not going to address all things for all people or all our energy woes, and I think that we all need to be mindful of that. But yes, we do support the bill in its principle at this stage and would like to see it proceed for further scrutiny at committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today, so I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be question time. This debate will resume after the urgent oral question, when the next member to be called will be the Minister. Thank you.
Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Order members, the sitting is resumed and it's time now for questions to the Minister for Health. And can I advise members that question number 4 and 5 have been withdrawn? I call Caoimhe Archibald.
Gerry Carroll, last can call you Kest ever Hain Hall. Question 1, please.
I thank the member for a question. Provisional absence figures for the period April to August 2021 would suggest that the total absence rates across the HSC are higher this year when compared to the same period in recent years. There are a wide range of reasons, but members will not be surprised to learn that the available data points to mental health as the primary reason for sickness absence in the HSC. Just over 1/3 of hours lost to sick absence is recorded against the mental health category. Whilst mental health is a recognised issue within the population generally, this has been exacerbated by the pandemic, and this is not unexpected due to the nature of HSC work, the physical and emotional demands of the job. I must, as I've repeatedly done so, acknowledge the selflessness, commitment and compassion that our staff have shown throughout this past year. However, I am aware that such commitment and compassion during a challenge period in our history has not come without a cost. HSC staff, first and foremost, are people, and I fully appreciate the challenges associated with the exposure to trauma in the day-to-day work of our health and social care professionals. I also acknowledge their skills developed over long careers with peer support and the mentoring of junior staff as key factors in promoting and maintaining workforce well-being. I remain committed to developing and enhancing psychological and well-being supports for staff and to working alongside the Regional Workforce Wellbeing Network in this aim. However, without sustained long-term investment in workforce growth, safe staffing will not be attainable, and the optimum workforce model as envisaged in the workforce strategy will not be achieved.
I call Caoimhe Archibald for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for his response, and I would associate myself with his comments in relation to the commitment and dedication of staff, and also agree with him in relation to the impact, obviously, that the pandemic is having. Minister, we are seeing alarming levels of patients waiting for long periods of time in emergency departments across the north. What interventions has your department put in place to help staff to cope and to reduce waiting times for patients?
And again, I thank the member for her point, and she asked two questions there. In regards for the waiting time in regards to patients going into our EDs, we have the no more silos approach. So we have phone first, triaging, and the other aspects that are working there to try to alleviate that pain and pressure that we're currently seeing in our EDs. The member will be, I'm sure, aware that I was joined by the First and Deputy First Minister when we visited the Royal ED last week to see the pressures that are there as well. And the strain and the pressure that is on those staff is also immense, because they're the front line of everybody who is coming forward. The main stress that they are reporting, and it's the same across a number of EDs, is the actual number of beds they're having to manage. So they're near enough managing a ward within the emergency department before they can get patients moved through. So that puts incredible pressure not just on the beds but also on the staff as they try to deal with and triage with emergencies going through that. There are a number of psychological supports across the trust that are across the trust and across the region that are available to all staff, and I would encourage them to make best use of those.
I call Ciara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, we understand the significant pressures that nurses have faced, I suppose, in the last 2 years now, and we welcome any steps to support their mental health. But can I ask the Minister for an update on what strategies his department have in place to improve retention of nurses within our health service? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for that. The member may be aware that I announced last week, in working with the Chief Nursing Officer, a specific task force actually to look at nursing retention in our nursing and midwifery working group, because that is a specific target set, a specific skill set that we do not just need to recruit but also retain. Up until that point, recruitment and retention had been looked at as one strategy, but I asked the Chief Nursing Officer, in conjunction with our trade unions as well, to look at what can be done to retain our nurses in that workforce, taking into consideration the pressures they are under, the supports that they need, but also recognising the vital part that they are to our health and social care workforce.
I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can the Minister provide an update on the £15 million he allocated to trusts earlier this year to support healthcare workers across Northern Ireland?
Again, I thank the member. As he states, I did provide £15 million of additional funding split evenly between the 5 main trusts, and that was to be used to provide support for our HSC staff. As our HSC retains a number of separate and distinct charitable funds across the health estate, and it actually covers a multitude of themes and locations. These funds in themselves are an important role in providing services, training and support that cannot be ordinarily funded using public funding, and have made a very significant contribution to the healthcare in Northern Ireland. They have contributed to the health sector for a number of years, actually relying on the general public's goodwill alone. So in order to supplement the work of these funds going forward and to further support staff as we move out of the pandemic, I therefore seen a distribution to be split evenly between the 5 main trusts to be used specifically to provide support to staff. Because, as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a major impact on all corners of life, on all ages and on all professions, but none more so than our health and social care workers in the context of the major pressures that are remaining across our HSE system and significant workforce pressures. So adequately supporting those workers is more important than ever before, and that's why I utilised that 15 million across all 5 trusts split evenly.
Moving on, I call Sinead Ennis.
Question 2, please.
Again, I thank the member, and this is an issue that has been raised within this Parliament and also the Pensioners Parliament as well. In June 2021, I announced that the Public Health Agency had been tasked with a review of adult centres, short breaks and transport. The aim of this review is to identify a safe pathway to restoring services to pre-pandemic levels. So a multi-agency task force was established to convene key stakeholders from health trusts, the Health and Social Care Board, PHA and the Department. Aligned to this, the Patient Client Council established an engagement panel with families of people with learning disabilities to ensure that the voices of carers informed the guided pathway to restore services. A number of carers were invited to join the task force to ensure that their views were considered equally to those of practitioners and policy makers. So a significant exercise has been undertaken to assess the current level of service provision, the implementation of infection and prevention control guidance, vaccination uptake, routine testing of participation, and ultimately the risk associated with the increased service provision. Additionally, the Patient Client Council conducted a survey of approximately 100 families to understand views towards the restoration of services. Families are clear that they seek a full restoration of adult centres, short breaks and transports, but underpinned by good infection control practice, high levels of vaccination and routine staff and client testing. And I very much want to see full restoration of respite services to give those carers a much-needed break. The review has entered its final stage and is due to submit a final report in the coming days for departmental consideration.
I call Sinead Ennis.
I thank the Minister for his response, and I'm glad to see him reiterate his commitment to the restoration of full access to services, because, Minister, I've been dealing with a number of families across Southdown, families and carers who've been struggling since the start of the pandemic, and they're still struggling today without the restoration of those full respite and adult daycare services. So I know you've said that it's expected to report within the next few days. I wonder, will the Minister use this as an opportunity to ensure that how best he can expand those services to make sure that there definitely is a return to full access and full-time access to those respite and adult daycare services?
No, and I thank the member for that point, because I'm acutely aware that the reduced provision of adult daycare and short breaks has placed that significant burden on our carers over the past 18 months. And I would like to extend my gratitude to families for the role they have played in keeping their loved ones safe and responding to the emerging needs that have arose from the pandemic. I'm aware that trusts are at varying levels of service provision, reflective of the availability of physical space and the use of independent sector contracts. My Chief Social Work Officer tasks trusts to review those rebuilding plans with a review of replicating effective practice across all the trust areas. So our health trusts are also exploring a range of options to further increase the level and the range of services provided, and that includes the increased use of day opportunities to also provide a meaningful outlet for people with disabilities.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Speaker, as a former daycare manager, it is not always about respite services. Of course, it's about rehabilitation and improving the quality of life and opportunities for those who attend. But, Minister, you did refer to different trusts have different standards, if you like, in terms of the restoration of services. I wonder, could you seek to ensure that there's not a postcode lottery for both clients and indeed their families, and that I know that the Southern Trust had a review out, and there was some concern that actually that would have led to a reduction of service provision, but post-COVID surely the demand will be much greater, and how's that being taken account of?
Can I remind members to be succinct with their question? Minister.
I thank the member for her statement. But in regards to the point, and it is a point that is well made, and she's often heard me from this place saying that I want to see a regional service, not that postcode provision. So part of this work and review of the provision of our daycare services isn't just about rebuilding what we had, but seeing what more we can do and making sure it is consistent across all our trusts. And that's why my Chief Social Work Officer has made sure that those other bodies are engaged from our health trusts, the Health and Social Care Board, the Public Health Agency, the Department, but also those users as well, which includes family members and stakeholders that actually use the services as well, so they've got an input into how this review and actually what it comes out, rather than just being an exercise of starting or finishing off where we started, rather than taking this opportunity actually to improve that provision.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Can the Minister provide any clarity on the level of vaccination uptake in the service users and the staff in such facilities?
I thank the member for her point, because I know that is something that was actually raised by a member in here, I think last week or the week before. The PHA has undertaken a review of vaccination uptake in adult centres, short breaks on transport, and I'm pleased to report that there has been a high level of vaccination across service users and staff, which provides a strong platform to further increase service provision. Options are in development to introduce routine testing for service users, and that will further mitigate COVID-19 risk and actually increase service provision. This will also complement the existing routine testing programme for health and social care staff, because families have expressed concerns over potential service user testing, which are being further explored. But recognising that some individuals may be unable to avail of the vaccination or be able to participate in testing, I can confirm that no one will be denied a health and social care service as a result.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister. When we think about respite care services, can you recognise the exhaustion that families and others who care every day are in because those services are not available or are so limited? Minister, when you say review, we hear review from you on many occasions, but when will this review turn into action?
I thank the member, and when he does hear review from me many times, it is because there is work ongoing and delivery being done, and the member will know that in regards to what has been delivered over the past 18 months from my department and the people working across the health and social care sector. In regards to review of the current provision that we have, often what is asked in here, what is asked of me, is what engagement there has been with the stakeholders. So in regards to this review, I made it clear, and again I engaged the Patient Client Council, and they set up an engagement panel of 20 carers. That was established and has met 5 times since the beginning of August in regards to the review of the provision of what we can bring back and how we'll bring it back. And additionally, the Patient Client Council actually conducted an online survey throughout the month of August to provide families with the opportunity to shape the restoration of our services. So carers have responded positively to the draft framework, although they have raised some concerns, and that's some concerns and proposals to introduce service user testing, which will require further consideration. So my departmental officials have been assured that the framework will be submitted for my consideration shortly to do that, but it's making sure that that service that comes back actually meets the needs of the people that's using it, rather than something that either departmental officials, trust officials or PHA thinks meets the specification that they think it should.
Moving on, I call Philip McGuigan.
Ever a tree, question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, with your indulgence, I'll join question 3 with question 13, and if I could ask for additional time. Members will be aware in January announced a special recognition payment of £500 will be made to Northern Ireland's health and social care workers. Payment to the statutory sector employees commenced in July. An additional letter was issued to care home, domiciliary care and supported living providers in May, advising that work on eligibility and the mechanisms for processing payment was ongoing and that further information would be provided. A further letter has been issued in August providing an update. Work to deliver this payment to staff in the independent sector has proven to be complex and challenging. Unlike the statutory sector payments, whereby my officials were working with a small number of employers, the independent sector has a larger number employer base. In addition, workers within the independent sector are much more transient than the statutory sector, and developing a set of standardised eligibility criteria has proven more challenging. Likewise, the development of a payment mechanism, particularly in circumstances where an employee has moved between providers or has moved out of the sector completely, has proven problematic. My officials continue to engage with the trade unions and the representatives of employers to develop a workable payment process. Whilst this has taken longer than for staff working in the Health and Social Care Trust, that does not reflect any difference in value of the work done. I am not, however, able to be definite about a timescale for delivery of these payments, nor do I want to provide an artificial expectation by being pushed into providing an exact date of these payments. But what I can assure members, and more importantly, those working in the sector, is that my officials are actively engaging in trying to resolve these outstanding issues without any further undue delay. Officials have in recent days had further detailed discussions with trusts, the Health and Social Care Board and the Business Services Organisation about the next steps in progressing this payment. Meetings will continue on a weekly basis to ensure that these issues are resolved, because I remain personally committed to ensuring the recognition payment will be paid to the independent sector staff as soon as is practicable.
I call Philip McGuigan for supplementary.
And Minister, you used the word challenging a number of times in your initial response, and I accept that, but I mean, you also need to accept that it's been over 8 months since the COVID recognition payment was announced, and many staff, particularly in the independent sector, are currently in a state of limbo. I mean, I, like probably every other MLA in this House, is receiving a message daily asking for an update on this. You said you can provide a date. I think that's
Can we have a
disappointing.
question, please?
I would like you here today to provide clarity that the independent sector will receive this payment and a date and time scale for that payment.
And again, I thank the member, and I can assure him I received those emails as well, because it was me made the commitment. I have the money there, my dedication is there, and also that of my officials. I'm not able to provide a date or time as much as I would like to, but I can assure the member that, as I said, the trusts, the Health and Social Care Board and the Business Service Organisations are now meeting weekly to ensure that these issues are resolved, and we continue to engage with the employers and also trade unions and those who are represented by trade unions in the sector to make sure that we can get this payment rolled out as effectively and as efficiently and as soon as is possible.
I call Diane Dawes for supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? I think, like most people and those who work in the independent sector, will be disappointed by what the Minister has to say today. I spoke to the Finance Minister in this House yesterday, and he said that there was an indication that the payment should go out this autumn.
Can we have a question, please? This is question time.
Sorry,
question, please.
Is this correct? And if it is not correct, what does this say about the value we place on these workers who perform a crucial job?
And I thank the member, because when I first brought this issue to the executive, she was one of the supporting ministers, not just to ensure that the money was there, but the additional monies were there so that the national insurance wasn't taken out as well. It doesn't and it shouldn't take away from the value that we place on those in the independent sector. As I said, it is proven more problematic than simply paying those who work in our Health and Social Care Trust because of the small number of employers. The dedication is there, the commitment is there, and as the member knows, the money is there to make these payments. It's just how we get the process to make sure that it is auditable, it is accountable, because after all, it still is public money that we are accountable for.
I call Gerry Carroll.
Minister, I'd like to ask your view on those workers not directly employed by the Trust of the Department but who provided essential health work during the pandemic. One of the groups, BFAST, delivered medical equipment across our communities. I think you met them during the pandemic as well. Minister, are these workers deserving of a special recognition payment, and what steps have been taken to ensure that they get one? Thank you.
I thank the member. In regards to the eligibility criteria that was set out, to be entitled to receive the payment, staff must have worked in an organisation registered with the RQIA and hold a contract with the Health and Social Care Trust or the Health and Social Care Board for the provision of adult social care or a children's residential care service. But in addition, staff working in an organisation with a contract with the Health and Social Care Trust for providing day opportunities will also be eligible, and staff who have worked at least 1 month's continuous service between the 17th of March and the 31st of July. Staff employed on a part-time basis will receive a pro rata payment, but if the member wants to send me the exact details of the organisation and the individuals, I'll get back to him with clarity on that.
I call Colin McGrath.
And can I welcome what the Minister has said today, and I'm sure those words will be of comfort to people in the independent sector that the payments will come. It will just be about when. But given the number of members that have spoken about this today, would the Minister undertake to write to members to detail what will be happening? Because often in the independent sector they aren't part of unions, they aren't getting the information, and that's why they're coming to MLAs. But if there was a standardised letter from the Minister that we could distribute to our constituents, that would give them great comfort.
I thank the member for his point, and I think I've answered many questions in regards to the frequently asked questions and answers that we have on the departmental website. As our weekly meetings progress and as we get more movement, those frequently answered questions are updated. But, Mr. Speaker, I think just to place on record that the independent sector is valuable. This payment is for what it should be, and that's in recognition of the workforce that we have there. To date, of the health and social care workforce, we've paid or made payments to over 83,000 people, to a total of £55.463 million have been paid to workers within the HSE system. As I say, that was a complicated process, but it was simpler than what we have to do in the independent sector as well. But the dedication there, the commitments there, and the support is there for those workers, so they are acknowledged as well.
And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. My question is in relation to the removal of the free car parking for the health and social care staff who are based in some of our hospitals. Minister,
can I remind the member that she is straying from the original question?
I'll be brief. Minister, are you satisfied that the trusts have explored everything they can to raise that revenue in other ways so that these charges
don't have to be... The Minister may or may not wish to answer the question.
Don't have to be reintroduced.
Minister.
Thank you.
I thank the member for her point. Although not connected, she will be aware that we did supplement car parking charges for a considerable period of time. Not every trust applies the same criteria or charging facility or charging mechanism across Northern Ireland, but I am aware that those trusts who have reintroduced some level of charging to their staff are trying to put in provisions for park and ride and put in place alternatives rather than simply look to fundraising the gap that's there. Part of the challenge that we've had, and I've had conversation with trusts, is regard to the lack of parking facilities on some of our hospital sites. So where we've used those parking facilities for staff and we're able to support them through that, it negates then the number of parking spaces that are available then for either patients, those coming in for day procedures, or those coming in to visit as well, which leads to some of the long queues and actually some missed appointments because people are waiting so long in a car parking space that they don't get in to get their procedure that they've actually been attending hospital for.
Moving on, I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question 6.
I thank the member for his question, and I'll join question 6 and question 10 together. And again, if I can ask for additional time. I recognise how important it is that people can access GP services when they need to do so. I want to stress again that GP practices are open and will continue to provide both face-to-face appointments and alternative consultation options for patients as appropriate. Even prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, primary care services were coming under increased pressure. Figures in 2019 indicated patient contacts were almost 15 million per year, and that was up from an estimated 12.7 in 2014. At the same time, GP workforce, as measured in whole-time equivalents, has decreased by 8%. The pandemic has accelerated a trend that was already underway to make greater use of technology to help manage the increasing demand in primary care. General practice telephone first consultation allows patients to seek timely medical advice from their GP. The GP decides how best to meet the need of the patient. Where a face-to-face appointment is appropriate, that will then be arranged. This approach has enabled GPs to appropriately manage, treat and support a greater number of people than would otherwise have been the case. Recent figures indicate that currently approximately 147,000 GP and practice nurse consultations are taking place on a weekly basis. Feedback from GPs indicate that many patients are presenting with more complex needs, particularly those who have a chronic disease, making it more difficult for them to see all the patients that they would wish to. I'm aware that some patients are experiencing difficulty in accessing their GP by telephone, and I understand their frustration where this is the case, and I also share the concerns that this causes. Work is underway on a number of fronts to help improve access to primary care services for patients. My department has invested £1.7 million to upgrade GP telephony services and to improve telephone access. Further urgent work is progressing with GPs and the Health and Social Care Board to explore how telephony can be better used to support the service. Consideration is also being given to ways to better deal with routine requests such as repeat prescriptions actually to release capacity. At the same time, work is well advanced on a review of GP trainee places to make sure we have enough GPs to meet our primary care needs in the future. It is anticipated that this will be completed in the autumn as well. This work that is already underway is part of a wider programme of work to help improve patient access to services in primary care, and that includes the wider rollout of primary care MDTs and work to reform the out-of-hours service. Finally, I would reiterate that if people have symptoms or an unexplained illness or have any reason to be concerned, they should in the first instance contact their GP, who will be able to provide advice. GPs want anyone who has a health concern to feel reassured that they will be able to get an appointment and see a GP if necessary.
I call Morris Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that very detailed answer. But, Minister, it would be wrong to label all GP practices generally, as there are some excellent, as you have said, operating exceptionally well during this pandemic, but there are some who are not. What additional stress is the lack of GP surgery appointment availability having on our NHS? And what additional stress has limited home visits by doctor on call had on the NHS and the excellent staff at all levels who are feeling that stress?
And I think that the member for his comments, I think he initially points out the challenges we have, because we have GPs across the country who are providing an excellent service over and above manning out of hours, manning COVID centres, and looking after their own practice as well. But also, like many others, there are those who present challenges to the reputation of an excellent workforce as well. So the additional strains and stresses are not just felt within the GP practices in regards to how they are being perceived or being portrayed as a whole, which is often unfair, but it also is adding additional strains and stresses to our ED departments and other parts of our hospital services as well. So when it comes to the work of no more silos in regards to the out-of-hours telephone and call first rather than going to the ED directly as well, there are steps that I would encourage patients to take rather than just simply turning up to the ED, but also if they do need to see their GP, that they do make access to do that. But also the GPs do take the support mechanisms that are coming forward from my department and the Health and Social Care Board in regards to updating telephone services, fully automating repeat prescriptions as much as possible to make sure that those additional pressures and time commitments are taken off and alleviated from the work they're continuing trying to do.
I call Paula Bradley.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? Ministers, it has been well rehearsed that a lack of GP face-to-face services could lead to an increase in certain diseases and illnesses. I just want to ask around those of an age group who are maybe in early stage dementia and things like that. How do we alleviate the anxiety that those families and those patients feel not being able to get in to see the doctor that knows them best?
And I thank the member for that point. In regards, there's a number of avenues there, but I think the crucial point of her statement is actually in the last line, is those GPs who know the patient best. And many of those GPs, when the son, the daughter, the carer call in regards to someone who is suffering from dementia or has those additional medical needs, the GP will be able to triage them, as will the GP's receptionist, because they are known to the service. And I think that is one of the strengths of our GP fraternity, that we often underestimate in regards to how much they actually know their patients and their clientele as well. But it is important that anybody who needs to see a GP actually gets to see them. It's not easy, but one thing we need to be clear of as well, this isn't just a post-COVID or during a COVID problem as well. Pre-COVID, we still had the same challenges because of our reduced workforce within our GP practices and a high demand for the services that they actually provided. So that's why we rolled out initiatives like the multidisciplinary team, where individuals within a practice and healthcare professionals could see a wide range of patients in different settings, and not everybody had to go and see the GP in the first instance.
That ends the period of time indicated for listed questions, and now we move on to topical questions, and we'll have 15 minutes. Can I advise members that questions number 6, 8 and 9 have been withdrawn? I call Declan McAleer.
The Minister will be aware that it takes 8 years for the condition of endometriosis to be diagnosed. And in the words of a lady who contacted me with this condition, she says, that's 8 years of truly horrific pain, 8 years of disease growth and 8 years of mental anguish. Can the Minister tell me what steps are being taken to ensure that women who have this endometriosis are receiving adequate care and support whilst they await specialist consultation, and can give assurances that GPs will be adequately supported and resourced to provide the best possible frontline service for people who have this condition? Thank you.
And I thank the member for his question, because I know it is something he's corresponded with me on. Firstly, I want to say that I receive, again, not just correspondence from the member, but also a lot of correspondence on this issue of endometriosis treatment and diagnosis. And I'm very aware of the considerable pain this condition can cause to women who suffer from it. As patient demand for elective care services currently exceeds funded health service capacity for both new outpatients and inpatient day case treatment across a range of specialties, and that includes gynaecology. Regrettably, it is inevitable that waiting times will increase, as has been seen over the last few years. Endometriosis services are provided as a subspecialty within gynaecology, and the Health and Social Care Board is responsible for ensuring that the NICE guideline on the diagnosis and treatment of endometriosis, which has been endorsed by the Department in October 2017, is cascaded and embedded in the health and social care system. So a patient with endometriosis will receive support from GPs to manage the condition until they are seen by a gynaecologist. If their condition worsens, then they are urgently referred to secondary care. There are no specific endometriosis services within the Northern and Southern Trusts areas, and there is a limited service within the South Eastern. Patients in these areas are usually referred to services within the Belfast and Western Trusts. There is also a small business research initiative being led by the PHA to develop a digital platform to support people living with chronic pain in Northern Ireland, and that will include women with endometriosis. While it is still expected to take some time before this platform is available, I appreciate that this is not therefore available to anyone in the immediate future. I hope it nonetheless provides further reassurances that people suffering from chronic pain from conditions such as endometriosis are not being ignored or forgotten, and plans have been put and are being put in place to help them.
I call Declan McAleer.
Thank the Minister for her response. And would the Minister join with me in commending the excellent work of charities such as Endometriosis UK? And I want to mention in particular Lorraine Agnew, who's an endless campaigner and has been living with this condition for 20 years. And indeed, her brother Cormac, he is completing a full-distance Ironman challenge, Ironman for Endo, for Endometriosis UK charity on the 23rd of October.
I will, and again, I think since coming into this position, the work of our advocates and the voluntary and community sector in regards to support the work that healthcare does should not be underestimated, and I congratulate and I wish well the gentleman as he undertakes that fundraising exercise in regards to that, and also wish his sister well as seeking and getting the help and support that she needs.
I call Pat Cackney.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, the warnings raised by yourself in relation to the impact of COVID transmission and winter pressures this week were stark, and I know no one who will want to see those come to fruition. So, Minister, for avoidance of doubt, can I ask if you agree with the SDLP proposal for vaccine certification for entertainment and hospitality venues underpinned in the COVID regulations?
I thank the member for his question, but I need to be clear that the vote that was taken last night was on a scheme that we don't have, on a sector that is actually willing to introduce it on a voluntarily system. So they're more than willing to actually do it. So in regards to what was actually done last night, it doesn't reiterate in regards to my position on the development and implementation of a vaccine certification programme. I've been clear since 22nd of April, where I actually asked the executive colleagues to bring forward a proposal so that if we ever should need to utilise a COVID domestic certification system, that we would have one in place. We are still waiting on that conversation, that discussion to be had at the executive level. But I'll also say I welcome those parties who have joined me in the last week and actually seeking to develop a COVID certification scheme, so that should we need it here in Northern Ireland, we have one ready to deploy and utilise, but also that we don't detract from the people in Northern Ireland who have been vaccinated, who want to avail of systems or venues or sporting events or entertainment events in England, Scotland, Wales or the Republic of Ireland, should such a scheme be necessary, because I think that's a vital scheme that we should be doing.
I call Pat Cackney for supplementary.
Sir, I thank you for your reply, and I just hope that you had brought that last night to that executive meeting, which wasn't there. I have to say that I was extremely disappointed, Minister, by the statement issued in your name today, which appears to me to question the sincerity of my party on this issue. And you may want to take this opportunity to reconsider your comments. In response to a written question on the 5th of July, the Minister said his department estimated 10.5 million was needed for, among other things.
Have we a question?
I have a question.
Can I have it, please?
Yeah, you're having it, sir. Was needed for, among other things.
Order.
You're having your question.
Order. Just to remind members, question time is an opportunity for a brief introduction and then a question. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Department estimated 10.5 million, Minister, was needed for, among other things, features to support an executive policy on domestic use of the COVID passport. Can you provide an update on work that has taken place over the last 3 months?
And again, I thank the member. I'm not sure where his anger comes from. But I will say, when I saw some commentary last night, it reminded me of a line from a poem. Yesterday upon a stair, I met a man who wasn't there.
Order. This is question time, and there are no points of orders during question time. A question has been asked, and A question has been asked, and the Minister now has an opportunity to answer. There's an opportunity to ask points of orders after question time. Minister.
And there has been a lot of commentary in regards, both from politicians and both from the media, who seem to be informed of discussions and other things that took place that didn't reflect or actually correspond to any meeting that I was at. The member asked in specific to the value that was placed to introduce a domestic vaccine certification system. That is correct. The policy lead for the introduction of that certificate lies with the Executive Office. Until I get a policy direction or the Executive agrees on a policy to actually develop that domestic certification scheme, should it be for use here in Northern Ireland, or should it to be allow those people in Northern Ireland who have been vaccinated to access facilities, sporting events or recreational events in England, Scotland, Wales or the Republic of Ireland? I cannot proceed and will not proceed in the expense of over £10 million in developing one that I don't have executive support in actually doing so.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the current provision of dentists providing NHS treatment? I'm sure other members would have similar concerns, but it is in relation to constituents who have been in contact complaining they cannot see a dentist as an NHS patient unless in an emergency. But the same practice will be willing to take that appointment and offer an appointment if the constituent were to pay for the treatment.
I thank the member, and again, like the question he raised in regards to GPs, the pressures that have been put on our dentists across the health and social care system have been repeated as well. We have put in a number of support mechanisms to support those NHS practices to maintain that level of work and support that they do need to provide, should that be from financial support to PPE provision, or also additional monies that was actually supplied at the start of this year in regards to putting in additional ventilation systems as well. So again, we have always had a struggle with NHS patients regarding access to dentists in regards to the number of dental practices that we do. I recently met our interim chief dental officer to see what more we could do as a department, as in the Health and Social Care Board, to actually encourage more people coming into the profession, that our dentists as well expand the provision and the service they do in regards to NHS patients as well, should that be in their younger age cohorts or our older age cohorts as well, because it's a vital service that they provide as part of our healthcare family. And as dentists, I think the importance is that dentists aren't just about teeth. They're about checking the mouth, they're about checking for oral cancers, and they do so much as well, and that's why they're even included. Our dentists are also included in our cancer strategy as well, as to the vital role and input that they can play there as well.
I call Morris Bradley for supplementary.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. But Minister, have dentists and dental practitioners been overlooked, particularly since commitment payments were removed almost a decade ago, leading to a reduction in income of some £12,000, and nothing has been put in place since? Is it a case that to survive, dental practices are being forced down a private care route at the expense of NHS patients?
I thank the member, but maybe just to update, general dental services have actually received an additional £13.9 million in funding for PPE alone since April 2020. There's also the FSS and PPE support that has been introduced, and it has been projected that an estimated £4.3 million will be provided to dentists specifically for level 2 PPE for the remainder of this month as well. So there are additional financial supports that have been put into dental practices over the last 18 months as well, to make sure that they could continue to see patients as well and perform the work that they actually do.
I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, could the Minister give me an update on his efforts to secure the additional funding he will require to deliver the proposed 3% pay offer to health workers?
As the member will be aware, the NHS Pay Review Body and the Review Body for Doctors and Dentists Remuneration both reported and recommended a 3% uplift in the salaries of relevant staff from April of this year. I am fully supportive of the recommended approach for our health and social care workforce, and see an early announcement of an acceptance of the recommendations as a small measure of our collective gratitude. As I'm sure all in this House will agree, in recent years, these staff have faced unacceptable delays in the implementation of pay awards. This is something we cannot be seen to permit to reoccur this year. So while my department had included initial budgetary cover for HSC pay awards of 2%, implementation of the increased recommendation of the review bodies, coupled with a higher baseline pay bill across the year following increased activity, I will require further additional funding, and that is why on the 22nd of July I wrote to the Finance Minister seeking funding, and recently I have again submitted a formal bid for pay pressures in the upcoming October monitoring round of an additional £70 million, and as I stand I am currently waiting for a decision.
Call Alan Chambers for supplement.
I thank the Minister for that. Would the Minister be surprised that a proposal that was defeated by 7 votes to 1 was placed before the Health Committee recently by the People Before Profit representative on the committee, urging the Minister and the First and Deputy First Ministers not to implement the planned offer of 3% for health workers in order to supposedly find additional money from elsewhere?
I will be surprised to hear that, and I can assure the member that the 3% was what was recommended by the independent review body. As I say, I'm still waiting support from my executive colleagues to be able to make that as a formal pay offer, so that that can actually be put in place for the trade unions to consider as well. But I would rather go forward and pay the 3% that I have in hand at that point than wait on any additional potential funding coming from elsewhere.
Could we have Daniel McCrossan onto the screen, and we have an opportunity for a brief question. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you give an assurance to the House that the latest changes to contact tracing, contact and testing in schools still maintains the maximum degree of safety to our children and staff in schools, especially those who are CEV and CV?
I thank the member for this, and I know it's something he's raised at the Education Committee as well. Apart from the side of meeting a bun, I think it was a good engagement that he had with the Chief Medical Officer and the Education Minister. Contact tracing performance of school-aged children remains very good, with almost all school-aged cases being completed within 24 hours. The latest performance as of the 26th of September at 4:30, with contact tracing still continuing at 8 p.m. that evening. 429 positive cases received, 383 were successfully completed. Fewer calls have been escalated to the PHA Education Cell, and actually none were escalated by Education Authority over the weekend, Saturday the 27th and Sunday the 28th of September. So PHA Contact Tracing Service continue to proactively identify schools with a high number of cases, and are proactively contacting those schools to provide appropriate assistance and guidance, and these processes continue to bed in. At the 27th of September, PHA Education Cell are actively following up on 10 schools, most of which are special schools, where this is an arrangement to follow up on every case that exists. A small number are clusters. Wider testing has been recommended in a number of schools, and PHA has worked directly with these schools to manage the situation. And my officials in PHA continue to work closely with the Minister of Education, the Department of Education and the Education Authority to embed these new processes.
And that is the end of our period of time of questions to the Minister for Health. I advise members to take their ease for a few moments for our next item of business, which is an urgent oral question to the Minister for Education. Members, Chris Little has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Education. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, that they should rise continually in their places, and members who table the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary question. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Education how the Independent Review of Education panel was appointed and how the expertise and experience of panel members will equip it to deliver it on its terms of reference.
I call the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The panel to undertake the independent review of education was appointed following an open public appointment process in line with the Code of Practice issued from the Commissioner of Public Appointments. The process commenced in March 2021, and the candidate information booklet and methodology for appointing candidates was widely advertised. Minister Weir wrote to the Education and Economy Committees on the 1st of March to fully explain the process. The candidate information booklet set out the competencies on which candidates were to be assessed during both a sift of anonymised written applications and at interview. The process for selection and appointment was transparent, with a high number of applications received. The selection process was chaired by the DE Permanent Secretary and included senior officials from the Department of Education and the Department for the Economy, as well as an independent panel member selected by SEPANI. Following the conclusion of the interview process, the selection panel provided me with information on all candidates they deemed appointable. This was in the form of an unranked list. I'm confident that the panel has the breadth of experience and expertise to undertake this very important and complex assignment. Amongst the panel, there is significant experience of the design, delivery and administration of education both in Northern Ireland and beyond. The panel are experienced to be fully impartial, work in a collaborative manner with stakeholders and base the review and its recommendations on a wide range of evidence that they will gather during the course of their work.
It will be important that they take time to engage with a wide range of stakeholders who will bring much knowledge and experience of delivering education locally. I hope that all stakeholder groups engage with the panel positively and support them as they deliver this vitally important task. Should anyone have any complaints regarding the process, they should be directed to the Commissioner of Public Appointments.
I call Chris Little for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Education Minister for answering the initial question. I welcome the overdue appointment of a panel for the independent review of education proposed by my party. And can I ask the Education Minister to set out specific skills and experiences that make the appointed panellists the best people to review our entire education system, including early years, special education, EODAS and youth services, and indeed to make recommendations that will deliver the new decade, new approach commitment of a single education system in which all children are educated together.
Okay, I thank the member for his question, and as the member will be aware, there were specific competencies which were proposed by officials after reviewing rules and recruitment competitions similar to what we have agreed and announced yesterday. And they felt, obviously, that excuse me, that they would reflect the core competencies of transformational change, of analysing evidence, of working with stakeholders and engaging with political sensitivities. The competencies were agreed and a general approach was taken in March 2021, and the committee were advised of that at the time. I'm confident that the panel, who were appointed through the merit process, are able to deliver on all of those competencies and will be able to bring forward a very balanced report at the end of this process.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. It's disappointing that this announcement wasn't the subject of a statement by the Minister. I don't think it's right that public statements should be made before members in the chamber here are informed. But in any event, the Minister will be aware of the unique difficulties facing the Irish medium sector, and despite those challenges, the sector has continued to grow rapidly. Can the Minister tell us what experience and expertise this panel will bring to the review that will facilitate and further develop the Irish medium sector?
I thank the member for his question. Just in relation to the initial point that he made with regards to no ministerial statement, he will be aware that Minister Weir made a statement to the House in December last year outlining the detail of the terms of reference and the approach to recruitment which had been agreed by the Executive. Yesterday's announcement was just the first step in this process, and the panel will likely need to familiarise themselves obviously with strategic context and meet with stakeholders and agree priorities and so on. In advance of the public announcement, I did write to the Education Committee and the economy chairs and ministerial colleagues to ensure that they were informed. You'll also recall that Minister Weir wrote to the committee on the 1st of March detailing the process. So really, given the fact that I would have been coming to this House just to give names, when the substantial part of this had already been discussed by committee and others, didn't seem to be of use of this chamber's time. Just with regards to a specific sector, and we are very mindful of the obligations in relation to Irish medium. The member will be aware again that the appointments were made on merit. I'm confident of the impartiality of the group and the experience that they have, and be it CNG or any other sector, will have an opportunity to engage with the panel in due course.
I call Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for coming to the House on this important issue. I'm really glad that the panel has been appointed. I think that this is a very, very crucial piece of work going forward for all sectors in the education sphere, including those who would follow vocational routes. It seems that there is some misinformation going around about this particular issue. Can the Minister assure the House
that proper recruitment procedures were followed and in specific the guidelines laid out by the Commissioner for Public Appointments?
I absolutely can, and I do have confidence in the process. And while that did predate me, Sapani were very much involved with this panel from in advance of publication of the advertisement, right through to the point where names were supplied to me. So I'm confident in the process, and I'm confident in the panel.
I call Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for coming to the House today and for answering questions. There is broad expertise on the panel, and that I welcome. However, I do feel that there's no representation from the primary or nursery sector, which is crucially important in terms of education, the formative years of children. Is this a concern of the Minister? Would you suggest?
Okay, thank you for the question. And again, what I do expect sort of during the next 18 months is that all sectors and all stages and viewpoints and stakeholder groups will have lots of opportunity to be able to contribute to the review. You will appreciate that this is a 5-member panel that has various skills and competencies. At least 2 of the panel members have experience outside the United Kingdom, and so they will be able to bring those perspectives to it as well. What I would really hope for is that there will be strong engagement from all sectors within education in Northern Ireland.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for coming today to give us an update, and thank the Chair of the panel for bringing this all to us. With regard to the panel and the process then, and given the impact of COVID and what we've learned so far, could you indicate to us today if you have a reserve list in the instance that some of the panel are not able to contribute at some time, and also what the contingency plans will be that if COVID does impact the ability for the panel to meet and to get through the project?
Okay, and I thank the member for his question, and no, I don't have a reserve list, but if anything will teach us over the last 18 months is that there are opportunities in order to engage. Indeed, the expert panel on underachievement were able to carry out significant amount of work virtually, and were able to produce an excellent list of recommendations to my department, which of course with the committee's support and other executive members were able to work through. So that's not insurmountable.
I call Jim Allister.
I must say I'm disappointed that this panel is dominated by some serial Quango appointees. One of these individuals is said to have served on 16 panels. The chair was a key architect of the failing Scottish system. Where's the fresh thinking going to come from that's needed?
I thank the member for his response. Obviously, this was very much based on merit. There was a process which was overseen by Sapani and also by an experienced panel, and names were put to me, and I based my decision on the recommendations that were put to me. I do have confidence in the group, and certainly I would expect all stakeholders, including Mr Allister, to participate in this process.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister coming to the House today on this matter. And this is a piece of work that is long overdue, and it falls in line with the most recent report of underachievement, and together I think a good piece of solid work will be done when the two are merged together. Would the Minister agree with me, despite the previous questioner's comments, that indeed the composition of the panel and the fact that some are coming from other parts of the United Kingdom does indeed bring fresh thinking and some out-of-the-box type thinking that will be of benefit to the educational system in Northern Ireland?
And I thank the member for his question, and I do believe that. And I think probably what we need to remember in all of this is that particularly the panel have come to this with a very clear view that everything that they do will be child-centred. They have they're coming with an independent view and looking at through that lens. They will be gathering information, they'll be able to analyse that information and present it as evidence, and there will be wide-ranging stakeholder engagement. And obviously, as I've said, I hope that everyone present will also show as much enthusiasm in engaging with the work of the panel. And obviously then as we work forward towards delivery and implementation of the recommendations.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, earlier this year your department published or commissioned an expert panel on educational underachievement. The executive of your department, I understand, is also reviewing the operation of the Education Authority. In 2017 there was an independent review of integrated education. We're still awaiting a childcare strategy. This review is going to take 18 months. Given the relative vulnerability of, in terms of their Quango membership of some of the members of the panel, can people in Northern Ireland be actually assured that this review will lead to real, meaningful action on a system which we all know is too expensive, too divided, fails poor kids and contributes to a chronically low-skill, low-productivity economy? Is this going to deliver action, or is it just yet another review and talking shop?
Well, I will thank the member for his question, and I hope that it doesn't. And I certainly hope that if the member has read A Fair Start, the consequence of the expert panel's deliberations, that he will see a very detailed and very specific report which addresses underachievement. And my department is working through the recommendations, and we have allocated finances to it this year, and we're hoping obviously for executive buy-in to progress that further. Obviously, this will be very much about the quality of engagement and the stakeholder involvement in all of this, and just how serious those stakeholders are in actually bringing forward suggestions. I don't want it to be something that sits on the shelf, because there are quite a number of strands within education which need to be urgently addressed and are very much dependent on this piece of work. That said, there are other pieces of work will continue in tandem alongside that, and because I don't want, and I'm quite clear in that I don't want the system to be paralysed as a consequence of the review taking place either.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I am absolutely enthusiastic about this review. Why wouldn't I be? It was myself and my Alliance colleagues who actually wrote into New Decade, New Approach, the independent review of education. But Minister, what I want to ask you about, and I'm not sure where Mrs Dodd's MLA is coming from about the recruitment. I have no problem with the recruitment, but what I would like to ask you is a specific question about the terms of reference. The terms of reference states that you, as Minister, would select the final panel members based on the list of suitable candidates provided by the Public Appointments Panel. Could you outline to this House the criteria that you use to finalise that panel?
Okay, and I thank the member for her question. Obviously, this went through a process where quite a considerable number of people actually responded to, which was actually great, and there was a very good gender balance as well within that. It was then through an anonymised process with regards to how it was sifted. Quite a large proportion were then interviewed, and I was then presented with a list which then detailed the competencies and how each member best fitted that, be that sort of extremely good, extremely well, or very good or good. And my focus was very much on those who excelled within that process and were either extremely good or very good.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you confirm that this is the second New Decade, New Approach commitment that your department has delivered? And are you aware of how many other NDNA commitments other departments have delivered? Thank you.
I think the member for his question, and that's absolutely correct. Obviously, the Fair Start report, which has been concluded and now being worked through, my department has already been published. So I'm very proud of that report, as I'm sure Minister Weir, the former Education Minister, is as well. So this indeed is the second commitment. As to others, that's maybe something that the member may wish to send an urgent question around other departments to find out whether or not they have been exercised.
And that concludes this item of business. I would ask members. Point of order, Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I would ask the Speaker's office for a ruling on the fact that the Minister went to the media before coming to this House. I appreciate that she had sent out information to others, but the MLAs of this House weren't given the information. We had to receive it through the media. Could I have a ruling from the Speaker's office just to say, should a Speaker come to the House to let MLAs know?
The members put her point on the record, and I'm sure the Speaker will respond accordingly. Thank you. So again, members just take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business, which is a return to the second stage of the small-scale green energy bill.
Okay, folks, we'll resume the business of the Assembly, and I think we'll to call the Minister next. Minister, to respond to the debate. Thank you. Now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the bill proposer for bringing forward this legislation for an increase in renewable electricity generation. And of course, the recent increases in energy tariffs have demonstrated that a reliance on imported fossil fuels as the primary source fuel for our electricity production leaves our economy and our energy consumers open to the risks of price volatility and uncertainty of supply that is unacceptable in a modern, stable economy. These, of course, are not new issues, and my department has been working with the energy sector and local consumers to develop a strategic response to meet Northern Ireland's needs now and in the coming decades. Not least as we design our contribution to meeting the UK's statutory commitment to net zero carbon by 2050. I am determined that a new energy strategy will deliver a future that brings affordability, sustainability and security of supply together as objectives that underpin how society functions and how the executive supports the needs of people and the economy. Now, I want to offer my support for the principles espoused by this bill. And of course, second stage debates are about the principles of the bill. However, as we move past the headline goals and objectives, I have to register some concerns about the detail and the mechanics by which these goals can be achieved. Now, the Economy Committee, of which Mr O'Dowd is a member, was recently provided with a written brief setting out my views on the provisions of the bill. And overall, whilst it is believed that the objectives of the bill are commendable, there are concerns that it is attempting to legislate for something that already exists. There are already mechanisms in place through which micro-generators can export excess generation to the grid in return for payment. And PowerNI has a licence provision requiring it to establish arrangements for the purchase of electricity and associated benefits from microgenerators. The price that PowerNI offers to microgenerators is approved by the regulator on an annual basis, with the current rate standing at 4.59 pence per kilowatt hour of electricity produced. Further details can be found on the website. Now, a number of other suppliers also offer tariffs to microgenerators in competition to the regulated tariff, and most microgenerators use agents and advisors, for example, Action Renewables, to help them sell their electricity and associated benefits, including the Northern Ireland Renewables Obligation Certificates and Renewable Electricity Guarantees of Origin. Therefore, microgenerators already have a choice of more than one electricity supplier that they can contract with and a route to market. Microgenerators already enjoy access to a revenue stream without the legislation that is proposed by this bill. And the existing arrangements are similar to the GB Smart Export Guarantee Scheme, which was introduced in January 2020. Now, as members will be aware, my department is developing a new energy strategy for Northern Ireland, the overall aim of which is to achieve net zero carbon and affordable energy, with the overwhelming focus of placing the customer at the heart of our energy future. And the energy strategy aims to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050, while also maintaining affordability and security of supply for all energy consumers in Northern Ireland. In that context, I believe it is important that all low-carbon solutions, including renewable microgeneration, small-scale renewable generation, energy efficiency and large-scale renewables, should be considered in the round. It is my view that the private member's bill is premature in this respect and could actually result in further increasing electricity bills for the general consumer population, as the support schemes are ultimately passed on through energy bills. And Mr Frew had referred to this in his contribution earlier on. He said that it was more likely that it would land on the bills of businesses, but consumers could also be affected, or would also be affected. My concern, therefore, is that the people who would benefit from this bill would be the people who already have the capital and then receive government support. And as a result of that, we could see higher energy costs, which would be passed on to the consumer. So it may well be that those that can afford will benefit, while the costs are actually passed on to those who cannot pay for it. And I would have particular concerns around the distribution of the costs of benefits of the scheme and the types of consumers that it would impact. So, for example, those living in social housing complexes or tower blocks may not be able to install microgeneration facilities, but would have to bear some of the cost for the incentive that, as I have said, in all likelihood, the more able to pay would be keen to adopt. And we could, therefore, effectively see more vulnerable consumers effectively subsidising the better off to install income-generating technology. And so I'm worried that these have not been wholly and adequately assessed in the preparation of the bill. Indeed, the explanatory and financial memorandum seems to have only considered the costs of administration and not the costs that would be passed on to the general consumer. As the member will know, there are also a number of other important and complex issues that would need to be resolved if the bill is to progress, including the possible need for state aid approval, mandatory requirements under the Electricity Directive, on which my officials are currently working, particularly those around active consumers and citizen energy communities, and impacts on the network by increased microgeneration, which is largely uncontrollable in system management terms. And so these are significant and complex issues. So therefore, I would suggest that legislating in advance of the energy strategy and without a consideration of renewable energy support in the round could result in the creation of obstacles to a better future. We could create expense for consumers and technical requirements that would be unnecessary in the new energy future. So I do not object to the progression of the bill to committee stage to allow exploration of these issues. However, I fear that progress into law during this mandate would be premature and counterproductive for consumers and for our electricity sector. I therefore caution that I do not expect the bill to enjoy executive support to progress into law during this Assembly session. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on John O'Dowd to conclude and wind the debate.
Thank you, Can Collier. I want to thank all those members who have contributed to today's debate. I think there was 13 in total, which is unlucky for some, though the Minister brings it up to 14, so maybe that negates against that. They have raised important points, and I have to say the debate has been very informative and detailed in its contributions. At no stage would I have expected to bring forward a bill to the Assembly at second stage and have overwhelming support for every detail of the bill. There would be no point in a legislative process then. The legislative process allows for the deeper scrutiny of the clauses contained within the bill, as members know, and possible additions to that. So it's quite improper that members have raised questions and raised concerns. I'll cover some of those, though apologies if I don't cover all of those, but I think if we do move to the next stage, the committee can continue its scrutiny of the bill. It's worth reminding ourselves what the three policy objectives of the bill are. One is to place a requirement on major electricity providers and suppliers to provide an obligatory minimum price tariff for exporting micro-generated renewable power into the grid. For the Minister of the Economy to establish a small green energy micro-generation scheme with powers that include setting this minimum price tariff and to alter it depending on relevant economic conditions, e.g. broader macroeconomic conditions, the unit price of renewable energy, the financial stability of providers themselves, etc., and to provide the Minister with the power to determine what providers are eligible for the scheme by setting a minimum threshold for market share. The bill is ambitious. It wishes to ensure that those who are now energy consumers become energy providers. They play a part in reducing reliance on carbon-based energy production and thus be part of the climate change strategy. It has the potential to put money into the pockets of workers and families. It allows farmers and small businesses to diversify and produce energy, and it allows urban and rural communities to form collectives to generate energy and income. Turning to members' contributions to the debate, this is the stage where I try to read my own writing. Mr. Weir, I think he said they were sceptical about the bill, but we're happy to allow the bill to move forward for further scrutiny. He did welcome the fact that it was recycling legislation from the Dáil. It is similar to a bill we brought forward as the Dáil. It doesn't mean it's bad legislation or it should be dismissed on that basis. The principles of the bill are still relevant to this jurisdictions. He echoed concerns, and others echoed Mr. Weir's concerns around a number of issues, costs associated with the bill. I have put an estimation on the cost of delivering the scheme, not of delivering any support for those who maybe are involved in the scheme, i.e. grants or anything, of approximately £1 million. Members may have heard me saying before, when I work on the basis of £1 million, my head clicks into that employs around 30 teachers. So I'd say any department that has 30 members of staff working on one scheme will be delighted. So I think it is a good estimate in terms of cost to the department of bringing forward the scheme moving forward. If the scheme in itself, which is most likely, will include grants and support, incentive for providers, then obviously there will be an additional cost to that, but that's part of the scheme and the scheme deliberations. This issue of state aid, I'm not an expert on state aid, but I doubt very, very much so if the department is going to offer grants to potential suppliers that will breach state aid rules and in terms of the level of that financial intervention. I would also question as it will be classed as state aid, but this is a question the committee can scrutinise, including the Electricity Directive, which involves, and these are legitimate concerns and legitimate questions about any piece of legislation, the Electricity Directive. Is it a breach of the Electricity Directive? In terms of dealing with many directives, it's the motivation for the proposed deviation from it. And I think the motivation in this bill, in terms of green energy, micro-generation, is sufficient grounds to deviate from that directive. Now, again, it's an issue for the committee to examine. A number of members refer to the expense to consumers and will it be passed on to the consumers. The current practice in energy provision is that costs are largely passed on to the consumer. But that's current practice, and I'm not suggesting we're going to be able to change market forces with this bill. But the scheme can mitigate against what level is passed on to the consumer. And a number of members also raised the issue, and quite rightly so, of will the scheme, if introduced, place a higher burden on those on lower incomes and the socially disadvantaged. Again, that is a genuine concern. It could do that. But surely we can mitigate against that as part of the scheme. So we've learned from previous experience in relation to energy schemes where mistakes have been made and things have been done properly. I think there's good ideas have come forward and we need to build on those as well. But we can learn from that. Sinead McLaughlin, on behalf of the SDLP, said they were supportive of the principles of the bill, but again wanted to scrutinise it and wanted to see a reduction in energy consumption, a point a number of members made, and quite rightly made so. Mr Mike Nesbitt asked why we were prescriptive on the 5% figure. We want to set targets for the scheme. I'm not wedded to the 5% figure. I believe it's an achievable figure. But again, as part of the scrutiny of the bill, if evidence comes forward that that figure is either too high or too low or can't be achieved within the time frame, then I'm more than happy to work with members to amend the bill in that regard. Yes?
I appreciate the member giving way. I might be able to give him, furnish him with a little bit more information on that. Currently, micro generation accounts for 5.1% of renewable capacity connected to the grid, which means that we're currently at 3.8%. So we're at 3.8%. Your target is 5%. That's just over 1% that needs to meet that target. Would he not agree with me that legislation seems like really a sledgehammer to crack a nut if this is a problem?
Well, maybe, as I said, my target is not ambitious enough. I think in terms of the target, there's flexibility around it. But the legislation is, because your own department is not bringing forward any legislation in regards to this matter in this mandate, you are bringing forward your energy strategy. But every now and again, a department needs a gentle kick up the backside, and sometimes that is done through a private member's bill. And I think there is a valid opportunity here for members. At the end of the day, it will be members to decide as to whether the legislation is necessary or not. Mr Nesbitt also referred to the clause in the bill which refers to different minimum price for a variety of purposes. I see that as allowing the department to encourage investment in new technology and new ideas to ensure that those companies out there and those individuals who aren't involved in production are encouraged to maximise the opportunities through microgeneration. So I think Steve had referred to a number of companies here now doing work in Scotland. I'll come on to your points in a moment, because they can't deliver the products here because of excessive costs. So we have the technology companies, we just need to encourage them. There was also reference, and a number of members, and Mr Frew made a reference, in engagement with Mr Nesbitt around a previous scheme in relation to solar panels on rooftops. Now, I don't know the full details of the scheme. I am aware of some of around it. But again, that is an example of a programme being delivered which wasn't to the benefit of the householder or to the consumer. And again, we have to learn from those examples. Stuart Dixon, again, supportive at this stage, and goes back to the conversation with the Minister, suggested that we are losing out due to lack of ambition in terms of green energy production. So the question is, are we being ambitious enough, whether it's the bill, whether it's the department, or wherever it may be? Caoimhe Archibald, thankfully, was supportive of the bill and pointed out that there's no active green energy supports at this time. Keith Buchanan, who I understand Keith's an electrical engineer, if my memory serves me right, so I'm not going to argue the do's and pros with Keith in terms of the points he made. But again, Very, very valid point in terms of the figures set, how much energy a household would use, and therefore, if they use that energy, would there be enough energy to sell on? And I think Steve Aiken again raised this point. One of the things I think we do have to look at, either in this legislation or certainly in the scheme, is storage potential in terms of this micro-energy production. Is the ability for households or farms or businesses to store energy and put it back onto the grid when it is needed. So therefore, and even it may be the case that a business or a farm has a micro-generator, but they don't use it for their domestic consumption. They sell it all to the grid. So I think that's... But the points you raised are valid points and around that. I think you also mentioned storage yourself in terms of how the grants to incentivise people onto this scheme. And I am going to the next phase, if we get to the next phase in terms of a scheme. Perhaps that's something that needs to be looked at in terms of the grants. Is the grants simply for production, or should the grants be for storage as well? I think that's an important question that has to be answered, whether it's through this legislation or maybe the Minister's energy strategy is already looking at those sorts of matters. Yes?
Thank you for raising this point. I think the answer is to, rather than micro-generation, it's micro-integration. Because I think integrating with the power supply, but the storage capability as well as the generating capacity, that is I hate to use the word holistic, but that is a holistic approach to it. And that's a direction particularly sort of the Danes have gone into, and I think that's something we should be emulating. And indeed, it's something I hope that the Economy Committee will look at very favourably when it looks at the clauses that it comes through.
Yes, certainly. I think that again is a valid point around where this journey is taking us in terms of generating power, not the major power providers, but smaller provision of power. It's an interesting journey we're on. Steve Dunn, again, questioned the cost to the public in this regard. The £1 million that I've set aside are estimated is the estimation of the cost to the department to bring forward this legislation and the scheme. It's not the estimated cost of any future grants that may or may not be provided. Let me see where we are. Again, raised the issue of the cost to social housing and those on lower socio-economic background. I raised the point earlier in my remarks. We have the ability to correct that. I believe we have the ability to correct it in the next phase of this process if this bill goes through. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way on this point, and I listened to my honourable friend Steve Aiken talk about integration. The problem I see with that is the fact that the whole incentive scheme is arranged through a priced tariff. So a tariff only works if you're moving it, if you're moving electricity. So you're exporting electricity onto the grid. So if you're storing it, even in a domestic setting, I don't see how that would work. Or even if you're using it in a domestic setting and not exporting it to the grid, I don't see how that would work. So you'll have this perverse situation probably, whereby, in fact, realistically, whereby anyone who's looking to get a minimum price tariff will export all the energy they generate to the grid. Why would you not? But yet still have massive tariffs of cost coming back in as they spend throughout their domestic setting. So it has the ability to perverse the system as we know it now.
Any incentive in any scheme has the ability to perverse the policy objective of what you're setting out. I fully accept that. And there's lessons for it. Just one second. There's lessons for us in every department where you set about, you have a noble objective, you set about a funding scheme for that, but the funding scheme then becomes, as you say, perverse in its delivery of that, and you end up going off in a totally different direction than you expected. But there is enough evidence before us. I'll be coming on later on to the remarks which the Deputy Speaker made in regards the PAC report, the most recent PAC report. There's a lot of evidence within that, and a lot of the point being common sense is not that common. No. Sorry, Steve.
Thank you very much indeed. I think the point, and as my honourable friend here from North Antrim is fully aware, one of the issues about battery storage is not necessarily that. But one of the problems is the stability of the grid. by producing battery storage and the ability for micro-generation, the combined units, working together to provide that degree of stability. That in itself is a valuable addition to the grid and the system as well. So you're not just paying for generation, you're paying for the stability of the system. And indeed, that's one of the most valuable lessons that we've learned from what's happening in the rest of the world. That could be a real role indeed for micro-generation, but also micro-stability, which is part and parcel of the process and could indeed be incentivised. So thank you.
It brings me on to your own remarks. You refer to your own experience in the energy industry, the experience of Denmark, and a number of members also mentioned this in terms of the role of utility regulator. I think obviously a very important role, storage capacity. I thought your comments, I don't claim to be an expert on these matters, but your comments in relation to electric cars being used for storage, it seems common sense. Now, maybe someone can back and argue against that. The scale of the connection, you talked about us needing to be linked up not only across the island but across the islands. Certainly no objection to that. In terms of energy production, that all makes sense. Some of the stuff maybe, I thought your contribution was very interesting, but it may be on the parameters of this bill. And indeed, when I come on to Mr. Frew's remarks, some of it may be on the but it sets a context, certainly, for what we're about. The one thing yourself and Mr. Nesbitt did mention was the cost of connection, which is unbelievable in terms of, it's exorbitant. I'm not sure this bill will be able to deal with that, just given the parameters of the bill, but it's certainly something that has to be dealt with. And again, it may be dealt with through the Minister's energy strategy. If we are to promote micro-generation or green energy, and even to allay the inequalities which Mr. Frew talked about, and he set the example of a business coming in to a field, paying for the network, then a business coming in beside them just paying for the connection. That to me seems to be deeply unfair, and there has to be a fair way of doing these things. And I think yourself, Steve, referred to what's happening in Scotland and elsewhere. There are many jurisdictions struggling with these questions, and some have come up with the answers, and we need to learn from them as well around all of these things. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for those comments so far. I think one of the questions I think for the Economy Department and indeed for the Minister and the Committee as well is an investigation into the very high cost of connection here in Northern Ireland. And I don't think anybody who's listening to this right now, and particularly outside, will be unaware of the differential in sort of costings for that as well. So I think that would be an area of scrutiny that both the Economy Committee and potentially the Northern Ireland Audit Office should be looking at, because I think it's something that is, quite frankly, is uncompetitive and is going to act as a drag on any efforts we have to improving our green energy strategy.
Well, the chair of the Economy Committee is behind me. I don't know if we have any time in our forward work programme for that, but I think it's a valid point. Moving on to Paul Frew's comments. Paul's disappointed. I think Paul's disappointed in me generally, but he's disappointed in the scale of the bill. Accept that any piece of legislation, I think the point you put, it has to do something. It has to be authoritative in what it wants to do. And I accept that fully. But what you wanted the bill to do, I don't think any private member could bring forward, just simply in terms of the capacity to deliver such a detailed piece of legislation. A private member largely working on their own, great support from the Bills Office and others, there's no question of that. But the detail involved in that, I don't think any private member could bring forward. I think a lot of the issues you raised, and I know I've listened to you many occasions in relation to Sony and expressing your concerns around the governance around Sony, and I'm aware of the regulator's report and all those things, and there's valid commentary in all of that. But some of that, I think, is for the energy strategy. It's not for this piece of legislation. You did raise other points, which I think I've covered, in terms of costs being passed on to the consumer, concerns about those from less or from socially disadvantaged backgrounds, etc. But you did. Oh, well, certainly.
I suppose it's just in relation to that point about people from less affluent backgrounds being able to access the scheme. I think there's two different points in relation to that. There is a point to be made about them actually being able to afford the upfront costs, and that is perhaps where an incentive scheme might be directed, and it might be means tested in that regard.
Yes, I think there is certainly. We can do things different. We can learn from the mistakes and the opportunities of the past and target those who we believe need to be targeted the most. And Mr. Frew's contribution, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, the energy industry, it's complicated because a lot of people make a lot of money out of it. There is a lot of people who make a lot of money out of it. And with respect to Caoimhe's point, energy production is still a very profitable industry to be involved in. What we need to make sure is that they're not making the profit of those who are least able to pay it. And I'm not certainly the scheme, I think, can look at that. I'm not so sure the bill can. So, John Blair welcomed the bill at this stage, and well, like his colleagues, will scrutinise it further. Roy Begg, supportive of the bill in principle, and referred to the PAC report and the recommendations of the PAC report into the narrow scheme. The PAC report, I used to be chair of the PAC, and I often found that when investigations came before the committee, and I think this latest report is a classic example of it, it's not that you need to invent new governance arrangements. You have to make sure that the governance arrangements that are in place are properly implemented. And when I read through that report, and when I read through the committee's analysis of that report, it's quite clear to me, as I said, not directly to Mr. Frew, but was common sense is not that common. There's things there that should jump out at anyone with any level of experience in developing public policy, and should have been corrected much sooner. Yes, yep.
The member, I'm grateful of him for giving way on a number of occasions to other members too, because it adds to the debate. On that point about governance and about, he puts within his bill an escape clause, if you like, which is clause 4, suspension of the incentive scheme that you're wanting the minister to enable. But in order to revoke that or enact that clause, the department then has to prove that any aspect of the scheme is having or is likely to have unintended or harmful consequences, or urgent action needs to be taken to control the operation of the scheme regulations for any other reason. I can understand why you would want an escape clause in the enabling legislation that forces the minister to put in a scheme, but can the sponsor give us any rationale or any examples of harmful consequences, or any other reasons for that matter, that would enact or would allow that escape clause to be utilised? Thank you.
Well, I think it is largely a catch-all clause, because as you referred to earlier on, the perverse outcomes of incentives which are well-intentioned, and it might be a year down the road before you realise what your incentive has created, something that you didn't want to create. But if you don't have the get-out clause, then you're stuck with that. So we've seen examples in RHI, we've seen examples in other departments around a range of things, where a well-intentioned policy direction from the department or the minister has ended up going in the wrong direction. And you can see some of that even in the renewables action programme that has been most recently delivered. You can see where there wasn't a proper engagement between planning, energy, environmental health, all those things which should have been consulted, should have been brought in at an earlier stage, weren't. Grants were brought forward on the belief that we were producing green energy, which we were, but we were having a detrimental impact in other areas. So I think that, again, the clause is open to scrutiny, allows a minister in the future, where there is, and they'll receive legal advice on this themselves, where there's a defensible reason to stop a scheme, to stop funding, they can act. So it is broad, but it's deliberately broad for that reason. Yep.
Does that mean then, whatever the scheme looks like, does that mean that for every applicant of the scheme, their money or their support stops, or is it for new applicants of the scheme?
Well, that detail would be in the scheme. my view would be that if and when a minister or a permanent secretary identified a flaw in a scheme, they would have to stop it. They would then have to look at compensation arrangements for new entries or the old entries, and we've seen that in most recent times. But it is something that would require further scrutiny and detail. It would certainly have to form part of the offer made under the scheme, so applicants were fully aware of what they were signing up to at that time, and what actions may or may be taken at any time during their contract into that grant scheme. Moving on to Claire Bailey, again supportive of this at this stage, but again raised concerns that the scheme may be abused, had some concerns around some of the micro-green energy programmes that are identified in the bill, that they may have the unintended consequences of doing harm to the environment, wanted to ensure there was environmental impact assessments for each scheme. Also, she also made an interesting point around limiting the number of generators a family home, business or farm could have. I think that's an interesting point and something that I think deserves more scrutiny as we move this process forward. And no doubt Claire and our colleagues will make more input into the bill if it gets the opportunity to move forward. But generally supported, but it has to be said, concerns about aspects of the bill and the production methods. The Minister, as he said, he set out the Department's case in a letter to the committee a number of weeks ago. I think a number of the questions are valid. The state aid one is a valid question. I think if there's an issue, it can be overcome. The electricity directive, if there's an issue, can be overcome. The cost issue, both in terms of the administration of the scheme, I think is realistic in the figures I have provided. The Minister will obviously, and quite correctly, have an eye on his strategy and what that can deliver. And he asked the valid question, is legislation necessary at this time or in the future? It's a valid question. Yeah.
It's always a good idea to go back to first principles and to ask yourself the question, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? And if the problem is that you think there are not enough renewables and you want to increase the number, well, our data is showing us that it's actually 4 times more expensive to incentivise small and micro generation. So maybe we should be looking then at alternatives. But if that's not the problem you're trying to solve, if it is supporting households instead, we have to realise that that comes at a cost if we're trying to help individual households. I mean, by helping them to have the capital they need for micro generation, because that cost will then come to everybody else that has to pay for it because it's more expensive in the first place. So that's the fundamental question. What problem is it that we're trying to solve? And that's the difficulty that I have.
The problem we're trying to solve is a stagnation in the Department's support for micro-generation. There's a stagnation there. We're obviously we're trying to solve the issue of producing fuel or energy through fossil fuels. And it is recognised across these islands and in Europe that micro-generation is part of the answer to tackling climate change and the climate emergency which we are in. The Minister throughout, just give me one little. The Minister throughout his contribution referred to it could be against the directive, it could be against state aid rules, it could cost more, it could. I fully appreciate that it could. But in terms of costs and who bears the burden of that, there is the challenge for this Assembly and the Department moving forward if we get to the stage of producing a scheme. How do we protect the most vulnerable in our society and promote green energy production? That's the challenge.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I've said that we will be allowing this, or I'm content for it to go to committee stage so that these issues could be explored. However, my point still stands. It's 4 times more expensive to incentivise micro-generation. And that's the route many people will want to go down because they themselves are the ones that will get the benefit from it, and that's understandable and that makes sense. But the difficulty comes when you have to take into consideration the level of incentivisation that you're giving to individuals. You are helping them but it doesn't necessarily help everybody else if they use most of the energy themselves, and if it comes at a greater cost, which it is, because large scale provides cheaper renewable electricity. So we all want renewables, that's great, but why wouldn't we want to go for the cheaper renewables? And it is the case at the minute that microgeneration is more expensive.
The Minister uses the figure 4 times more expensive, and I take it he's speaking from an informed position. Yeah, okay. Yeah. We are currently at a stage in microgeneration where it has stagnated, so it's not hardly surprising that the cost of producing it is higher, because innovation, investment, promotion has not been there. So I think what we're saying is, you could argue that we're saying is, oh, this has happened, look what's happened, this is 4 times more expensive, let's walk away from it, rather than looking at it and saying this forms part of significant parts of Europe's and Britain's and Ireland's generation of green energy. How are they doing it? What's the initiatives they're taking? And how do you reduce the cost of it? So I think there's questions to be answered before you can turn around and say, no, it's 4 times higher, I'm walking away. The way to reduce cost is to invest and innovate. I think that's what we have to do. And I come back to this point about who pays for this investment, and my colleague has also raised this. If we get to the point where the department's drawing up a scheme, this Assembly, the department, can mitigate against and protect the most vulnerable from paying for the innovation that is required to bring us to carbon net zero. So, as I said earlier to the Minister, there's a challenge in this for us all. We know what we were doing we can't continue to do just on its own. We have to continue to make change. But yes, yeah.
I appreciate the member giving way again, but now we seem to have gotten to the stage where there may be an acceptance that this will increase cost for some consumers. So we're now then trying to mitigate it, and mitigate against it for the most vulnerable in our society, which again then just puts that additional pressure onto what I think will probably be already a squeezed middle and those above it. So is that not the key point here, that there are, and for the record, those are not my figures. When I said it was 4 times more expensive, that was the utility regulator that advised that. So here we have an additional cost and the difficulties that come with that. And with respect, the member has said initially he wants the target to be 5%. I've said it's already 3.8. I don't know where he brought the target from, but then what is the optimal number? He says he could change it, but why? Are we just then inflating it for the sake of it? I want to make sure, first and foremost, that energy is affordable for people. So if we're increasing our renewables, we should go for the renewables that are most affordable. And right now, that's not microgeneration.
I'll bring the Minister back to the word he used throughout his contribution to me originally. It could. It could increase costs. Now, let's explore this one step further in terms of the legislative process. Let's see what we, as a legislator, can do to support microgeneration, support those most in need, and ensure that we have a sustainable energy provision across a number of areas moving forward. That's the objectives of the bill. So, in conclusion, in the past number of weeks, we have seen the erratic and extreme price fluctuations that a reliance on power generated by fossil fuels can cause. Our future must be one of renewable energy. This will not only protect our environment, but maintain prices at stable, predictable rates. This bill, in my opinion, is a small but practical step in that direction. And before I conclude, can I also thank all those who have assisted me in bringing the bill thus far, the officials in the bill office, your own office and the other departments within the Assembly. Their help has been invaluable. I also want to thank my party colleagues who have assisted me in bringing the bill to this far. And I conclude in those remarks.
Okay, members, thank you. And the question is, at the second stage of the small-scale green energy bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the second stage of the small-scale green energy bill, and the bill stands referred to the Committee for the Economy. Thank you. Members, please take a recess for a moment or two as we move to the next item. Okay, members. Next item on the order paper is a motion on failure to investigate allegations of Irish state collusion, and will ask the clerk to read the motion. Please read the motion.
That this Assembly reiterates its opposition to Her Majesty's Government's plans for legislation to address the legacy of the past in Northern Ireland, as outlined in the command paper published on the 14th of July 2021, regards any statute of limitations for troubles-related offences to be in violation of the principle that everyone must be equal under the law and equally subject to the law, stresses that all allegations of wrongdoing should be investigated in a fair and proportionate way, regardless of the nature of the offence or the jurisdiction in which it was committed, highlights the need to preserve legal routes to justice for innocent victims, condemns the long-standing failure by government and police oversight bodies in the Republic of Ireland to address substantive allegations of collusion in atrocities committed by the IRA, notes with deep concern the refusal by the Garda Síochána Ombudsman Commission to commission an investigation into the case of Ian Sproul, who was murdered in 1991, opposes the preconditions set by the Irish Government for exchanging information integral to legacy investigations, and calls on the Irish Government to fulfil its obligations under international human rights law to provide an effective investigation into claims of state collusion in acts of terrorism and facilitate timely access to justice and truth for affected victims and their families.
Thank you, and I call Ms Diane Dodds to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion. Mr. Allister.
A fresh indicative timings was issued this afternoon by the Business Office, which said that there's 1 hour 45 minutes for this debate. Could you clarify?
It's 1 hour 50 minutes. 1 hour 30 minutes is the standard procedure for the time. When we add an amendment, we add 15 minutes for the amendment. Okay, thank you. Ms. Dodds, proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ian Sproul was killed on the 13th of April 1991. He was 23 years of age. Ian lived near Killen, not far from Castledurg. He was a joiner by trade and a young lad who enjoyed music and playing in bands. He returned home in the early hours of the 13th of April, and an IRA gang who had been lying in wait shot him at close range. 44 bullets were fired. Ian died instantly. In another cruel twist, shortly after he was murdered, the IRA called the family home and told his father, Robert, to go out and see what the IRA had left him in the street. For many years, I've advocated on behalf of the Sproul family as they seek answers about a brother who was murdered by the Provisional IRA as a result of collusion with Garda and Donegal. Officialdom in Dublin has talked about the truth but failed to deliver the answers. Dublin has manufactured reasons not to help the Sproul family. Dublin has behaved like a spectator and lectured us all about dealing with the troubles, yet failing to see their own shortcomings. But let me make it clear before I advance, Mr. Speaker, this House owes a debt of gratitude to the RUC, the PSNI and our armed forces for the way that they protected us. We remember the sacrifices of those who died and also those who live with the scars and families who continue to grieve. We also record our gratitude to those officers from Garda Síochána who stood with us and worked to protect lives in the most difficult of circumstances. In dealing with this motion, let us never forget that terrorists, not police officers, were responsible for 90% of the deaths and bloodshed on both sides of the border. No one in this House should allow the victim makers to deflect attention from their own bloody past. They, and they alone, planted the bombs and pulled the triggers. This motion is about bringing the Irish Government to book for its failures to address the minority of cases where there is alleged collusion by members of the Garda. It is not about taking the focus of where it belongs, on those who pulled the trigger and planted the bomb. This House has already recorded its emphatic rejection of the proposals by Her Majesty's Government to close down legal routes to justice for innocent victims of violence. I hope that all those who support the basic principle of justice will do so again today. In terms of the amendment, I reject it. Every criticism of the Irish authorities in relation to legacy shouldn't have to be qualified by a mention of the United Kingdom Government. The concerns raised by the Sproul family and many others like them are serious. They deserve to be debated in their own right. This is not a zero-sum game. Equally, there is no reason why action by the Irish Government should be dependent on wider agreement with the United Kingdom. Either that administration believes in upholding the rule of law, or it doesn't. With this in mind, the main focus of this motion is on the role of successive Dublin governments. Governments that have failed to investigate the extent of the Irish state's involvement in the terrorist campaign in Northern Ireland. Governments that have tried to sweep this element of their actions out of public view, that continuously lecture others on their responsibilities while delaying truth and justice for innocent victims. Justice delayed is indeed justice denied. The Republic of Ireland was no spectator in the Troubles. Just look at the stories to emerge last week. EU funding for Dublin in exchange for an end to IRA terrorism in Germany. Let's look at another area, extradition. Between 1973 and 1997, a total of 113 extradition requests were made to the Republic of Ireland on terrorist-related offences. Only 8 people were ever extradited. These included charges of murdering RUC officers, planting incendiary devices and attempted murder, in effect a safe haven for terror. I wish to also focus my remarks specifically on the sustained failure by successive governments to address the substantive allegations of collusion by Garda officers in atrocities committed by the Provisional IRA, and in particular the case of Ian Sproul. In the aftermath of Ian's murder, the IRA passed files to the Derry Journal, which included copies of confidential Garda security files which had been leaked to them as justification for this brutal murder. This is a case that I've been involved with for many years in my role as an MEP. I have written to every Taoiseach since Enda Kenny and accompanied John Sproul to meet with Simon Coveney in 2019. As John says, we were given tea and sympathy, but nothing that would help to uncover the truth behind Ian's murder. I am aware that others in this House have met with the family and taken an interest in this case, but it seems that the desire to sweep this away trumps the search for truth and justice. In August this year, after a 4-year wait, the Garda Ombudsman responded to the Sproul family, essentially indicating that the passage of time meant that they would not investigate this crime. They cited limited resources, the challenge in locating witnesses and documents. In reality, a list of reasons or excuses, 4 years in the making, denying the Sproul family an investigation. Although the Criminal Justice International Cooperation Act was ratified by the Irish Parliament in 2019 and would allow the Garda Ombudsman and other bodies to exchange information on cross-border investigations, the government in Dublin has retained its veto over such arrangements. This means that families like the Sprouls, or indeed those whose loved ones were killed in the King's Mills massacre, have been abandoned. What has the Irish government to hide? Or are they, like Sinn Féin, secretly pleased that the passage of time now seems a convenient excuse for inaction on these terrible crimes. The Smithick inquiry into the murders of RUC officers Breen and Buchanan should have been the catalyst for a wide-ranging inquiry into Irish state collusion with the Provisional IRA. Not only did Smithick conclude that there was collusion between the Provisional IRA and Garda officer in the death of these two officers, but Conclusion 7 looks at the possibility of a further tribunal where there is power to compel witnesses and make orders for the discovery of documents in both jurisdictions. Indeed, the solicitor acting for Breen and Buchanan wrote to Enda Kenny in 2014 to say that there should be further investigations into other murders which were probed to some degree by Smithick and where there were allegations of collusion. These cases are Constable Tracy Doak and her 3 colleagues murdered at Killeen in May 1985, Terence McKeever murdered in June 1986, Lord Justice and Lady Gibson murdered in 1987, the Hanna family in 1988, John McAnulty in 1989, Ian Sproul in 1991, Tom Oliver in 1991. Many of the concerns raised on this issue were contained in new intelligence précis that were presented to the Smithick Tribunal by the then Assistant Chief Constable Drew Harris. They were described in the tribunal as accurate and reliable. Successive Irish governments have swept away these allegations of collusion, but in doing so, they not only fail those who lived in Northern Ireland and who were murdered by the Provisional IRA, but they fail their own citizens, those who have the right to expect protection and justice from their own government. There has been a great deal of litigation and comment around the UK government's obligation under Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Very little attention, if any, has been given to the Irish state's responsibilities. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I commend this motion to the House. Its focus is narrow, but it is important and investigations are needed. But, Mr. Speaker, where should we go from here? We can't just talk about the Sproul family and leave it there. We need to get answers. This week I wrote to both the Garda Commissioner and the Taoiseach and called on them again to meet the Sproul family and to give answers as to how the state will investigate this murder.
Thank you. Thank the member for that. And I call Ms Paula Bradshaw to move the amendment.
Thank you. So moved? Or, okay. Thank you.
You've just moved it. Yeah. Thank you. And you will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. And all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please now open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies about that. I rise to propose the amendment. I should emphasise that I do so primarily in an attempt to ensure that the motion satisfies its original intent, but also that it enjoys unanimous consent across the House. And I will come back to why I think that's essential at a later point, not just for the Sproul family, but for many, many others. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the motion directly first of all, and I thank the members in the DUP for bringing it. We agree entirely that the UK Government's plans to address the legacy of the past are unacceptable. They are unacceptable because they do not enjoy the support of any of the political parties represented in this Assembly. They are unacceptable because they do, as the motion notes, amount to a statute of limitations, and most of all they are unacceptable because they take away from the friends and family of the victims the opportunity to seek justice, and indeed they do so without even assuring them of truth nor accountability. The motion quite correctly also raises the point that such a statute makes such a mockery of the claim that we are all equal under the law and equally subject to the law, making the potential for charging anyone with an offence and going to trial subject to a set time frame rather than the potential for conviction is placing some people above the law.
This is a serious violation of the basics of the rule of law. Without the rule of law, we collectively have no foundation from which to build a coherent and fair response to the legacy from which we continue to struggle. It is worth putting on record also that what this motion says about seeking fair and proportionate investigation regardless of the jurisdiction in which the offence was committed is important and correct. Ultimately, it must be stressed that the UK Government's withdrawal from past agreements through this standalone plan for legacy makes it difficult to imagine any investigation occurring regardless of the jurisdiction of offence, and certainly makes it difficult to imagine victims' families will have access to truth, justice or the accountability they seek. I think this is implicit in the original motion, but we wanted to make it more evident in the amendment, especially for emphasising that both governments have an ongoing obligation around information exchange. Turning directly to the case of Ian Sproul, firstly, I recognise the hard work of the members of the family and other campaigners. Their campaign for truth has our full support in the Alliance Party. There remains, in this particular case, a serious question remaining over the claim at the Smithick Tribunal that there was a leak from the Garda, and this question requires a clear answer. We took the view in our amendment that it was not for this House to direct how authorities in a different jurisdiction should ensure this case is progressed. Nevertheless, I think the sentiment in this House is, as some will no doubt openly recommend during the debate, that a request should be made to the Garda Ombudsman to reconsider it. While recognising the independence of that office and that it is rightly not subject to ministerial direction, it is a sad truth that investigations into atrocities during the Troubles have often progressed, more often when they are reopened. There is also surely a case, as I believe colleagues in the SDLP from their amendment and elsewhere have noted, their proposed amendment, that the Ombudsman should be given statutory and legal powers for relevant historical investigations. At very least, there should be a clear and dedicated liaison point. It should also be emphasised that the last words of our amendment reflect those of the original motion. This is yet another reason the UK Government's legacy proposals are so unacceptable. We need to do the best we can to provide access to truth, justice and accountability for all affected families, not to remove it. Mr Speaker, sadly the families and campaigners for truth and justice in the case of Ian Sproul are among many who would suffer if the UK Government's proposals were to progress. So that raises a question which all of us in this House must answer about what we can do to stop those proposals progressing at Westminster. Mr Speaker, if we continue to be divided on the issue of legacy, we will play into the UK Government's hands. UK ministers will continue to argue that if we are divided ourselves, they are therefore justified in simply acting over our heads. In other words, it is not enough to say what we are all against, but we all must agree what we are for. If we cannot come up with a route forward ourselves, the UK Government's proposals will become law and we will be progressed. So we have to ask ourselves, hands on heart, do we just want to let that happen, or are we going to do something about it? In closing, I think, first of all, Mr Speaker, that the victims have been overlooked for far too long. There is no time for expediency. It is time to recognise that victims need and deserve a full say. I would urge members, therefore, to consider that a unanimous vote in this House on this motion and this amendment would send a clear message that we can agree, that we can come together on behalf of victims, and that we can come together to support access to truth, justice and accountability. I do not think either that we are far from agreement if we are courageous enough to deliver on it on a route forward. However, we must be courageous. After all, this is what victims, families and campaigners are wanting. We do not have long, however. A show of unity here now would be one step, but it's just one of many. Thank you.
Thank the member. And I call Liz Kimmins.
Mr Speaker, I rise to speak in favour of the amendment. And my starting point is that no victim should be asked to be silent and asked to forgo their rights to truth and justice. I'm also sensitive to the deep loss, hurt and pain right across our communities, and importantly, the desire by families for their many questions to be answered. Let me say, Mr Speaker, I would much prefer an approach to legacy that was about implementing what was negotiated in the Stormont House Agreement, which in no way asked victims to concede their right to truth and justice. That is their fundamental legal right. Meaningfully engaging with the past must be on the basis of the legal rights and entitlements of all victims. And let's be in no doubt, the British Command Paper on legacy amounts to a full frontal assault on the Good Friday Agreement, the rule of law and the administration of justice. That is why families are understandably angry as they see their legal rights potentially being denied. These are families right across the island who have fought long battles over decades in the memory of their loved ones. We have seen evidence of this anger and frustration over the weekend, where thousands of people on an all-island basis joined the Time for Truth solidarity vigils, rejecting the British amnesty proposals. And experience has shown that without access to legal rights and an independent legal process, there will be no truth, justice and accountability. But significantly, this cannot be done on a selective or an à la carte basis. If we are serious about investigating the extent of collusion, its administration and its practice, we need to do so in a way that meets the needs of all and not some victims, and I offer that as a challenge to some in this chamber here today. There can be no space for those who selectively seek to talk about collusion, particularly when they choose to deny, dismiss or disregard the huge body of evidence and lived experiences of many families and communities here in the North. So there is an issue of consistency here. And for the record, no family should be asked to concede their right to an investigation in line with human rights law, or an inquest, or a public inquiry. That is their right in law. So for the record, we in Sinn Féin will continue to uphold the rights of all victims. Denying families their basic human rights is at the core of the British Government's approach to legacy. These proposals would not be out of place in a military dictatorship. Today, this House needs to send a united, clear message to the British Government, and indeed the Irish Government, that we need to see the immediate delivery of the rights of all victims. No further delays or denial. We need to see accountability. In my opinion, the immediate implementation of the Stormont House Agreement in a human rights compliant manner, in a way that is victim-centred and which gives victims the answers that they are entitled to, is the way to achieve that outcome. Together, we owe it to all victims to ensure they are treated with equality, dignity and respect, and that their legal rights are protected and upheld, whether they are to be exercised in Belfast, London, Dublin or Strasbourg. On that basis, I urge you to join with me and support the amendment.
Thank you, and I call Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the debate here today. And I suppose before there is any suggestion that there is not consensus across the House, Mr. Speaker, let me say that there are elements of the motion that's introduced that I do agree with. These are justice, accountability and the highest ideal, that of truth. In terms of justice, our parties can agree on our opposition to the British Government's command paper of the 14th of July, which in the most horrendous fashion introduced a statute of limitations. In terms of accountability, we can also agree that everyone is equal under the law and should be equally subjected to the law, whether they were a member of a paramilitary organisation, a general in an army or a member of the government. And Mr. Speaker, truth. We can all of us agree that too many families, such as the family of Ian Sproul, have needlessly suffered the loss of a loved one. Lives have been lost, livelihoods destroyed, and generations still living with the legacy of our collective past. Their truths need to be heard in every home, in every school and every town hall. And there is consensus. Unfortunately, such consensus is not often deemed newsworthy, and rather the divergence amongst the parties is what grabs the headlines. Let that serve all of us as a reminder today when we are considering the tone of this debate in which we are participating. In primarily welcoming where there is consensus, Mr. Speaker, let me now come to some of the divergence. Today's motion isolates the Irish Government for criticism and examination. However, I think to do so is counterproductive. I mean, there has been no greater enactor of collusion than the British state, and to attempt to raise one without addressing the other is imbalanced and altogether unhelpful in the entire legacy conversation. Within South Down, we know the impact of British collusion all too well. 6 victims were shot dead in the Heights Bar in Loughin Island in 1994. Horrendously, when journalists tried to shine a light, and did, on that state collusion in the massacre, they found themselves arrested. Where was the justice and accountability and the truth for them? Now, an imperfect consensus has been found in how we address these matters, and that was decided upon in the Stormont House Agreement in 2014. It was an imperfect solution, but it was a solution nonetheless. Eames Bradley provided and continues to provide the best model for dealing with legacy. But one of the major difficulties with our response to legacy has been the lack of resources for the various strands to be able to deliver upon their work. We must see adequate resources for all of the various strands. And Mr. Speaker, too much time has been wasted in addressing the legacy of our past. This has resulted in a void in which the extreme elements of republicanism and unionism have filled with their account of history, rather than allowing all of us an agreed consensus. Further to this, Sinn Féin's insistence on the absence of this place for 3 years did nothing to progress the cause of victims and deal with the legacy of the past. Similarly, I would ask the proposers of the motion as introduced, in the last 14 years that you have jointly headed up government, what have you delivered for victims? Even now, the proposers are not looking forward, but continue to look back over their shoulder to try and outmanoeuvre their opponents because of one poll. That's shameful. Justice, accountability, truth. These are not just mere words. These are the ideals that we must seek in building a better and more reconciled society than the troubled one that we have inherited. Mr. Speaker, if we're ever going to adequately address the legacy of our past, it cannot be done by cherry-picking the elements that make us uncomfortable, which today's motion as introduced does. Such piecemeal reconciliation cannot and will not deliver for all victims. And for that reason, the SDLP will be supporting the amended motion only. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this motion forward for discussion. I suppose we've had lots of discussions here and elsewhere about legacy, and nobody is going to close the gap of where we all view it from different directions, whether it's you blame the British military, police and government, or whether you blame loyalist terrorists, Republican terrorists, or whether you blame the Irish government and the Irish police and the Irish military, or you blame a political party which excused and promoted murder. We will all look at it from a various different direction. But one thing is clear. We cannot have an amnesty. We cannot have a statute of limitations. We're all agreed. So let's dissect that a little bit, shall we? Let's just dissect those fine words that we're hearing here. Any statute of limitation for troubles-related offences would be in violation of the principle that everyone must be equal under the law and equally subject to it. Yet 3 MPs from the DUP supported a statute of limitation in 2018. And it wasn't for this member's intervention, they would have still supported it because it led to an amnesty. We have to be careful here. Highlight the need to preserve legal routes to justice for innocent victims. And everybody stands up and claps the Stormont House Agreement. And the Stormont House Agreement does not give justice to victims who were injured in the trouble where there is no fatality. So the limbless, the blind, the burned, those in a wheelchair, the psychologically damaged, purely because they had the audacity to live, don't get an investigation. That is an amnesty for those who perpetrated it. People who had a HET desktop review under the Stormont House Agreement don't get an investigation. The Stormont House Agreement is geographically fixed. So if you're murdered, if you're kidnapped in Northern Ireland, taken across the border into Ireland, tortured and murdered, you don't get an investigation. That's not dealing with legacy. That is an amnesty. Call it what you will, but you need to own up to it, because that's what you've agreed to, and that's what I've been saying since I came into this House in 2016. And we do have to look at the Irish government, because the Irish government are not innocent players here. We can't allow them to say nothing in case the halo slips. And yes, we're all critical of the British proposals. The UK proposals are wrong. But the Irish government have done nothing, brought nothing forward, does nothing for victims. The thousands of attacks that came from Irish soil into Northern Ireland to murder and maim our citizens, and they have done nothing to address that, apart from the Criminal Justice International Cooperation Act 2019. Let me explain something. Before any investigation, the Irish government will redact it before we get the information. So you will never get all of the information. We've heard about Ian Sproul. He's not the only one. There's many out there. Corporal James Elliott, kidnapped in 1972, taken across the border into the Irish Republic, brutally tortured and murdered after 2 days. His body booby-trapped, put on the border and left. They arrested people, not for his murder, but for putting a bomb in his body. And I wrote to the Irish to ask them why they had not gone any further in dealing with that issue. In the same way that I have wrote and spoken to directly to Micheál Martin and asked him what the Irish are going to do. To Leo Varadkar, to Simon Coveney, to their Justice Minister. Everyone I have asked, what are you going to do in regards to legacy as you allow us to sit here in this House and tear strips off each other? What is your part to be played? Their answer is silence. Every single time their answer is silence. So I've got to say, I think this motion is right as it stands to focus on the Irish government. It's there for a reason. That's not to say that the British government don't have questions to answer, but it does mean we can focus at times on the Irish government. That's what this motion does. That's what I'll be supporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Ennis.
And I rise to speak in favour of the Alliance Amendment. And I want to reiterate the point that my colleague Liz Kimmins made in her remarks when she said that the principles that underpinned the Stormont House Agreement are themselves the basis for dealing with the past in a victim-centred manner. And I approach this debate sensitive to the hurt, the pain and the loss across all our communities. And let me say at the outset that all victims and their families have a right to truth, justice and acknowledgement. Not some victims, but all victims. If we are serious about dealing with the past as the basis for building for the future, then there can be no dilution or erosion of the human rights of victims. Today, this Assembly can send another message to the British Government that we reject their amnesty proposals for their state forces as outlined in their command paper of the 14th of July. And that we also reject their proposed interference in the legal process where the PSNI, the Police Ombudsman, would be statutorily barred from investigating conflict-related incidents. Should these proposals be enacted in legislation, this would bring an immediate end to criminal investigations into the prospect of prosecutions. The British Government proposals are an affront to all families. Not some families, not a few families, but all families. These British Government proposals are about denying families their rights. Yet here we are in that very scenario. Sinn Féin made our position in respect to the role of the governments clear in our legacy consultation response in October 2018, and I think it's useful to restate that position here today. At point 42 in the Sinn Féin response, we stated that 2 decades on from the signing of the Good Friday Agreement in 1998,
Many families continue to ask questions about the deaths of their loved ones. Many feel that there has been no official recognition of their loss. Many are still denied legacy inquests. Many are still battling in the courts for maximum disclosure from the British state, and this is not a tenable situation. Equally, the Irish Government has a binding obligation to assist families and to facilitate full disclosure to asset information recovery. Now, that will mean developing human rights compliant processes that are capable of answering the uncomfortable questions of many families and of wider society. It will mean seeking to provide maximum information to families who want answers. It will mean investigating and understanding the policy context and the state abuse of legal process that facilitated, that perpetuated and that sustained the conflict. Maybe in a minute. Investigating human rights abuses, upholding the rights of victims to remedy and to combat impunity. Today we must send a clear message that any political attempts to interfere in live and pending legal proceedings or deny victims their human rights and access to legal investigations, whether the focus of those investigations is in London or in Dublin, that will be resisted across this House. In reality, that means the Irish Government has a binding duty to assist families in the same human rights compliant manner, with the same information and to the same standard as the British Government. Today, Caoimhe, we have an opportunity to speak with a clear and consistent voice and to call on both governments to fulfil their international human rights obligations and provide effective investigations without further delay. As parties, and despite our different standpoints, we must make a common cause and oppose, object and challenge these proposals and stand up for the basic rights of all victims. Upholding, protecting and guaranteeing the legal rights of all victims is critical, and I urge members to support the amendment. And
I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In coming to this motion today, I want to make it clear that we will not be supporting the Alliance Amendment, an amendment which seeks to remove the focus of the motion away from the Dublin Government's failure to investigate Irish state collusion between the Garda and the IRA terrorists. And we must never forget, and let this House and all others that are listening to the debate today be in no doubt as to who was responsible for the years of bloodshed and murder of the innocent people of Northern Ireland. Let us remember who it was that pulled the trigger. Let us remember who it was that planted the bombs and who it was that robbed many of our families of their loved ones in their premeditated murderous campaign. None other than the Provisional IRA, who received the full support and endorsement of the party opposite, and who to this day still glorify those who carried out such dastardly acts of murder. In 2013, Gerry Carroll, attending the unveiling of an illegal Republican memorial in Castlederg, referred to these murderers, and I want to quote this, that they were referred to them as being leaders, people who led from the front. That gives us some indication of the thinking of the party opposite with regard to these people. In my hometown of Castlederg and the surrounding district, between 1971 and 2001, we witnessed the premeditated murder of 32 innocent people, one of which was Ian Sproul. And where did these people who carried out these dastardly deeds find a safe haven and protection from the law? But a few miles away over the border in the south of Ireland, a spawning ground for this terrorist organisation. We cannot therefore ignore the role played by the Irish state in facilitating and endorsing the creation and the growth of the Provisional IRA, nor can we ignore the collusion that there was between the Garda and the IRA, which resulted in many innocent people in Northern Ireland losing their lives. Saturday, the 13th of April 1991, is a date etched on the hearts and minds of many people in Castlederg and the surrounding area, when the news filtered through that Ian Sproul, a 23-year-old joiner, was brutally murdered by the IRA as he returned home, simply because he was a Protestant. Ian was the 9th member of Mathnagira Presbyterian Church's congregation to be murdered by the IRA. As I stand here today, I have fond memories of Ian, having worked alongside him and his father for a short period of time. And despite all the false allegations peddled by the IRA following Ian's murder, and an effort to distract media attention away from what was a sectarian assassination of a young, innocent Protestant man, to his murderers, the only crime that he was guilty of was that he was a Protestant, a Unionist, a Loyalist, the sentence for which was death. In 2012, the revelations from the now Garda Commissioner Drew Harris to the Smithick Tribunal, when he was Assistant Chief Constable, left no one in any doubt of collusion between the Garda and the IRA in the sectarian murder of Ian Sproul. Yet to this day, the Dublin Government, in a blatant violation of its international human rights obligation, have refused the Sproul family an investigation into Ian's murder while seeking to brush the Smithick inquiry under the carpet. It is absolutely outrageous that the Garda Ombudsman Commission are seeking to hide behind the passage of time in an effort to justify their failure to investigate this case of collusion, while all the time adding further pain and hurt to the Sproul family, who deserve a full investigation without further delay. The ratification of the Criminal Justice International Cooperation Act in 2019 allows for the Garda Ombudsman and all the bodies to exchange information on cross-border investigations. But the disgraceful situation is that the Dublin Government have retained a veto over such arrangements. Therefore, if the Dublin Government if the Dublin authorities are genuine and their claim to respect the rule of law and human rights of victims, it is high time they buried their gross hypocrisy and take action to bring forward a public inquiry into the state role in the IRA campaign without further delay and without any preconditions. I did hear one member across the way talk about justice and accountability and truth. Of course, that's what we want. We want to see the Dublin Government come forward with justice, accountability and truth for all those that they colluded with the IRA and causing murder to the people. And I ask the Assembly to support the motion.
Thank you, and I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the outset, can I acknowledge on behalf of the SDLP the family of Ian Sproul and the suffering that they have endured for many years, and indeed their grief compounded by the callous call that their father received on the evening of Ian's murder. I mean, brutal beyond belief, cruel beyond belief. I also want to acknowledge that today is the 20th anniversary of one of my constituents, the investigative journalist Martin O'Hagan, who was brutally murdered by the LVF when he and his wife were walking home from a pub in Lurgan one evening. His family, friends and colleagues continue to grieve his loss and have unanswered questions about his murder and the subsequent investigation. Both of their killers remain free. Allegations of collusion prevail. The DUP motion quite rightly reiterates that this Assembly's unanimous opposition to the command paper on legacy proposals, including closing down all avenues of justice. And the SDLP is clear that every family that has been bereaved in the conflict should have access to an effective investigation and justice process, regardless of who the perpetrator was. I do have some difficulty in the motion suggesting that legal processes should be preserved for innocent victims, given that the state has a duty under Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights to investigate loss of life. Indeed, as we have seen over the past year, many families had to fight to clear the names of their loved ones, and for whom they had to fight for their reputations to be reinstated. Many of those, including the Ballymurphy families, their loved ones were deemed to be innocent by the coroner. The Stormont House Agreement, as my colleague Colin has said, was imperfect, and indeed Doug Beattie referred to it as being imperfect for different reasons, and that Eames Bradley remains the premier, if you like, answer to dealing with legacy. but the Stormont House Agreement is widely regarded by many across the victim sector as the last chance saloon in terms of trying to find truth, justice and accountability. And imperfect though it is an international agreement which the British government have unilaterally reneged upon. And I think that if any within the NIO or the British government are listening in to this debate, they will again hear the message that their proposals contained in the command paper are universally objected. I will.
Just dealing with the Stormont House Agreement, the member has been careful so far not to condemn Republic of Ireland collusion. What does she think the Republic's response has been to the commitment they made in Stormont House towards full cooperation of all relevant Irish authorities, including disclosure of implementation and documentation? Does she think they've done that?
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding the Irish Government has...
Member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has in process legal framework already being drafted to allow for the sharing of such information, but the Irish Government can answer for itself. My concern is around victims and the reconciliation that we need so that the past isn't rewritten in the way that it is being done by some. And okay.
We accept that if the Irish Government is not open and redacts information, then victims will not gain the information that they are seeking.
Mr. Speaker, we charge the Irish Government with the same principles that we put to the British Government in ensuring that the fullest account and the fullest truth and the fullest access to justice has to be the right of any bereaved family and victim in terms of how the past is dealt with. I think those principles apply regardless of whether it's the Irish Government or the British Government. But let's face it, in terms of collusion, the British Government would win the gold star because it was state-sponsored. It probably, in relation to the murder of Pat Finucane, many people go the whole way to Downing Street in particular, and that's why there's been continued dismissal of any public inquiry into the murder of Pat Finucane. But if I can, in the brief time I've left to me, turn my attention to the members to my right, who have talked today about truth, justice and accountability. I haven't heard much in terms of remorse or truth, justice and accountability from members of the Republican movement, and I do grieve the fact that, as Mr Buchanan said, senior members of Sinn Féin continue to glorify terrorists in a very public way, and many of whom were responsible for many murders right across both communities, if you like, here in the north. And I do think it woes betide some of the speakers in Sinn Féin to lecture everybody else in this House about human rights until they get their own house in order in terms of acknowledging their role and what are they going to do in terms of former members of the Republican movement and stepping up to the plate around truth, justice and accountability.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. I want to commend those who brought this motion. I want particularly to commend John Sproul for the relentless campaign that he has pursued and the Derg Victims organisation, which has been by his side. And yet, despite all of that, we are no further forward in terms of obtaining the truth which attends the brutal murder of Ian Sproul. It is abundantly clear that there was rife Garda IRA collusion throughout the Troubles. Mrs Dodds listed several of the cases. The Sproul case, of course, Breen and Buchanan, Smithick found collusion there, very clear. Lord Lady Gibson, the Hanna family, Terence McKeever, Tracy Doak, it's all there. It is abundantly clear that Dundalk Station, Donegal stations were rife with enablers of IRA murder. No more so than in this case, where in their warped justification of the gunning down of this young man, the IRA produced a document straight out of a Garda file, identifying him, photographing him, naming him. And of course their plan that night was to kill a second young man, because they also had a second photograph. Fortunately, he wasn't at home. And yet we come to debate this today. And I listen very carefully to the contributions. We've had 2 Sinn Féin speakers. Not one word of condemnation of the brutal murder of Ian Sproul. A motion that's centred on that murder, and yet again, Sinn Féin come to this House and cannot even find the decency to condemn that brutal murder. Yes, lots of doublespeak and equivocation, but no facing up to the reality that their IRA brutally murdered this young man. And when we come to the SDLP, sadly, no facing up to the reality of Republic of Ireland collusion. Mr McGrath's speech, Mrs Kelly's speech, no acknowledgement of that collusion. Why? Why be the protectors of collusion? You're loud enough in your demands when you think you can point that finger at the British.
Point of order.
Mr Speaker, is it right that a member can accuse members, myself and Mr McGrath, of being protectors of people who were involved in collusion?
Well, I would say that, I will refer to the Hansard report of the exact wording that was used, but I would suggest to members when they are speaking to stay within the rails of debate. Thank you.
Well, if there has been collusion from the Republic of Ireland, and Smithick tells us there was, don't want to take my word for it, Smithick tells us there was, then why is it beyond some in this House to condemn that collusion? That's the question I ask. And of course, that collusion comes in the context of that concerted, deliberate campaign to cover up and provide cover for the IRA. Mrs Dodds, give the figures. 113 applications for extradition of murderers and other crimes. 8 successful. Because the Irish Republic was deliberately in the business of providing safe haven for murderers in this part of the United Kingdom. That's the hard truth. And therefore it falls ill that people cannot even face up to that. That's what this motion calls people to do. Face up to that. And today, they've run away from that. And as for the Alliance Party, of course, well, last week, there were Sinn Féin's federal helpers. This week, they're going to be Dublin's federal helpers. Yes, a good point.
I thank the member for giving way, and he quite rightly highlighted the inability of Sinn Féin to even condemn the tragic and brutal murder of Ian Sproul. But would he agree with me that their inability to condemn such murder is much more widespread than that? And actually, to this very day, the continual glorification of murder is what is seepingly sad about the reality that Sinn Féin cannot come to terms with their own past in recognising that murder was wrong in all instances.
Member has an additional minute.
It's not just a failure to condemn, it's a glorification of murder and thereby justification. Because you cannot glorify that which you say is not justified. So it is as stark as that. But the Irish government have lamentably failed. I quoted a few minutes ago their supposed commitment in the Stormont House Agreement. Their actions do not match those words. Far from it. Rather, we have had a total duplicity in the Dublin government's response. A duplicity that is as shocking as the cover-ups that they continue to provide for IRA murders through the collusion that is exemplified in just one case, Ian Sproul, but is multiplied in many cases in our troubles.
Member's time is up. Thank you. And I now call John Blair to wind on the motion, and the member has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank members who have been involved in the debate as well. I obviously rise, like my colleague earlier, in support of the amendment, but firstly I want to address the motion. As brought forward, the motion makes clear the UK, has been referred to many times today, UK Government's latest proposed policy and legacy is deplorable, and that the plans to prevent prosecution for crimes committed during the Troubles is an unacceptable course of action. There is cross-party agreement on this position. It is therefore my hope that the amendment reflecting the intent of the original motion can let us speak with one voice on these crucial issues. And I'll refer to the amendment more fully in a moment. It's difficult to see how these UK government proposals referred to repeatedly today can be consistent with international human rights law. We need a comprehensive system for legacy, including investigations, with everyone equal under the law, or else victims will never receive the justice, truth and closure that they deserve. There is understandably an expectation that all democratic governments and their justice structures should act within the terms of international human rights law. If this expectation of associated standards is not met, it is a matter of utmost concern to all of us and, of course, mostly and especially to the bereaved. Turning directly to the case of Ian Sproul, I would firstly like to commend the family for their resilient campaign for truth and for justice. The case is symptomatic of so many families who need that closure and that justice. I'll now, Mr. Speaker, refer for a moment to comments made, and I'll limit my comments mostly to the remarks which related to our amendment. There were those who spoke who didn't refer to the amendment, and I'm minded to find my notes. Here we are. Diane Dodds, in proposing the motion, mentioned that we had included the words on the UK Government, and I hope she'll accept that the words on the UK Government were already in the original motion. So yes, they were in the amendment, and further mention again towards the end of the amendment, alongside very clear mention of the Irish Government and the need for that collaboration. Liz Kimmins spoke in support of the amendment and referred to the recent UK Government proposals also, and that's a common theme, and referred to Stormont House Agreement. Colin McGrath, again, opposition to the UK Government proposals and supported the amendment. Doug Beattie didn't support the amendment, but did refer to the key focus on the Irish Government and indicated that more could be done there. Sinead Ennis spoke of pain and loss across communities. Tom Buchanan, his personal experience of the incident mentioned in the motion, and we respect his feelings and thoughts on that. Dolores Kelly also in support of the amendment. The amendment addresses, Mr. Speaker, the need that acts of terrorism should be investigated fully, and that governments on these islands should cooperate to the fullest extent so that truth, justice and closure can be brought for those victims and families who need it. And I would remind members through you, Mr. Speaker, the Northern Ireland Office failed to engage in their recent proposals in meaningful dialogue or consultations with the parties of these Assembly prior to public announcements, and more reprehensibly, they failed to engage with victims' groups also. It's my hope that we can reach agreement through this amendment, which honours the intentions of the original motion, whilst highlighting the duty on governments to collaborate closely and bring that closure. And I commend the amendment to the House.
Thank you. And I call Mervyn Story to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and the member has 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I commend my colleagues Diane Dodds and Tom Buchanan for bringing the motion to the House today. And can I also commend them for the work that they've done over many years in ensuring that the memory of Ian Sproul and his family is not forgotten. Because sadly there are those in this House, and they want to airbrush the past. They want to change the past. Let's nail it for what it was. It was murder. It was the vilest of the vile. It wasn't, as the Deputy First Minister described when glorifying another IRA terrorist, he died for Irish freedom. And of course she was referring to one individual who was responsible for the murder of a constituent of mine. And of course the Deputy First Minister didn't think fit to think of that family. No thought of the Dunlop family when she was prepared to glorify the actions that led to murder in the streets of Ballymena. And so today, Mr. Speaker, we have heard the catalogue of what has been our sad past. And the focus of this motion is to put the spotlight on the Irish government. If anyone takes the time and looks at the list, and my colleague Diane Dodds made reference to the 113 requests for extradition and only 8 were granted. The refusal, the reasons given by the Irish government for most of them was extradition refused on grounds that the offence was political. Escape from custody, murder of members of the RUC, possession of firearms and ammunition, arson, attempt at murder, armed robbery, and the Irish government was complicit in saying, oh, what happened there was for political purposes. They didn't say that whenever it happened, sadly, on their own streets, because it was murder in Monaghan. It was also murder in Northern Ireland. And so, Mr. Speaker, today we have heard from a number of members in this House. And I have to say that the attempt by the Alliance Party to try and somehow say that they wanted to gain consensus. Well, they didn't gain consensus in this House last week when they weren't prepared to stand up for victims and support a bill that was going to ensure that those who had a criminal record were punished for their deeds. And then a few days later, the Justice Minister comes out with a Victims for Crime Commissioner. That's a toothless organisation, not going to be able to do anything, and yet they tell us this is to support victims. This is to ensure that victims are at the centre of what we do. Well, I have to say it was a failed attempt on the Alliance Party to gain consensus. Therefore, on the basis of that, we won't be accepting the amendment. But let me turn to Sinn Féin. Because here is a party who its previous leader said in 1983, I would like to elaborate on Sinn Féin's attitude to arms struggle. Arms struggle is a necessary and morally correct form of resistance. Does the members opposite still believe that that's the case? Now, we've heard a lot today about truth and about justice and about openness and about transparency. But of course, let's remind ourselves what the former Vice President or the former Deputy First Minister of this House told the most expensive inquiry, shining a spotlight into the past in the city of Londonderry. When he went to the Savile inquiry, when he was asked in regards to the arms dump, he said, I cannot answer that question because there's a Republican code of honour. So here's a party that tells us they want openness, they want truthfulness. But whenever they had the opportunity to tell the truth, what did they do? They hid behind the coattails of a terrorist organisation's code of ethics and code of conduct. So I have to say, the member Liz Kimmon said there is an issue of consistency here. We need to see accountability. You're absolutely right. What happened to the family of Jean McConville? For 40 years, the IRA denied and told us that it was about wasn't due them. And then they were dragged into the public arena and they were reminded of their dirty, dastardly deeds when they murdered an innocent woman on the streets of Belfast. But I just wonder, with all that the Republican community are now saying about the statute of limitation and about drawing a line under the past, are some of them beginning to get worried that the knock is going to come on the door and they are going to be held accountable for their deeds? What about Operation Canova? What about the investigation into Freddie Scappaticci? What about the investigations into the countless hundreds of murders that that squad was responsible for? We want truth. And truth cannot be hidden. And truth will come to the fore. I'm glad to see that the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party has rejoined us, because he, as his right is to raise concerns in relation to Stormont House. And he made reference to the fact that it was by elements of it was by de facto an amnesty. But what was the opening of the prison gates when we signed, not us, but his party, in terms of the Belfast Agreement? He's quite happy. Yes, quite happy to give way.
Does the member realise that it was Mo Molan that opened the gates and locked the prisoners out?
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I think the member needs to go back and take a history lesson. It was as a result of a political agreement that his party signed up to, and the prison gates were opened. And then, of course, you see what that has led to. And this is a sad reality. What it has led to now in Northern Ireland is a corruption of the justice process. Because subsequent to that, we had decommissioning. And the parties in this House all talk about openness, transparency and truth. But let's remember there was legislation passed in the two Houses of Parliament, in the Irish Republic and in Westminster, that allowed for there to be no ballistics to be garnered as a result of the weapons that were decommissioned. What is that? That's an amnesty. What was that? It's letting terrorists off the hook. So let's take, for example, the murder of Ian Sproul. A dirty, dastardly deed. Mrs. Dodds told us the number of bullets that were used by those who came in the dead of night and shot him through the back of the head. But say, for example, the weapon that was used had been discovered, and the ballistics that had been taken from that were brought into the public domain. As a result of what has been passed in the Dáil and in Parliament, it could not have been used to bring those people to justice. That's an amnesty. That never should have happened. And so, Mr. Speaker, today I welcome the fact that there are members of this House who have talked about ensuring that all victims are entitled to the truth. And I have no fear of the truth. I have no fear of looking into the past and asking questions as to who was responsible for pulling the trigger, for planting the bomb, for creating the widows and for creating the orphans. But what I will not tolerate or give succour to is that by some political means we will try and sanitise that past. We will try and change that past. We will try and have the past rewritten. In my own constituency, a week before Ian Sproul was murdered, the IRA planted a bomb in the town of Ballycastle. It resulted in the death of Spence McGarry, a 46-year-old father of three. What was his crime? His crime was he was a Protestant who came from the town of Ballycastle, who wore the uniform of the RUC. My colleague Tom Buchanan made a very telling point.
Members, time's up.
In terms of the sectarian nature of the IRA campaign. Let's have the truth. Let Dublin tell us what they know, and let members in this House face up to the reality of the past.
And thank you, and thank all the members for their contributions so far. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Paula Bradshaw, John Blair and Stuart Dixon be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Clear lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Okay, members. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Paula Bradshaw, John Blair and Stuart Dixon be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers for the ayes are Paula Bradshaw and John Blair. Tellers for the noes are Trevor Clark and Mervyn Storey. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind members to adhere to all of the social distancing requirements while the division takes place. And they ask you to retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, especially in the lobbies. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members, can we resume our seats, please? Thank you, Mr. Blair. Okay, members. Clerk, could you please read the result?
88 members voted, 49 members voted aye, 39 members voted no. The amendment is therefore made.
Thank you, Clerk. The amendment has been made. Unfasten the doors. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for their contribution this evening. Thank you very much.
Mark in? Yes, he is. Thank you, members. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, Mr. Speaker has given leave to Mr. Mark Durkan to raise the matter of the impact on Foyle of the removal of universal credit uplift. The proposer of the topic will have 15 minutes. I call Mr. Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the need for the Executive not only to oppose the UK Government plan to remove the universal credit £20 uplift, but to plan to prepare and protect people here, should the Tories persist with this punitive policy, and importantly, to consider what this cruel cut means for my constituents in Foyle. The SDLP have always been critical of universal credit. We voted against the Welfare Reform Bill when others here rubber-stamped it. Our stance has been vindicated ever since. And I'm sure I'm not alone when I say that assisting people navigate this complex system is a daily occurrence for all of our offices, and all too often we have to direct desperate people and desperate families towards food banks during the cruel 5-week wait. Foyle Food Bank have witnessed a spike in demand in recent years, and during COVID saw a 75% increase in usage. I dread to think how many more people in Derry will rely on this support and service should this cut to universal credit proceed. The £20 universal credit uplift was a most welcome and uncharacteristic move by the Tories at the outset of the pandemic as an extra safety net to prevent people falling further into poverty. Now, despite opposition from ministers here, Scotland, Wales, criticism from just about every charity and expert organisation, including several former Tory welfare ministers, and not to mention the dissension among the ranks witnessed in recent weeks, with 4 Tory MPs voting against the removal, the Tories appear determined to return to type. Foyle has the highest number of universal credit claimants across the north, and indeed the UK, with over 8,000 claimants. This cut runs the risk of stripping almost £8.5 million from vulnerable households in Foyle alone. This removal will be most profound in areas of high deprivation, such as Derry, and I've listened to many heartfelt pleas, mostly from single parents, who have reached out to me in recent weeks, highlighting that this uplift has been a lifeline, and it's a lifeline that they can't afford to have removed. This £20, this extra £20 a week, has allowed them merely to keep their heads above water, to buy nappies, to put food on the table for their children that week. For them, the fear of this cut is becoming a stark reality, with claimants already being informed of their cut-off date. The consequences of going down this path will be catastrophic. It will undoubtedly hit harder in the north, and indeed Foyle, than anywhere else. Families here will be plunged into poverty. If they needed this help 18 months ago, well, they sure as hell need it now. Now people have to battle the spiralling cost of living. A 35% gas hike, which in real terms means a rise of around £200 for the average annual household bill. And with the implications of Brexit, grocery bills are rising rapidly. We all see that. Rising property values means rising rents, and I've witnessed the outworkings of that, as I'm sure many others have, with more and more people contacting my constituency office for housing support, forced from private rented properties due to affordability issues. It's clear people are at breaking point. They can't afford to lose over £1,000 a year, and we can't afford to let them lose it either. This cut is not only cruel, but completely short-sighted. Removing millions of pounds from the local economy will devastate local businesses. I recently met with the Federation of Small Businesses to discuss what implications this cut will have for them and their members. The consequences for local businesses will be dire and will actually cost jobs, forcing people to become even more reliant on welfare support. So where is the assessment of the impact of removing this lifeline? Has the Executive looked at the financial cost in terms of increased costs for health, homelessness and education? What will be the cost on people? This is much more than an issue that affects just the poor or scroungers, as the Tories happily would characterise those dependent on support. Nearly a third of claimants are working. We need to do more to protect them. Minister Hargey has joined with her counterparts in other devolved regions and written to DWP to oppose this cut, and we welcome that. But sadly, it doesn't go nearly far enough. The Minister speaks often on her commitment to protect vulnerable people, and we welcome her words, yet real scrutiny of the Minister's track record and her party's track record would tell a very different story. We're still waiting for legislation to close the loopholes in welfare mitigations, and the Minister's silence around accessibility concerns to the High Street voucher scheme is deafening. Earlier this month, I wrote to the Minister asking her to take action in conjunction with the Economy Minister to ensure that elderly and vulnerable people who don't have internet access or who aren't internet savvy didn't miss out on the scheme. I proposed, given that the EFC already held these people's details, the voucher should be automatically issued to this cohort. I'm still awaiting a response. But I digress. To return to the matter at hand, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, the reason Boris Johnson and the Tories can back this callous cut is because they can't comprehend a reality where £20 is the difference between feeding your family that week and not. How can we trust a man who can't tell you the price of a loaf of bread but can easily tell you the price of a bottle of champagne to know what's best for vulnerable people and their families? Or his colleague, Therese Coffey, who just last week condescendingly suggested that claimants should work more hours, a statement that demonstrated not only a complete lack of compassion, but also a complete lack of understanding of how this benefit, a benefit for which she has responsibility, works. I would expect and hope that MLAs here would be much more grounded in the reality of what this cut means for people in the areas in which we all live. I'm concerned about my constituents. I'm concerned about men, women and children in Derry who will be most adversely impacted by this cut. Reports show that child poverty is a reality for a quarter of the children in Northern Ireland. That problem is most acute in areas such as Foyle. If we don't fight for the needs of those children and their families, people that we purportedly are supposed to be here to represent, then who will? What are we going to do in the wake of this removal? Sit on our hands or ensure that people are signposted to debt and advice agencies, as the Minister has previously suggested? We are a devolved government. DFC finally has welfare powers back again after the DUP, Sinn Féin and Alliance handed them over to the Tories to inflict more pain on vulnerable people here. If Westminster insists on proceeding with this draconian cut, we need to see action from the Communities Minister, working with her executive colleagues, particularly the Finance Minister, to find the funding to continue the uplift for the rest of this financial year. This accounts to just 0.5% of the Executive's budget. What COVID money remains unspent? What money budgeted for welfare mitigations is at risk of going unspent? And are these questions being asked by the Communities Minister, who tells us how committed she is to protecting the vulnerable? Rather than writing letters, we implore the Minister to find the resource and find a way to protect hard-pressed families across the North from this devastating cut to their income. We need to be more proactive, not reactive. There's just far too much at stake for people here. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Carroll rising in his place. I had originally thought there were 5 listed members. There's now 6. 6 into 40 goes 6.5 times, thereabouts. So we'll allow 6.5 minutes per speaker. And I call Padraig de Largy.
The removal of the £20 universal credit uplift is yet another assault by Boris Johnson and his cabinet on struggling individuals and families in Derry and across the North, those who've borne the brunt of Tory austerity for almost a decade. This move by the British government compounds the impact that will be felt by the hike in energy prices and will leave the most vulnerable in our society again facing the choice between putting food on the table and heating their homes. This is the real-life impact. I was proud to speak in the Chamber last week to oppose these cuts and to be part of a rare consensus across this Chamber demanding that the Tories scrap their plans. The significance of that can't be understated. There was a real recognition that these cuts transcend party political boundaries. They'll impact on people in Derry, they'll impact on people across the Foyle constituency, and they'll impact on people across the North. If we're genuine about standing up for families and about those most vulnerable in our society, then we must start to work together to tackle these cuts, to present a united front against the Tory government. We need to stand with other devolved institutions in Scotland and in Wales to counter the removal of this uplift. Until we take full control of our physical destiny, we will always be vulnerable to austerity, to cuts, to policies imposed on us by Westminster, by a government who have very, very little empathy for the people of the North and less mandate in this area. To be clear, just like Brexit, these decisions haven't come from the Executive. The decisions and choices were made by the British government. The British government have cut the block grant in the North year on year for a decade now. Tory cuts have devastated our public services, not just in terms of welfare, but in health, in education, in infrastructure, and particularly in our public transport systems. It's in the Tory DNA to slash public services and attack the most vulnerable. That's why they're cutting the universal credit uplift. That's what Tories do. They simply don't care about the people of Derry, and they don't care about the people in the North. There is hope, however, that more and more people are becoming aware of this, that more and more people see the connection between Westminster and the damage in their everyday lives. That's what a conversation about a new and united Ireland is about. In a new Ireland, we can make our own decisions. An Ireland where we aren't subject to British government cuts and the impact of a British government Brexit. This debate has been turbocharged by austerity, by London's handling of the pandemic, their decision to leave the European Union. We can do better, better for our people. There is an alternative to Tories and an alternative to Brexit. Irish unification is a guaranteed path back into the European Union. It gives the people of the North a chance to steer our own destiny in a new Ireland and to enjoy the benefits of an all-Ireland economy, to rid ourselves of this type of austerity which we're discussing here today. We can show political leadership by taking control of our own destiny and protecting all of our citizens. I believe that that's what the people of Foyle want to see. I believe that's what the future looks like, and I would urge all members of this chamber to join the conversation that helps us to build it.
Mr. Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the opportunity to speak on this issue as a MLA for the Foyle constituency. Like many across this chamber and across Northern Ireland at the time, I very much welcomed the decision by the UK Government to uplift the universal credit payment by £20 per week. At that time, it appeared by the UK Government to be a recognition that the incomes of our lowest income families were being squeezed and being squeezed far too much. The decision to increase the universal credit payment by £20, I believe, was a recognition that the payments were far from adequate. The central role of our social security system is it's there to support and protect people who are unable to work, whether that be through disability, caring reasons, whether it be looking after children, or indeed the consequences of the COVID pandemic as well. And we've seen such an increase in the numbers of people having to claim universal credit through no fault of their own. But plunging families into further poverty is not something which is right, and it's not something which this party will support. We need to be supporting one another. We need to be supporting the most vulnerable in our society. Almost 1 in 4 of the working age families in Northern Ireland are going to lose out through the cut to universal credit. Already the statistics show that 1 in 4 children within our society are in poverty, and that's such stark and devastating statistics. They're statistics, but they're real people. And we see the devastation across, particularly the Foyle constituency, when you look at the increase in the number of people using the food banks. And I pay tribute to those who have and manage the food banks for the sterling work that they do. We see the increase in homelessness, and our constituency offices are just seeing the stress and the distress that people are having to go through. Within the Foyle constituency, unfortunately, we do top the league table when it comes to the claimant level of universal credit. It's something which should trouble all of us in this political chamber, and as others have said, it goes beyond the political boundaries. It affects everybody right across all of our communities. And I do welcome the action that the Minister had taken with other devolved ministers in writing to the UK Government, reiterating the position of not only the people in this chamber, but of the Executive as well. This was a decision that was not taken by the Northern Ireland Executive, and I appreciate that members will call for action to be taken. The first priority is raising the concerns, and I think we need to now look at how we ensure that people do not become affected by this cut. When the UK Government talk about levelling up, I for one champion the fact that we need to see further levelling up right across the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland, whether it be north of England, whether it be West Midlands. We need to see a levelling up. This universal credit cut will disproportionately affect those that the government portray to be levelling up, and that's something that really they need to listen to loud and clear. All of this is happening, of course, against the backdrop of increases in our cost of living, the energy bills, the other household bills, jobs uncertainty, the costs, kids have just gone back to school, the educational costs of uniforms, all of that stress. And to go to those families and say, well, we're taking £80 per month off you, I think is an absolute and utter disgrace. We also come to the point where furlough comes to an end. Christmas is coming in. There's an onus on all of us in this chamber to set aside, and I've heard some of it in terms of the political point scoring. Look, we see it in the Foyle constituency day and daily. We need to stop that. We need to move forward collectively. There's a 5-party executive. If we put our shoulders to the wheel, I am sure that we can make the case much stronger than coming at this in such a divided way. And just in closing, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, again, as I'm speaking as an individual MLA here, I think that the Executive will need to come back to this issue very, very rapidly. I know that it's been at the forefront of their minds, but we need to ensure that we provide as much certainty as possible to those people within our constituencies, and particularly the Foyle constituency. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms. Ciara Ferguson.
It is clear to see that once again Boris Johnson and this Tory government have taken a couldn't care less attitude towards our most vulnerable individuals and families, not only in Foyle but across the north. These are Tory cuts that will once again make life worse for our most vulnerable groups. These regressive cuts by Westminster will not just hit our low income and working poor individuals and families hardest, they will also hit women, young people and the minority ethnic communities hardest too. Over the years, our most vulnerable have been faced with relentless cuts and freezes on social security payments by Westminster, and of course the introduction of the abhorrent two-child rule. And now we see this expected cut coming at the same time as our recently announced an increase in national insurance contributions, the rise in energy costs, the rising cost of living, the end of furlough. I agree this is so short-sighted and it is typical of Westminster. Let's be honest, whilst the additional £20 per week applied to universal credit and working tax credit as part of the response to the COVID crisis was to be welcomed, there can be no doubt at the time that there was also an injustice, and it was not extended to people on similar legacy benefits despite repeated calls to do so. And furthermore, as we all here rightly know, the financial assistance was required long before the pandemic began. The decision to increase universal credit and working tax credit was surely an acknowledgement then by the British Government that the previous rates were not adequate to live on. What is it that they think has changed now? I, like you, is baffled. For many years, we have increasingly found low-income families and the working poor require assistance at food banks, provision of fuel vouchers, clothes and furniture from charity shops. I have worked in that field for 20 years. This isn't new. This is ongoing under the Tory government. I have worked with food banks, family support hubs, social supermarkets, local charities, Fair Share, a range of organisations that have been working tirelessly here in the north and in our communities, and particularly also in Foyle. Even the comments by Therese Coffey that people can make up the £20 that they are about to be cut by working an extra 2 hours a week shows a real lack of understanding of how wages and universal credit interact, and the cost and availability of childcare. It also assumes everyone is able to work. They currently have a job. It's a well-paid job, and they're able to increase their hours. The Tory government have been oblivious to the high rates of disability, not in the north but also in our city, the limiting long-term illnesses, especially mental health, that we're seeing. The current claimant count, for example, within the Foyle constituency, it's currently at 6.6%, 4,380 people. The second highest in the north, behind Belfast North at 6.8%. and higher than Belfast West at 6.5%. The Tory government need to wake up, acknowledge the increasing hardship that is facing our families on low income, and recognise the difficult winter months we are all heading into. The social and human consequences of Tory policies are clear. Poverty and child poverty rates, particularly in the Foyle, where poverty levels are already amongst the highest in the north, will increase and continue to increase and continue to increase. £20 per week may not be much to people.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm loath to interrupt Lily when she's in full flight. It's just when you're tapping the microphone and the Hansard people. It's all right. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
£20 per week may not be much to the people in Westminster who make these decisions, but it can be the difference between eating or heating for so many families. I myself, back in January, without the support of our local minister and the department, had to support 500 families within 3 weeks within one DEA in the Foyle constituency. So that gives you the extent of the need and support that's required in our city. We have all heard over the past number of months from many people just what this cut will mean, and we can all foresee the negative impact, not just on individuals and families, but also their local economy, which we know is struggling to get back on its feet. As local MLAs in Foyle, and I would agree with our previous speaker, we must work collectively together, as the Executive must do, to help retain the universal credit. I agree with others as well that within the Foyle constituency it deserves much better. We all need to work harder together to break the cycle of poverty and inequality and give people a real chance for a better life. The Foyle constituency rightly deserves investment in infrastructure such as the upgrade to the Buncrana Road, more apprenticeships, particularly for our young people at risk, jobs and more jobs, more social and affordable homes to address the stark and growing housing waiting list, more support to strengthen our small Indigenous businesses and social enterprises, and improve access to health services, particularly mental health services. It is only through collective responsibility at the Executive can we deliver for Foyle and the North. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mrs Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in this adjournment debate today. And it's a very important debate. I have a map here that quite clearly tells us, it's various shades of blue, but it quite clearly tells us where the highest levels of universal credit payments are, and they're sitting here in the North West. Unfortunately, my constituency of Foyle tops the poll for the highest number of claimants on universal credit. Much of the East in this little map here is actually pretty light in terms of the colour blue, which incidentally shows where the highest paid jobs are and the highest employment rates are located. The removal of universal credit uplift will have a profound impact right across Northern Ireland, but it will have a disproportionately effect on the most deprived areas of Derry. As it stands, the £20 uplift is being diminished daily as families are facing rising costs of food, gas, electricity, rents, childcare. Our constituents are struggling to make ends meet. We know this Tory government doesn't give two monkeys for the people that I represent. That goes without saying. But surely this Executive does care. We need the Communities Minister and the Finance Minister to bring forward a proposal to the Executive to keep the universal credit, the £20 uplift, in the purse of all the people that currently have it, rather than handing it back to the Tory government. I'm afraid, I become enraged when I hear the UK's Prime Minister justifying cutting universal credit by saying that he wants people to earn more money through their work rather than through their benefit payments. His parallel universe bears no resemblance whatsoever to the realities that my constituents, my hard-working families in Derry face every single day. But is it surprising? It's not surprising at all. This is Boris Johnson. He's playing true to form. I don't expect him to behave with decency towards the people that I represent. So if I'm honest, I'm even more enraged with our executive when I have to explain to my constituents why there are not more jobs in Derry, why there's not more well-paid jobs coming to Derry. Derry has remained for decades the most deprived region of the United Kingdom. And why are so many of my constituents receiving universal payments? I hear yet again today, this week, new jobs going to Belfast. ASOS is bringing 180 jobs to Belfast. Well done. 2 weeks ago, the Economy Minister announced ADJO to create 100 jobs to Belfast. Well done. Last month, he announced 120 jobs at Tribe on the edge of Belfast. Well done. In June, it was 771 jobs PwC in Belfast. Well done. Also in June, it was 180 jobs in Belfast with Vision 1. Well done. In February, it was 200 jobs in Belfast with KPMG. Well done. In January, it was 70 jobs with EverQuote headquartered where? Oh, Belfast. Well done. Not all jobs went to Belfast. 130 actually went to Bangor. Well done. But where are the jobs coming to Derry? And congratulations, by the way, to Belfast. With its large university campus, graduates, commuters and high-paid jobs. But where are the high-paid jobs in the West? If this executive, dominated by two parties, the DUP and Sinn Féin, which, can I remind everyone, are in the positions of joint First Ministers, if this executive wants to do something about this crisis of low incomes, and it is a crisis of low incomes, then the executive, led by Sinn Féin and the DUP, knows what it has to do. It must commit to regional equality, to putting right the inequality that sees so few jobs coming out of the East. We need more jobs coming to the West. The executive must raise the skills levels in the West, which requires us to have a larger university campus in Derry, plus targeted and expanded vocational training in Derry. It is skills that leads to higher pay and more jobs. It's not just about that, though. 1/3 of those on universal credit are single parents, and single parents have had a terrible, difficult time in my constituency getting childcare, and even more difficult in getting affordable childcare. A recent survey found that the shortage of affordable childcare was worse in Derry. Increasing the supply of affordable childcare would have a significant impact on universal credit claimant rates. Addressing that must be a priority for both the Education Minister and the Communities Minister. In other words, once again, DUP and Sinn Féin, the co-joined twins in charge of this government. It is no good the British government, supported by Sinn Féin, saying that the worst of the pandemic is behind us. So let's go back to the old normal of poverty payments, of universal credit. The Department for Communities has welfare powers now, and must develop a proposal to ensure that not one person in my constituency, or indeed hers, loses one penny of their £20 uplift as they face into this challenging winter. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we need decisive action, led by Communities Minister. We can't keep name-calling and finger-pointing at the Tories. They're doing what we know they're going to do. We have to use the powers that are at our disposal. We need welfare mitigations to protect our people, and the people of Foyle are once again in the firing line when it comes to the distribution of pain. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, our people can't wait for the Tory government to be overturned, and we can't wait for a united Ireland before the people of Derry are treated with dignity and respect, and the levelling up needs to start here in this House. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And some may look at me and go, what in the name of goodness is a Strangford MLA doing at an adjournment debate about Foyle? But while I'm not elected to represent the Foyle area, I am very concerned about the removal of the universal credit uplift, because it won't just have an effect on Foyle, but it will have an effect on citizens the whole way across Northern Ireland. I was interested, Ms Ferguson, when you mentioned earlier on about the figure of over 4,000, almost 5,000 people. I know that I think there's 2 offices, and the other office has 7,110 people on universal credit. I did a quick multiplication, and I know, Mr Durkin, you had talked about the millions, but that 7,110 people, multiply that by £20 a week. In a week, that's £142,200 are being removed from the area in 1 week, and that's not even everybody who's on universal credit. And this is happening at a time, as others have said, furlough is coming to an end, and we're expecting businesses who have depended on furlough to have to make some people unemployed. We're expecting people to have to join universal credit. We all know the cost of energy is rising. This means electricity, home heating, and it's not mentioned very often when it comes to energy costs. The cost of actually even filling your car is becoming extremely difficult. It's extremely expensive. The impacts of COVID at this time have not disappeared, and I agree with many when they say that this is a cruel blow to people, because all we have to think about is the many children who are being sent home looking for PCR tests, who are having to have mummy and daddy at home, or mummy or daddy at home. The heat's on during the day, food's being consumed at home, they're not getting school meals. National insurance, as we know, is going to increase. And Ms Ferguson, you're absolutely right. A third of people on universal credit are in work. There are a third of people looking for work, and there are a third of people who cannot work because of illness, terminal illness, or disability. In advance of this motion, I sort of had a thought, I don't want to come in here and just complain about how sad it may be. I wanted to know what actions were happening on the ground, and we certainly know the absolute strength and power that we've had of the community in the Foyle area through food banks and so many other charities up there. But I spoke to my colleagues, the Alliance colleagues, Councillors Rachel Ferguson and Philip McKinney, and I have to commend the work that's being done by them and all our colleagues on Derry City and Strabane District Council to address the issue of poverty in Foyle. The Council have completed research into poverty. The key findings, just very quickly, they found that while the majority of indicators suggest that whilst poverty and disadvantage is not unique to the Council area, there's clear evidence that it's significantly more acute in the Council area in comparison to other parts of Northern Ireland. The analysis also indicates that this is a long-running position. That backs up exactly what's being said by SDLP. DCSDC, Derry City and Strabane District Council area, exhibits the highest levels of deprivation across Northern Ireland. The analysis evidences that poverty and ill health are intertwined, and a negative, mutually reinforcing cycle exists between the two. The Red Cross COVID-19 Vulnerability Index indicates that DCSDC area is amongst the most COVID-19 vulnerable local government districts, not just in Northern Ireland but across the whole of the UK. And considerable uncertainty remains about the longer-term impact of the pandemic, including on individuals and households who were already disadvantaged. It's reasonable to assume, therefore, that the greater challenges may lie ahead in tackling poverty and disadvantage amongst these constituencies. Some of the other key findings found that the groups most affected: single parents, families, first-time vulnerable people, the working poor and older people, and the sort of support that these people need, that £20 could actually help with, is fuel, food, digital access, debt and financial advice, and befriending. So I just want to pay tribute to the Council. They are working extremely hard on short and long-term interventions. I know that they are considering a universal basic income feasibility trial. They also talk about training on poverty for elected representatives, and to be honest, I think that would be something that we could all be doing with, because it hits home exactly what it's like for people who are living in poverty. But the Minister's here today. We do have welfare powers, and the welfare powers are with us because of the vote that was taken to give us those powers. Whenever we didn't want, none of us wanted the welfare reform to happen the way it did, but in having those, taking the vote as some of us did, I know SLP always use that to beat us with, but we can at least do something about those mitigations. We know, Minister, £55.5 million is what it would take to replace that £20 per week until the end of the financial year. Is there a bid going into the October monitoring round? Is there anything else that we can do? For instance, the Anti-Poverty Strategy Panel, they have a lot of recommendations that have come forward. When will they be taken forward? You know, there are options there for us to help people in Foyle. There are options there for us to help citizens across Northern Ireland. It is bleak out there. It is not nice out there. We all know exactly what it's like when constituents come into our office. It breaks my heart to think that more and more people are choosing whether to heat their house or eat, and the children, of course, are having to come first. We have far too many children living in poverty. Principal Deputy Speaker, that's about all I have to say. I'm sorry that it's happening in Foyle, but I'm very sorry it's happening across the whole of Northern Ireland.
Mr. Gerry Carroll. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the member for securing this debate this evening. I'm glad to have the opportunity to discuss poverty and deprivation in Derry and the Foyle constituency today. Like my own constituency of West Belfast, far too many people struggle with poverty, the lack of housing, low wages, and the effects of decades of neglect. And the failure to increase McGee to a 10,000 student population by now is one of the many injustices the Stormont Executive has failed to rectify. So is the abysmal failure to improve and vastly expand real provision for Foyle and across the entire North West. As my former colleague on this bench, Seaman McCann, Deputy Speaker, has said many occasions, the Stormont regime of the past failed the people of Derry, and the new Stormont regime has failed the people of Derry and Foyle as well. 27% of people in Derry and Strabane live below the poverty line. Foyle, just like West Belfast, people have been ravaged by welfare reforms brought in by the Executive and the Executive's determination to run down public services into the ground in favour of privatisation, allowing a tiny few to profiteer, is also having a dramatic impact on people's well-being. This is all a shocking indictment of the Stormont Executive and its policies that have propped up inequality instead of undoing it. It's true for Foyle, but also across the entire North. And there's no doubt, Deputy Speaker, that people across the North, including those in Foyle, will be very hard hit by the proposed cut to universal credit. And given Derry and Foyle's existing levels of deprivation, as people have said, the cut to universal credit, out-of-control energy prices, pay cuts for health workers and new taxes will hit the area very hard indeed. Stormont Executive is talking about finally putting in place an anti-poverty strategy, but in reality it will mean very little if we can't protect people right now. It's shocking to me that the Executive has done nothing to demand a wealth tax on billionaires, rich corporations and elites. I would ask, why the silence? Where's the strategy to tackle wealth inequality? Where's the strategy to make the rich pay who filled their pockets during COVID? If the Tories, Deputy Speaker, follow through on plans to slash universal credit, People Before Profit is calling for the Executive to step in with funding to make sure that no one loses out. We need action, not promises and aspirations about possible strategies in the future from the Executive. And I want to ask, will the Executive parties commit today to find that money to funding the guarantee to make sure no one loses out if the Tories follow through on their cruel cut? Deputy Speaker, the Executive threw people in Foyle and across the North to the wolves by signing up to Tory welfare reforms, and the Executive shouldn't do it again. Let's commit now to making sure no one is punished by the cruel Tory cut to universal credit. No doubt we will hear talk about budgets being tightened by the Tories, and indeed they have done, but also we have to remember that the Executive failed to mount any serious resistance to Tory austerity and actually did their bidding. We have spent over £100 million on capita to carry out detested offensive PIP assessments, £100 million spent, hundreds of millions of pounds spent on agency staff in our hospitals. And I hear often, Deputy Speaker, a lot of feigned concern for those trapped in poverty and dependent on food banks, when the five main parties for decades signed up to tax cuts for corporations. So I would say, in conclusion, if the Executive is serious about having a benefit system that properly supports people, then it needs to abandon its decades-long economic strategy and instead protect public services, protect those in benefits, make the wealthy pay, so those who have very little can live life with at least a little bit of dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to respond to the debate. Minister.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks to all the contributors in this important debate. And I suppose just to start with some of the issues not pertaining to the issue that we're debating, but some of the comments that were made. I mean, I do find it fascinating that some talk about the executive like they don't sit in it, and therefore they're abdicating responsibility as being part of a power-sharing executive. And I don't know, I just find that fascinating. The other issue then around mitigations and what appears to be an abdication of not holding the British Government to account, because if we had followed their same tactic back in 2016, we wouldn't be sitting as the only area between here and Britain with the additional protections. And when you talk to advice workers who are in Scotland, England and Wales, they will tell you that they would love to be in the position of having the protections. It's not the panacea, but if we had took that position, we wouldn't have had those additional protections. Now, there was a couple of distractions in terms of some of the opening addresses, and I would say mistruths in terms of my role as Minister, and I want to make that clear at the start. In terms of the accusation that I haven't progressed the existing mitigations, I came into post in January of last year, and by the start of February I had a paper in front of the Executive calling for the binning of the bedroom tax and also to close the loopholes in the existing mitigations. I have raised that, and if you go and ask your party executive or colleagues that are in the Executive, they will know how many times I have raised this around the Executive table. I have tried repeatedly to bring this issue. Now, I am glad that it is on the agenda for next week's Executive, and I would be calling on all parties around that Executive table to support me, but more importantly to support those out on the ground, to support organisations such as the Cliff Edge Coalition, who represent over 130 different organisations in the community and voluntary and human rights and advice sectors in binning the bedroom tax and closing the loopholes. And I hope we can progress that at the Executive next Thursday. The other accusation is in terms of the High Street voucher scheme. I know some think that I have responsibility for everything in the Executive, but I don't. The responsibility for the High Street voucher scheme is with the Department of the Economy. That said, I have done the additional work to ensure that those within the homelessness services and those who are homeless, that work is being done by our homeless providers, by those in our Supporting People's programme who are doing excellent work, that we're ensuring that homeless people are not left out of this scheme. I have also made sure that as part of the verification process within the Department of the Economy, that we cross-reference our database within the Department of Communities to make sure that that verification and cross-reference takes place. So I think it's important that I correct any falsehoods or accusations that are put out. No, I think I've corrected and I've laid bare what the truths are and what I'm doing. I think the planned actions by the British Government are outrageous in proposing a cut. It will result in the biggest cut to the basic rate of social security to date. It will result in the hardship and poverty for people across the north who are already struggling, and this is totally unacceptable. I wrote to the British Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, urging and calling on them to uplift and to make sure that this was permanent. I highlighted the difficulties that this would create for ordinary people, workers and their families. I also joined ministers from Scotland and Wales in a joint letter, and again to call for the uplift to be made permanent. And this follows a previous letter and joint action with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts in November of last year. I also brought this matter to the Executive and achieved the agreement of the whole Executive in a united voice to speak out against the cuts. Just recently it was agreed that the Executive Office would call for a meeting with the British Government to reiterate and make our position known and to discuss and to highlight the damage that this cut would cause, and again to call on the British Government to reverse this decision. The reply so far from the British Government is extremely worrying and disappointing, and indeed the British Government remain determined to making this cut, placing further hardship on the people who are already struggling. And this is not good enough. I continue to call on the British Government to reverse this decision and I welcome the full support of this House in the opposition to these Tory cuts. As a result of the pandemic, the number of households on universal credit increased from 57,920 people in February of 2020 to 116,000 people, 810 in May of this year. And as we know, this vital increase of £20 represents £86.67 per month for those affected. So this additional support is critical for families and individuals. I have made it clear since I took up post that my commitment is to protect the most vulnerable within our communities and to bring compassion and genuine support to our social security system. I live in an inner-city working-class community in Belfast, and I've been a community activist my whole life. So I know and I can see at first hand in the community that I live in and through the work that I have done the impact of Tory austerity on our communities. I know at first hand how many people struggle with complex and often a cynical system, and I believe it's my duty to address that and ensure that those who need help get it. Since March of last year, I ensured that the Department responded swiftly to support people, workers and families at the outset of the pandemic. And to that effect, I've seen over £300 million being put directly into communities and in local council areas. This included making easements to benefit application processes, redirecting resources on the delivery of essential services, introducing new ways of working to ensure the Department was getting money to people when they needed it, and including lifting income thresholds to allow more people to access the support. I put in place a range of measures to mitigate the social, economic and wellbeing effects of COVID-19 upon our communities and helping to protect the most vulnerable. I've also included the introduction of upfront childcare costs through the Advisor Discretion Fund, moving childcare costs upfront within universal credit because I recognise the barriers that this presents for many. This included also standing up a dedicated COVID-19 helpline, ensuring access to food and medicines, establishing new measures to support the homeless and to protect tenants, as well as establishing access and support and advice to those facing financial hardship. I recognise the rising costs, particularly in fuel, all households are facing as we approach the winter. And if the uplift isn't extended, I will include it as part of the planned review as well of mitigation measures going forward. And in terms of extending support, my department provides a range of measures aimed at reducing the impact of fuel poverty, such as the Affordable Warmth Scheme, the Boiler Replacement Scheme, the Social Fund Cold Weather Payment Scheme and the Winter Fuel Payment. I've recently appointed an independent panel to complete a review on discretionary support, and I expect to receive their recommendations for improvements on the existing scheme in October. I will then carefully consider what changes can be made to improve financial support available to people who find themselves in a crisis situation. I would encourage people to contact my department's Make the Call free phone service to help them identify all of the support and services to which they are entitled. And I know through the Make the Call service that we do, over 40 million of additional money has went into people's pockets as a result of that scheme. The Welfare Mitigation Scheme payments provide support to many people who have had their benefits reduced as a result of the Tory cuts. This is a unique package of financial support, and I am determined that not only should the current mitigation package be extended, but we should also strengthen it where we can. I am committed to an independent review of the mitigations, as set out in New Decade, New Approach, and I will make an announcement on the format of the review soon. I will continue to fight and protect the most vulnerable within our communities. This includes families living in poverty, low-income working families, single parents, and those with disabilities, women, children and young people. I will continue to call on the British Government to do the right thing, to stop punishing ordinary workers, people and families, and for the British Government to retain the £20 uplift.
Thank you, Minister. Point of order, Mr Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Is it in order, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, for a member or indeed a minister to accuse another member of propagating mistruths when a cursory check of the record will demonstrate that in neither example given by the minister was what I said untrue? Welfare mitigations have not been progressed, despite the efforts that the minister has assured us of. And I clearly stated that the Economy Minister had responsibility for the High Street Voucher Scheme, and look forward to correspondence from the Minister in response to my letter.
The member is to be congratulated for his ingenuity, but he knows that that's not a point of order, and he knows the reason why it's not a point of order is because the Minister in her remarks never named the member or accused him of anything. The Assembly is now adjourned.
Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound.